Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
The pain!
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom
Just
tower is
found
under
Portster.
attack.
Be gone, Lestrak.
Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has been denied.
A prize!
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant are strong. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Denied!
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
We'll take that!
Les pure beauties. Puck out! Regeneration.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
This'll come in handy.
Radiant are scanning.
Oh, well, now the smoke pop with the wood on the high ground, coil on two. Phyllis got 3 points up the X's and just move on forward. Signal, goodbye. Both the support's gonna get melted, matched us onto a dual target as well. It's just running past Van. It's like, I want a juicy target. Van, he's got no net worth. Let me get an actual call. Are they just gonna GG out? What's going on here?
What is
Nah,
going on there?
just a DC.
Just a DC.
At least it's so. Who knows if that was a bot there? That could have been a rage DC. I mean, are they thinking about game 2 now, Daniel? Is this what's going on?
I would. I don't think you can get hung up too much on this, and it's the experiment that did not work.
You wouldn't say that the Alchemist position 5 is going to get picked up again?
I would say not. I just don't know why you didn't put this as a position 3. Like, you might have been able to salvage something if this was a 3 Alchemist and a 5 Enemy. Just because, you know, you farm a little bit. Maybe you can enable your cores a little bit more. The nihilism on the Leshrac would have been nice against all of this physical damage that motivated dealing. But 5, you're just sitting around doing nothing in these team fights. Like, I don't think he even got the chemical rage off that time because the Puck silence didn't start the team fight.
Yeah. It would be so fun if they just first pick the Elk again, Lion Axe. Well, the Trolls are minute the ultimate here. Now with the Wukongs protecting the Roshan, as Jackie's still going to be able to claim that. And they lose the Oracle, which is the first death they've had in a while. But the Ages for free pretty much for Jackie.
Who's getting this job? I mean, it's not too bad if Fearless is the one to grab it. I'm seeing this for a lot of people. Like, it doesn't immediately use, like when you use it from, you buy it from the shop. No, I gave it over to Jack. So, no cooldown, almost, on Tree Dance, which is nice. He's just going to be able to leap around the map. The Jungle Book.
Such a good show.
We got an attempted here. Elven Tunic is going to be quite nice, so they're going to give it over to a Biggie. I would, yep. Again, the all-in play, and Alchemist isn't even there to be...
Oh? Phyllis has got cheats. You're not killing this man with all net worth he's got.
His boys as well.
Wow, they just turn away as soon as they run into it. It's like, alright, that's not the target we wanted. Now Lesh gonna fall as well, like motivate. Exactly like you said, he's got the boys. They come so fast, no man left behind. They run to an enemy, you'll run to the whole squad a second later. Why not go high ground? You've got an 18,000 net worth lead. Jackie's level 24. It's Motivate back in action.
Yeah. Fearless has Arcane Rune bottled. He's Exorcism as well, so yeah, why not? He's just going to join up with the rest of his team. He probably doesn't even need to pop it yet. He's just going to use it on mid lane, I reckon.
Wow, that tax. It just got melted.
And this one's going to melt as well. There it is.
They call it. Yeah, no surprise, honestly. That was a rough game there for Signal to season until the lower division.
Yeah, I mean, he's like, oh, this is what I got myself into. No, I'm just kidding. But there are the positive side. It's very clear. They lost this in the draft, 100%. I feel like drafting was fantastic. Motivate, and 5 Alchemist does not work, especially against, like I was saying, you know, you want to... Maybe if you go like a...
Take my eyes open to force reality. Why can't you just let me eat my weight in glee? I live inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in their cradles, profanities. Some days I feel skinnier than all the other days. Sometimes I can't tell if my body belongs to me. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. Hold your breath and feel the tension. Devils hide behind redemption. Honesty is a one-way gate to hell. I wanna taste consumption. Breathe faster to waste oxygen. Hear the children sing aloud. It's music till the wick burns out. Be carefree lately, yeah. Just kicking up daisies. Got one too many quarters in my pockets. Count 'em like the 4-leaf clovers in my locket. Untied laces, yeah. Just tripping on daydreams. Got dirty little lullabies playing on repeat. Might as well just ride around the nursery and count sheep.
Find your way into this wonderland. Cross the maze, the dark, the innocent. Chase the fate, the thrill, the heaven sent. I got you wild, upside down. The labyrinth will guide you far away to a place where senses king. Your ghost and minds will shadow play. I got you out upside down. Upside down. You say I make you nervous, a tragedy, I'm a beautiful disaster, a reckoning, you wonder how I got this way. You think I'm someone to be saved, someone to clean up and tame. Oh, some things never change, never change. Oh. You think I would look pretty on your arm once you cover up my bruises and battle scars, but it always ends the same. Can't bear the things I've had to face, got you crying on your knees in pain. Oh, some things never change, never change. Oh, you break your back to make me feel again. Suffocate to make me breathe again. Lose your mind from endless pain. Some things never change, never change. Oh, redemption never came. I stopped asking for forgiveness, cause you should know only fools tread where the angels fear to go, but you keep trying to get too close. Save myself by turning into stone, so save your judgment cause you just don't know. But some things never change, never change. Oh, they say I should feel guilty and change my ways, leaving crumpled bodies in my wake. Swear I didn't mean to make them break, swear I didn't mean to make them break. But they're so delicate and so mundane, and they keep coming like a moth to a flame. Oh, some things never change, never change. You break your back to make me feel again. Suffocate to make me breathe again. Lose your mind from endless pain. Some things never change, never change. Oh, redemption never came.
Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team. Radiant team. 10 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Dire team pick. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban.
Elder Titan.
Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Dire team pick.
Gyrocopter!
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
Points away.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Bloodseeker.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban.
Medusa.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Lena. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. You may now
spirit.
select your heroes.
A little bit of hero harass damage when that happens. So
Prepare
that
for battle.
combined with the extra range the Lina has versus the Storm Spirit, I feel like it should be pretty easy for you. Just what does he do with it?
Wanna play with fire?
Yeah, is this just he's gone no tangos to start twice down with the stick? Is this mainly just because his matchup, like Storm's a hero that wants to be spamming, and Leshrac as well is kind of be spamming some abilities? Is this something that you think we might see a little bit more now as the mid laners, or?
I think for the Lina in particular, I think it might be a hero specific matchup because you're against a Storm Spirit, so you see like Bat Riders, when you're leaning against a Bat Rider, you buy a stick, but it's kind of the same thing against a Storm Spirit, right? You need to use the Static Remnant to be able to secure all of these last hits, either killing the melee creeps or the extra overload damage that's needed to secure the creep for yourself. So I feel like he's feeling, well, I'm not going to actually take the harass because I've got bigger range. I'm going to be pushing the lane so that it's going to be in a more advantageous position for myself, and if I need to heal, I've got the Fairy Fire, and I'm just going to use the Magic Stick to heal myself up. And you can see, the first thing he's got queued is the bottle. Like, he needs to get that before the 2-minute mark.
The battle
Which would not be surprised if he's able to do that. It's very easy for Alina to be able to secure CS with the abilities.
You know what else is really easy to do? Click the on the channel so that you could be aware of all the times that we're streaming. There is a reason, I'm not just shilling for that, but it'll give you a few extra channel points. And if you were watching the lower division last season, you'll know that we did a little bit of a giveaway. We did 3 giveaways, and honestly, I gave away about half of my Dota merchandise, probably more. And we'll be doing a similar sort of thing, but just the one giveaway this time around. So make sure you are following so that you've got the channel points needed to enter that. We'll be announcing it maybe even tomorrow when we've got our double header of games.
Yeah, good guy Denog just giving away some goodies here for the boys. So yeah, don't forget guys to follow. Make sure you get all those channel points up. That's going to be how you're able to enter the giveaway. But I'm sure we'll get those predictions starting to get rocking as well eventually as well. That'll help out.
Oh yeah, we're doing that tomorrow as well.
Yeah. All the channel points.
People will be saying, "Oh, SMG, they didn't deserve to be here." Well, put your channel points on it if you're so confident, you know.
Actually, you put your bets where your mouth is, huh? It's Lion Axe. Van actually is gonna end up dying here, I believe, with one more swing. No, I think he got a low roll there, and Lion Axe is under a little bit of harassment, and it's enough to find the kill as Eris at the shock brings him down. First blood from the Shaman.
The low roll plus the extra 3 armor from the tower really helping him out there. This is going to be enjoying life. I don't know how many times he's been #1 on net worth in his life, but it'll only last for a couple of seconds. There we go. He just lost it, so feels bad.
Feels bad. Hey, he's pretty happy though. At least he's got some farm. At least this starts looking a little bit better than what we saw previously, but we'll see how they're able to swing this game. It definitely feels like Signal have a lineup where they really don't want to go late game versus this Medusa.
Korea die. I didn't see anyone in a position to actually kill that, unless it was like a neutral creep that accidentally killed it. That might have been the case, actually.
Yeah, and what?
Neutral
But
creeps
they
killed the courier.
But Eris still got rewarded for the gold? Is that how it works if neutral...
No, you're right, actually. It means he was there to do it, but normally it just says...
Interesting.
Like, you still get the gold, but it doesn't say who did it, if that...
Yeah. Yeah. he ain't complaining. Hey, if they're gonna give him, somehow he just blew it up with his mind. That's how then. Oh, come on.
Oh, of course. How silly of me.
Yes, how silly.
Alright, we got the 3-minute banner runes coming out, Fearless. He went the tangos first before the bottle that he's got flying out to him now, but he's still going to be able to secure his own bounty in the jungle, so he's going to be just fine.
You see, it's going to be too difficult for enemy teams just to infiltrate through aggressively and steal away that bounty. Like, you can't leave a lot of safe laners alone this early, so...
Oh,
just gonna have that one for
every time. Like, just play safe for like 20 seconds. I'll be right back.
I'll be right back. It's worth it. Just help win the mid matchup as well at the same time. You're just doing everything.
You know, like the I receive, you receive meme that's been making the rounds lately?
What? Is this...
Gotta get on top of your meme game. It's like a guy, you know, sitting forward in a business suit, and it's like a really... like crappy trade. He's like, well, I'm going to receive this, but in exchange, you will get this.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, very nice, Eris there. That's the sort of rotation you want to make. He's not even going to end up dying, and he denies it away from Fearless, so a lot of the effectiveness of this early-ish bottle nullified. So that's exactly the sort of thing that you need to have happen when you're playing against this Lina mid. These heroes that need that bottle regen.
Yeah, it's had a very good start to this game on the Shaman, getting that first blood, taking away the water room. Very important there. I mean, unfortunately, Jamesy didn't get his own as well. Grimm's actually found the one down bot, but we see these are... How is the mid game or the early game going to look for both the Lina and the Storm? Because it seems like they're just two heroes that aren't really playing for the lane. They're kind of just shoving it out and then falling back and farming up the jungle. So how are we going to see their impact in the early game?
Well, I think with the Lina, you're more capable of dealing that burst damage, of course, with the Laguna Blade. But I guess with the Storm Spirit, it's about that gap close. But the question is, who can they really kill this early on? Like, Masaros should be able to get away. It's the Elder Titan, try and secure this top lane even further so you could put a bit more pressure on the Dusa, maybe force her back into the jungle. We're seeing how many stacks we got? 1, 2 stacks, I believe, so far in the jungle.
Yeah, I can't see any others. Q. It's gonna take a lot of damage, but you see, it's so difficult to lock them in. Both Masros and Q have ways to get distance. Lionax is going to end up falling again. So we're seeing all the kills occur around the top side of the map as well. Signal, this is what we saw last season as well. When they're ahead, you know, they're pretty vocal team, always dropping those voice lines, and they're going to think about making plays now around Jamesy. He's got that level 6. They're going to come mid along with the catapult wave. So if they can get a pick off on Fearless, which they can dive in, but you already see Lionax mainly refueling the bottle, but also just in case the dive does occur. And well, Jamesy is going to zip on forward. They get the Hex and up with the burst potential. It's all there with the magic damage, but Storm's out of mana, and now Fearless drops the ultimate, and they all melt. 3 will fall. There's the boys coming through from Motivated. Happened in game 1. It's going to happen in game 2. They will never leave a brother behind.
And you love to see it. That's the sort of cohesion that you love. of. And, I mean, it was exactly the right thing. I feel like the Signal supports are doing the correct moves. You know, they made sure that they didn't get that water rune. They made sure to guard the bottom rune so it wasn't guaranteed. It ended up being a regen top. I feel like it was just a little bit of a misplay by Jamesy, popping the regen rune a little bit too early. It was, I think it was just a single right click from Lionax that made sure that it wasn't being refreshed on Jamesy. So eventually he was just running a little low on mana. And it was the great two-man stun coming through from Fearless as well underneath the tier 1 with all that extra armor for the rest of the team. So was able to secure it for them. So good support play on both sides. It was just perhaps overestimating their potential, thinking that he had the regen rune for the full duration.
Q looks like this time now that the rupture's been picked up, he won't have to escape. So a bit he's going to be able to pick up that kill. See the Bloodseekers having a good start this game. 1 kill, 45 losses, working on that Maelstrom now.
Is under attack.
He's doing a good job though. Like Q, he's got that Orb of Corrosion, fantastic item for a Pango. Jackie, he's starting to farm up a lot of these neutrals. He's in mask for himself. What more would you possibly want?
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's
They
middle tower.
are going to end up with this top tower though pretty early on. So Van's usage of that first
Dire's
is going to net them the top tier 1 tower. I'm going to be very happy with that. And it's going to... This is how Signal have to play. You've got to get towers early and limit the amount of farm that Motivate can find in the jungle, because they're going to funnel a lot of gold into the pocket of Jackie.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I think they had, what, 4 kills, sorry, over last game. Up to 3. I think it's just on the back of these supports. You actually have someone that's rotating, that's looking to make plays happen, that's able to guard runes. It's just night and day for mine. You can see the clear difference. Good support, but undervalued. But the bot lane, they might for another attempt here onto Masteros. They've got the Rupture Veil, smoke through from the subs.
Let's see if they can find him, Masteros.
Playing well positioned in the lane, making sure he's staying on that right side. Guarantees that, you know, if the smoke does have to commit a lot further into the lane, to end up spotting him eventually. Enough.
Yeah, there's that first stun into follow-up. Fearless. He's got the ET sweeping through the western side, but without extra heroes and a way to set up for the stun. Radiant are able to reset after that nice kill on Masteros, so... You know, they'll just keep trying to play around pickoffs until they have the X's back and available, and then they'll look to take an objective afterwards.
Yeah. It was just a little slow on the reactions there from Masteros, but he's been playing pretty well so far, so you can't blame him. What that does, though, it means that, you know, you've got the Deuce TPing away from that top lane. Q's just sitting up here taking this safe for farm. He's level 6 now. Already has about 1,000 gold, so he's pretty well on the way to securing that Blink Dagger for himself.
Yeah, it's been, it's nice when you can have a lane just to sit yourself as a support and find farm without any contention, but he's going to have to leave the safety of top. It was getting close towards the Blink, and he try and bring the numbers in the tier 1 town mid as Signal. They're going to drop the coil incredibly early here if they can commit everything on top of the Death Prof with the Rolling Thunder forward as well, but a zip on the backline. James along with the Lagoon Blade. James is stunned up, but is able to get away. They don't have the damage down throughout the lockdown, and James is going to follow up for more as he finds himself a double. Top of Lion Axe, make it a triple. As Jamesy and Co get very active early with the X's available there, they're going to be able to now find this tier 1 tower. Nothing back can really do.
They're just playing so much more effectively around timings, right? You had the siege creep that we're pushing in, so when the exorcism's just dealing damage to the tower, you've also got the siege creep doing it. It was a good initiation coming through. Perhaps a little bit optimistic from Masteros's Dream Coil there, and they weren't able to get the chain stun to follow up. How effective target prioritization can be. You know, in the previous game, he's going to go down. He's just a pop 5 though. It doesn't really matter. They were taking out Leshrac instantly on Motivate last time, focusing. Jamesy was saying, this time around, you get rid of the puck, you get rid of the Lena. That is 99% of the damage gone out of Motivate Trust. Good use of all that. Honestly, no, they've got the siege creep on the bot side, and look to try and take this. Rolling on.
Oh, he actually found the shot there. He gets the right positioning to them. But it's kill into a tower, so gonna be the first of the game here from Motivate. You see, it's just a game of timings and a game of cooldowns as well, especially with the big ultimate in the exorcism. So whenever this is available for Signal, they want to get active. Whenever it's on cooldown, it's Motivate that are probably looking to be the more progressive team on the map.
Radiant's bottom
Yeah, for
tower
sure.
is under attack.
Fearless been taking a couple of the stacks away, which is always going to be nice. He's a little off with his placements of the Dragon Slave. That's alright. Secure it anyway. Just costs him 1 extra usage of it. Only 700 gold away from that Blink Dagger being picked up from Q. That's going to change things around entirely. You can just chain lock down that Bloodseeker, make sure the Rupture doesn't go off. Like, in that fight, it was, he got it off and basically immediately forced the TP away on Pango. So, continuously, chain lockdown people, and that resulted in the deaths of both the Puck and the Lina. So, I feel like if you Motivate, you need to be playing a little bit more defensively right now. Only, what, 500 or so gold away from the Yule Scepter. Same sort of thing with the 700 for the Blink. I think once you've got items, you can really start to try and make something happen. In that time, I have as well, Jack. Even if it costs a couple of deaths on Lionax, he just needs to be doing whatever he can to create space for the rest.
Yeah, they've done... I mean, Jack in particular has done a very good job at dodging here from Signal Ultra. Hasn't died so far this game. 151 last hits is a decent way ahead of the second in position, which was the Storm Spirit there. And like you said, Jackie getting very close to the Manta, but this is going to be pretty big timing here from Radiant. The next exorcism with the Storm Spirit Orchid completed, already 12 minutes 40 in the game, so they're instantly going to try and make a play with the smoke.
Yeah. I mean, you can't share around the farm that much here with Fearless and Q both sitting on the bottom side, so results in him being found out here. Pops the smoke inadvertently, and he should be dead.
Nice attempt with the LSA. TP rotations are coming through. Q, unfortunately, with the Rupture, is going to have to TP out there. Will be successful. But ET along with the Lean is going to end up falling.
Master actually used his Boots of Troll to get to the creep wave, trying for a little bit of the backstab going on there, but get out. This is the thing that Signal playing so much better. Just playing together as a team, keeping the pressure up, realizing how different these team fights are going to go once you get those first couple of items, right? Like, Lina can survive through that burst from the side. You can dodge the home missile. You can, prevent a shackle onto someone else, and then talk at length about what Thunder is going to be as well once you can get it onto the Bloodseeker.
Wonder if they can even defend bot. I mean, they clear off Serpent Wards, but they've still got the Exorcism. Jackie's gonna come over. Once again, they're dropping the coil low on top of Death Prophet. Got one Siphon Charge working the moment. They're gonna hit the backline to catch up the Lina. Storm's gonna be careful. It's a short silence duration. Jackie's completely out of meta. And they bring down the Medusa with ease. And once again, with the Rupture, the ultimate completely wasted here. The game for the Medusa was going relatively well. And then showing up to a fight doesn't work in their favor. It's gonna cost them here for Motivate win condition. As Masros getting hunted, they get a little bit of vision here. So the missile is trying to get the kill on a bit, and it will be successful. Is the phase shift going to be up fast enough? It should be. Dodges the missile in the nick of time there, but Motivate still. That's a big hero falling there in Medusa.
Yeah, it's really good spell casting coming through though. Just complete taking full advantage of the fact that not only having the exorcism available, but also the haste kind of negate the need to have one of these more defensive supports as Mastros. Nice little steal over the regen ring.
Lionax, well, another pick up for the Storm. We do see Jara been dying across the map though from you.
I mean, this is good though. Like, that's the sort of thing you might think, Lionax, he's feeding. He picked up the bounty ring. He took that away from James, so he has a little bit less regen. He can't farm up as easily. Again, what I'm talking about, it's all about those timings coming through from Motivate. They're able to finally get the Yule Scepter on the Lina. Now, Puck's only 400, 500 away from her Blink Dagger. You've got, what, 200 gold away from this Manta style for the Deucer. You've got the Blink Dagger now on the Pango. Next fight is going to be entirely different. Going to see if they can quickly farm it up so that they can try and do it before this next Exorcism comes off cooldown. It's only 55 seconds though, so it might be a little tough. But, you know, at the very least, they're going to try and force out a fight before DP's level 12, where it's twice as good.
Yeah, you're exactly right. They need to hit this timing before DP gets that next level in the ultimate. Otherwise, it's going to make it so difficult to fight into the Exorcism. We've already seen how disastrous a team fight can look, but well, at least now this Orchid's not going to have as much impact with a way for the cause to dispel that out.
Seems like they really do want to wait for Masteros's Blink to be able to get in onto those backlines. It feels like they're constantly running away from these team fights, Motivate. He's just playing super scared. He realizes that, you know, this is around the timings. He was heading towards that Orchid. You just had a really successful team fight once more. If I show myself, I'm probably dead meat. Not too much in the form of stats right now with those Boots of Travels picked.
Yeah, just a game of
12 as well, so he's got that little bit of extra zip speed. He was pumping it a little bit. He was thinking about it.
If he sees a hero solo, he's going for it. James is a balls to the wall player. No, Exo's back up, Serpent Ward's back up, and Roche looking like an easy one. Dire do have the ward on the higher ground, so seeing Gyro and also should have seen a lot of the heroes walk in Roche. They'll get confirmation now, but it's already been killed off way too fast.
Yeah, I think they're happy to do this little bit of a trade. They're not ready. You don't have the Dream Coil finished yet. Puck didn't have mana. So, you know, you were able to at least put some pressure onto the bot tower. You were able to pick up your next key items. Items come at that big cost, though, of the Aegis going over to the storm.
This game is gonna... I mean, Signal Ultra with this Aegis, they are definitely going to be able to take these outer towers, I think, with relative ease, because with Motivate... I mean, we'll see if they can honestly fight into it, but I think right now just behind with relying on a little bit too much on the Medusa. Shaman?
Catching the Shaman. This is a little odd.
It's away from the team. Even the Bloodseeker's not coming over, so they get a free pick off. They even want the extra support as well. Q, Rolling Thunder. Rupture's going to disrupt that. He'll attempt to TP out once again, and he'll make... You know, he won't make it, apologies, finding the kill there, but they buy back on the Shaman, so... It's a 1-for-1 buyback forced, but now Raiden is just going to push across the map and like, I mean, Dire have very good ways to defend towers, but it's mainly high ground. Like, I don't know how easy it's going to be to defend these tier 2 towers because you can wrap around so much easier now with all the changes to the map.
Yeah, and I don't feel like Signal are going to attempt to go for any towers unless that Exorcism's available. I feel like that's one of the big learnings that they had from the last game is that, look, let's play to the strengths of our lineup. There weren't many strengths with that Pos 5 Alchemist, but, you know, this time around it's very different. They're going to be able to pick off Lion Axe here, you would think.
Poor ET.
Cool.
Yeah. Just good old dewarding expedition not going in your favor. The life of a 5.
I just feel like it was a little bit too... Oh, Master, careful here. Good use of that to be able to get away. But again, you're just losing another tower. It's going to be pre-20 minutes. So per minute now that the experience from the shrines are there. It's still effective and it's going to make sure you're a little bit more wary about contesting in the top jungle. Motivate, they've kind of adjusted where they're prioritizing their farm. A lot more of this vision down towards the side of the map because, you know, it's pretty much a death wish to try and play in their own jungle. But I just feel like it was a little bit too aggressive there by Masteros in that past fight. Had all of your key items up. You just went in solo with a Dream Coil on solo support. You needed a fight.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult for them to find a strong fight though. Like, you definitely have ways to pick heroes off, but they don't have any aggressive vision right now. It's just, you kind of have to have your ward set up. You have Lion X's positioning as well. you know, the ED around the Medusa, making sure if they Jackie, at least they have a way to a soft counter initiation, and Mastros is just going to play the dead lane, at least have, you know, top kind of shoved out. So this is just a game where Motivate honestly have to delay for as long as possible for Jackie. But it's going to cost the rest of their cores a lot of farm. As we're seeing, you know, the Bucks falling behind, the Lena's falling behind.
I think it's only a support, but I think this medallion is going to have a huge impact when Lion Axe going straight into the Solar Crest makes total sense. You just want to be able to prevent that solo burst that feels like is happening and chaining into, you know, another pickoff, another pickoff every single fight. Jamesy is gonna try and zip himself away. He's got the bottle out, changing things up, and they get initial stun off, but it's not going to be enough. Now they know Rolling Thunder's been used.
They gotta get out.
Aced Exorcism also available.
They gotta get out. Oh, Fearless. Lion
Axe gonna be the one that does it.
Is that...
It's fine.
Is that so unnecessary though? Like, I know you're taking a smoke, but they were so aware that smoke was coming.
Yeah.
Like, maybe you get the bounty and maybe you just get out, but it seemed like literally Motivate knew that was coming.
Better the devil you know than one that you don't, right? Like, it prevents a core from going down. Jackie's going to continue farming. He's getting closer to his Scouty. Yeah, this tower bot lane is melting. Got the CGP. You didn't have to use the Exorcism for that, so pretty confident to just keep the pressure going.
I can defend high ground pretty easy though, Fearless. Instant ultimate swashbuckle, okay, now they won't go high ground. Free wards to farm, and that's just... I mean, you pop... The age is about to expire now as well. Have they got Coil? Oh no! Tree, they're blocking the vision for the TP cancel. At least find the gyrocopter. So Motivate finding 2 kills on the support and just delaying this game. It's still only a 1,000 net worth lead for Signal Ultra, and Jackie's getting so dumb. This is about to be Scotty completed, and you know, you were really hoping to probably get all the outer towers with that first Aegis, and unfortunately you weren't able to do so.
Couldn't do it. You have the Scotty completed after this creep wave. You've got that medallion now flying out to Lion Axe, which is going to be great, especially once he converts it into a Solar Crest. So much cheaper now, only 750 gold away. And, well, you can see now, you know, it's that Dream Coil. That's going to be the next big thing that Motivated going to be looking to play around. The Ags next up off the rack, or the Puck prevents this chase down lineup that Signal Ultra have. You know, DP much less effective, Bloodseeker much less effective. Even the Gyrocopter can't just straight up run at you.
Yeah, once they're able to get these items here for Motivate, then we'll see them sitting a little bit more confident with taking a lot of the engagements. But this is just the cat and mouse game. Try and dodge it as much as possible. Maybe if they can get a pick-off on a support, then they're happy. But that already kind of highlighted how difficult it is to walk high ground. That was even without the Elder Titan, who is one of the best high ground defenders. So they just, you know, rip through the Shaman, and it's only going to get more difficult. And I guess, like, how do they actually siege from Signal? I know you've got Serpent Wards, but Medusa's so one of the better heroes to clean off the Serpent Wards, even the Lena as well, with your attack range, attack speed. So does DP actually just have to go like full tanky build and just sit in the front line and have the Exorcism hitting the tower? But even then, like, I mean, it's still going to be so difficult.
You want to be playing from a disadvantage, right? Like, the game plan for them seems pretty simple. It's just pick them off outside of the base. If you need to use Exorcism for it, sure, but as long as one of the waves is pushed in enough that you're going to be able to convert that into a high ground siege, at the very worst, you're going to get a buyback out of this Dusa, and that's going to seriously hinder Motivate's chances. It gives them a win condition. I feel like you can't just straight up walk onto. So,
Signal to play for pickoffs is that what now they can itemize for these pickoffs then?
I don't know. I feel like they're in a pretty decent spot right now. It's just about, you know, neither team really has anything in the form of save right now. So you can go heavy into the single target physical damage. Why not? You know.
I'm gonna smoke up here. He's got an arcane in the backpack to be able to utilize. And they got some abilities available, ready to rock and roll.
He's Spidey said
Once
a little bit
again.
again.
And Jackie's just farming. Gonna turn at the last second, but they still got the zip on. They found the Medusa outside the base, died. They're gonna come in over, but they're down from the southern side. Jackie brushed up. He now has to stand his ground and man fight. But the ultimate's about to expire. He's losing all his mana now as well, so they're going after the stone gates, and they're post Medusa. Masteros, along with Cube, not able to connect from the bottom side of the map there, and now
Fearless
Tao's gonna be on threat. Yeah.
Exactly what they needed. Masteros, to his credit, he's doing the right thing. He's making sure that the lane is pushed in, so you don't have the extra wave to connect to it. So you're not going to lose the racks at least, but not on position.
And I mean, Jackie hadn't died in a while here, and that's just gonna. What?
That was really nice from Jamesy. So they saw that the boundary room was taken. They zip in to just continue farming. Immediately goes for the most likely spot that the puck might be. Interrupts his TP. That was really good, James.
Oh no! I'm like, what's going on here? He's getting picked off.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Cheeky business.
It's what he needs to do, right? He needs to be playing on the side of the map so that if they do try and get overly aggressive, you can just cut waves. You've got the routes of travel yourself, so you're going to be able to rejoin the team fight wherever it might be. It's getting caught out that time. Sometimes it's not always a mistake. Sometimes it's just a really good piece of play from Jamesy.
And he's definitely a caliber player that is able to make those plays. We saw it, last season for Signal Ultra. They had a very good run at the start of the season, but then slowly kind of diminished in the skill level as it went on. They were looking, but they were undefeated, right? They were having their chances of making into the upper division, and then all of a sudden they just lost too many games. And well, let's see if it's going to be another good start for them in this second season here. They did lose game one, but sitting with a 5,000 net worth lead now, it's through the past minutes, it's now skyrocketed in a more of an advantage.
The Roche is up as well, which is going to be a pretty big time for them. If you can have some way of having this Medusa having 2 lives, obviously going to be enormous, but you're not in the state right now where you can just walk straight on in and try and do it. Check it out. It's like, that's all his position is right now. Can I find out the enemy team? Can I make sure they're not doing Roche? She is just the master of information.
Radiant structures are fortified.
And they've got very good ways on Motivate to scout out if Roshan is going on or not. The all important one here from them to make sure that Sig don't get a pick off mid lane. He's going to use the yours aggressively. Now turns. James is stunned up, looking to play. Where's the extra lockdown? Going to be there from Q's Rolling Thunder, but the backline lead is still going to fall. Bing's able to sweep on through and get that kill. Without the Storm Spirit, they're going to look at Jack is able to stand his ground. James is actually going to buy back. They still have a T1 tower, so we're close TP point. Zip on forward. Jackie protected. Man out, but put all the mana right now. Nicely dumped. Yours stop the shot, but it's not going to matter. Jack is lost his life on Medusa. James with that buyback licking from as well as Lion Act. Going further and further back inside the base, so making underneath the T3 tower, but James has still got some mana to utilize, and that he will. Full end up dropping on Motivate and Signal. They can up high ground here.
They can. Of the siege group, they did a good job to make sure the aggro stayed on the heroes instead of the catapult. Going to be a hard ask to try and tank up all of this damage, though, especially now that Exorcism is available. But you got Spirit Siphon, so Van's like, just wait, why you did those creeps? I needed those. Really nice, though. I mean, it cost them the buyback of the Storm Spirit, but again, it was mid for mid. Enabled you to kill Medusa and transition this into a bit more of a push. I don't think they have the burst damage to be able to take him down.
This has just been...
This is a complete reversal.
Yeah.
They looked well off it in game number 1, and You know, some of that came down to the draft for sure, but even the movements that were happening throughout the map for Signal weren't anywhere near what we can expect from them, at least from their Season 1 form. This time around, you know, there's nothing really that you could point out as a big point of failure for them.
Yeah, no, there really isn't. It's been a solid game. Hello? Motivate. Nice silence from Ben. James.
This is good.
He's stuck out. This is massive. They're able to bring him down because he just brought back this could turn the game for Motivate. All of a sudden, we were singing the praises for Signal Ultra, but now probably going to give up Roche. No buyback on these two heroes. Oh, we spoke too soon.
I was about to say, literally, I was like, the one thing that Motivate could do is they know the Storm brought back, they know that Roche is the next thing that they want to be able to contest. So maybe they can catch them out there. I didn't think Signal were going to go for it when they didn't have Exorcism up off cooldown yet. But, well, yeah, they did.
Oh my. What's this shard now, Medusa? Let's see this. Cold-blooded.
Just sends Snack back, gives them a little bit extra mana. They got a lot of single target right now on Signal's side as well. The Electric Vortex, the Shackles, the Ether Shock, the Hex, the Homing Missile, the Spirit Siphon, the Rupture. There's a ton. And 12-second cooldown though. Bonked. Sends back the snake at him.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Oh,
And they got that Solar Crest as well.
wow. And now Medusa just got another item, even Titan Sliver. They actually just gave him a massive opportunity to be able to come back in this game. Like, one full set of racks doesn't really do anything against Motive. Like, they can clear that with ease. Now you gave the Aegis to Medusa, which pretty much gives them an extra 5 minutes to delay the game, it feels like, unless Medusa really gets caught out in no man's land. But it's really going to feel like now this gives Motivate an opportunity for Jackie to find more gold across the map. You got that big item, like you said, in the Solar Crest is what else getting picked up here. Yours on Pango, so now you have at least a way to keep yourself alive through the Silence Initiation. You've got, actually, I think you have that.
It keeps him in place if Bloodseeker ruptures it. He's got that plus the roll up as well, so you're actually going to be able to stay in these team fights as opposed to TP out immediately, like I feel like he's been doing every single time. Yeah,
now Lean's got Aeon Disc as well, so another way to prevent the initial burst potential. So they like this. A mass influx of gold that Motivate just got. I mean, it was a 7.5 net worth lead, and now it's just 1,000 for Signal.
Now fear.
I mean, they're smoking up.
He's the Aeon Disc completed, but all of the components are in the backpack, so I'm going to need that bottle to move into the backpack for Vitality boost.
That's a disaster. Oh no.
He has the cheese at least, so he should, in theory, live through anything, but, you know, if the burst's enough, maybe not.
I mean, they're coming close as well. If they get vision, then they catch him super fast with the Storm. Maybe it's just Q instead.
Alright, he's moved.
Oh, Q's not moving fast. Zap. Jamesy gets it. Some Bloodstone charges for the Storm. Outpost as well.
Shoving the wave out, making sure that that siege isn't going to be able to take a tower. Like, it's a smoke kill for a support. You know, you're okay with that if you Motivate. Wasn't Fearless that got picked off. I haven't seen the new Laguna Blade shard yet.
Yeah, same.
Seen it used at all in any competitive prior to that. You know, the multi-hit, and they also removed the small delay in damage, so you can't actually yours dodge anymore.
Yep. This is interesting. I mean, it's a lot of cast range. 250, he's got Aether Lens. Of course, they got rid of a lot of those talents.
All of them, basically.
Yeah. See? How long left on the Aegis? Yeah, still 2 minutes here. Just a farming Aegis, really taking that out of the hands of Signal Ultra.
Maybe a farming Aegis, maybe looking to take this tier 2 tower so you can at least grab the enemy's outpost. You know, they had the alright situation with experience at the very start, but started to swing, of course, a lot more in Signal's favor. 12,000 additional experience across the board for Signal right now, so they're going to look to try and take that outpost back, get it swinging a bit more towards the... What are the, I'm just having a look at what some of the situations are with the armor on Signal's side, because you got that max natural order now, so all of that base armor is gone. Bloodseeker only has the +7, so not the most for him. I think DP has the plate mail at least from the Shiva's guard, so she's doing okay. Storm Spirit though, it's all base armor, so he's going to be sitting on 0 if he ever gets caught out.
Yeah, that's so scary with that natural order max out. We're gonna see Medusa just chunking on, and well, they're going from tower to tower, bot to mid now. Feels like Motivate pretty strong. They really want to utilize this Aegis. You said it might not be a farming one, and that it's not getting these 2 towers here.
Yeah,
it's just some map control, and those towers can be important, at least for, you know, buyback status to rejoin fights.
That plus the fact that they actually use the fortify on that wave. So, I mean, you lose a fight and any wave is pushed in, they can take these towers out pretty quickly. But they realize they've got the timings up for the Aegis. They all TP back to the base. They're going to look to smoke up very shortly.
Do have 10 seconds till the Aegis is going to tick out, but BKB is going to take over that slot for Jackie. Jackie? The rest of the team's not going to get there at the same time. They're now moving down. Mastros, Coil, Jackie's going to move in forward. Going to try and instantly melt the supports, which they will be able to do so successfully. Now with the buyback coming out as well from the Shaman, they've stunned up the Death Buffer though. Van's taking a lot of damage. Van's with the BKB protected with the Ul Scepter as well, but can they really deal with the Medusa? The Raid Boss just standing on the ground. Look at Jackie go! Ultra kill for the Medusa, and Signal Ultra gonna get back inside the base. Q, he's got the Yules. Pops a dust at the last second. Can he close the distance? Grim's gonna get caught out here. Shaman thinking about turning, but Raid, they don't have a buyback on the Storm. Neither do they do on Van as well. What's going on? Motivate! No one's got buyback. They might just end it. Forward down, inside. They don't have creeps.
They don't have creeps.
But Motivate trust. These past 2 fights, these boys are on another level. They are back and looking to take games. What a team fight.
It was a great team fight. I mean, they had the vision advantage as well. You know, they just placed up this ward previously, and well, they didn't actually de-ward what Motivate Trust had put into them. They looked to make the attempt to do it, but all that vision in the middle of a team fight means the supports get picked off immediately. Normally you can, at nighttime, hide behind the trees, but I don't know why Jackie started stepping here. He could just stand back and hit the towers. No Bloodseeker on the top side. He's already revealed himself. He's finally going to TP his way back, but I don't know if that's going to do much to deter any kind of push into the Radiant base. Clearly the melee racks is objective #1, and they should be pretty content with just being able to secure this tier 3. They're going to back off.
What went wrong there for that 5 for Signal Ultra?
Vision. Purely vision. Motivate had it beforehand. They saw that they were approaching them. Masteros gets a good coil. Now got the Solar Crest as well as a few items. You know, Daedalus, Skadi, Titan Sliver on the Medusa, so she can just stand and fight. You know, Rupture's useless if you don't need to move.
Yeah, that's one of the beautiful things about the Medusa in this matchup. When you get farm, you're able to stand your ground, and you know, the item build that the ET's going for, Glimmer, Solar Crest, heavily going to buff up the Medusa, Radiant. They're coming out, but Dara on a power spot around the It's high ground. This is not a good spot for Signal.
This will get him his level.
Grim's gonna try and give them vision. Zip in, Medusa gonna get caught around the high ground, but once again with their own rebuttal from Motivate, they're gonna jump on forward instantly. Now with the coil locking in the Storm Spirit, Jackie has lost him man up, but look at him stand his ground once again. The raid boss is online. Medusa just takes over this game. Motivate will find 3. They're even gonna make it a 4th. Fearless catches out Eris to use the set up. And they still haven't farmed enough for these buybacks. Top's getting shoved in. And there's a tier 2 tower, but they should be able to take that incredibly fast and look for the top racks if they want it.
They will for sure. And you've already got the boots of travel on Jackie. He's got enough to be able to finish up his Hurricane Pike if he wanted to, but no need. You know, you can just save the buyback, be absolutely sure of it. And now level 25 split shot using those modifiers. So Skadi hits on absolutely everyone in these team fights, makes life for the Pangolier a lot easier too, just those chain lockdown.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Looking rough here now for Signal. I mean, just the
Radiant's top tower
entire momentum of this second game has swung to Motivate through the past couple of fights here, and I mean, now what do? You buy back on the Bloodseeker, and now that's just, you've reset on Motivate. They didn't have to do anything.
She's up.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
The fight around Roast, which brought them back in this game, and now they're ones with a 17,000 net worth lead. Medusa level 25 has got that split shot modifiers, and third Roast of the game.
Third Roach of the game, you've also got the Spell Prism on the puck, so GG to any supports wanting to cast spells this game. It's not going to happen. Are any of them going to take any damage, or are they just going to keep getting these chain lucky shot from? One hit.
Alright, what do we got? Pango got cheese, got shot.
I'd give the refresher over to the puck.
Yeah.
Having double Ags coil is way too good.
Do you want double Laguna? You definitely... Can you... Nah. Yeah, they do. Yeah, Lena's got double the shard now.
Guess
The refresher shard getting... did he pick it up or did he swap it? I don't think he bought the shard.
I guess not. I guess it's kind of important to just be able to burst one hero down. What is the buyback status on a lot of these heroes? None at the moment on Signal's side. They've just been losing team fight after team fight. After that first pick-off, their win probability on Motivate went from like 30% to like 45, and I was like, that's not enough. Like that, just losing one big team fight against Medusa is disastrous.
Well, now how do you start a fight against a Medusa? Like, what do you do? What a Lotus Orb. What a Lotus Orb. Just zip zap, try and play like that. But Jackie...
Though, you gotta commit,
you cannot.
Actually.
Radiant's top barracks are under attack.
At the very least, try and force out some of these BKBs, but that's the luxury of having the Aegis, right? You don't need to.
Radiant's top barracks has fallen.
Well, now they can sweep on through bottom if they want to, and that they will. They'll start with the Vortex, drag back BKB, but a double coil once again. Stonegate's gonna force them to reset here. Ain't gonna get turned to stone. In fact, they face Jackie now with the Rolling Thunder. Nice shoots a shot from Q. Bloodseeker, no buyback for him. Van's gonna get brought down as well. They might find the first life at Jackie, but they still can't even kill the Deucer. Give him the cheese, give him everything.
Yeah. It's really convincing. Like, you didn't even use everyone that time around to try and, you know, take him out. It seemed a little bit odd, and of course, just basing back into a stone-gazing Deucer is... It
ain't it at all. There we go. Motivate Joss, welcome back, boys. They're going to be able to take their first series season 2. A great way for them to come back after the back of some incredible team fighting at the later stages, and Motivate looking strong here, Daniel.
At least this time, they're able to drag it out to 40+ minutes.
organize, make my way into your mind, just to know what you knew. Restless every time we start locking eyes. Lost control. Oh, it's paradise with honesty, but I'm in the dead of the night. Let the darkness take control. Let the darkness take control. Darkness take control. May the darkness take control. Take me in slow, breathe me in and let me go. Sink to your heart to find you. Open up your eyes till you're blinded by the lies, so you can see what you do. Restless every time we start locking eyes. Lost control. Oh, it's paradise with honesty, but I'm in the dead of the night. Teardrops on the floor. The pain is over. Feel the darkness take control. Darkness take control. Empty hearts and neon lights, they're playing with my mind. Gotta get out of here tonight. Oh, I wanna run off and fly, and I'll tell myself it's fine to be alone, just to find somewhere that finally feels like home. I hate all this overthinking. The more I swim, the more I'm sinking. Take me to a world of silver, no more heartbreaks, tears, painkillers. Take me somewhere unfamiliar, bring me back to where we started out. Get me out of now, to where we started out. Get me out of now, to where we started out. La 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 la, oh. Get me out of broken hearts and starting fights, turning truth to lies. Gotta get up, stop wasting time. Yeah, I wanna run off and fly, and I'll tell myself it's fine to be alone, just to find somewhere that finally feels like home. I hate all this overthinking. The more I swim, the more I'm sinking. Take me to a world of silver, no more
we fire starters. One out of a million will reach those heights. Always get a feeling that I won't deny that work. Never could die. Look in my eyes, I'm on the rocks, rise. A couple milli now, I'm causing a commotion. I've been coasting, hear my name around the world like an explosion.
Rise up, rise up. We are the apocalypse, and a pill that keeps us floating. As we fly above the stars, the night won't scare us falling. So rise up. I'm too great to be landed. Rise up. Way too great to be standing.
They never gonna stop us. Fly by them like choppers. Better tuck those risks. Hold one of my fists, we fire starters. Let's go. One out of a million will reach those heights. Always get a feeling that I won't deny that work. Never could die. Look in my eyes, I'm on the rocks, rise.
Down to the ground, you're dragging me. It's constantly. No, I won't make a sound. I love the pain. It sets me free. It's wrong, I can't make right. I love the bird below you said myself. But this is the last time. It's wrong, I can't make right. Slipping off in the moonlight when I knew the truth. I had myself for you. On the ground, I know the truth. I know the truth. Oh, now I'm on the ground. I know the truth. I'm shaking now, 'cause you say those things, then shut me out. Got no clue what you have found. I'm a rose in thorns, but you cut me down. It's wrong, I can't make right. I love the bird below you said myself. But this is the last time. I can't make right. Slipping off in the moonlight when I knew the truth. I had myself for you. I know the truth. Oh, now inside. Butterflies fly with me tonight. These feelings inside. Butterflies fly with me tonight. Won't you take me home? Give me with your flight. We can run away. Castle in the sky. Won't you take me home and give me wings to fly? We can be alone in the castle in the sky. We can run away and leave this world behind. Please just take me home to a castle in the sky. Castle in the sky. Castle in the sky. Won't you take me home?
I can wait another minute. I can wait another second to be with you for an eternity. I feel like I am in a daydream. Every moment that I spend with you, with you.
Won't you take me home and give me wings to fly? We can be alone in the castle in the sky. We can run away and leave this world behind. Please just take me home to a castle in the sky. Castle in the sky. Castle in the sky. Won't you take me home? Won't you take me home? Give me with your flight. We can run away. Castle in the sky.
Yeah. Unknown Brain. Marvin Devine. I'm saying bye to all the lies and all the times you cried, saying that I wasn't right, yet I was right by your side. You manipulator, playing games, your friends commentators, and I don't know what you say about our private conversations, but it's got them hating. Thanks to all the rumors you be claiming. It's cool, I'm done with you, so they can throw you a celebration. You gon' hate it when you see me with somebody living better. I'm trying to tell you that me just doing me gon' have you jealous.
I know that I gotta stay away from all your games. Yeah, I know that I found somebody else to love me one day. You'll realize the grass ain't greener on the other side. No, you did me dirty for the last time, so now I gotta say goodbye.
Yeah, my life is lovely now, I'm focused on me. You said you were about to die, I guess the car is on E. But see, I ain't even tripping, cause I just chose to believe that somebody gon' come around and give me just what I need. I don't wanna see you frowning, see you looking down and out. Coming to me crying, saying you miss having me around. Gave you chances and you blew it, you so easily influenced. All the times you told me beat it, now you gotta face the music, I'm saying
I know that I gotta stay away from all your games. Yeah, I know that I found somebody else to love me one day. You'll realize the grass ain't greener on the other side. No, you did me dirty for the last time, so now I gotta say goodbye. So now I gotta say goodbye. Just like the street lights lit this town, like a fire in a blaze, gotta burn it down. Can't be afraid to leave this out. We got this far, don't know how. I see danger in eyes, they know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise, you know that we gonna let it away. Tonight, we gonna let it away. Tonight, we gonna let it away. Just like the sunrise, we gonna let it away.
like I'm floating through the air. The pain I felt is paid for, all is said and done. Oh, I am restricted, fixed upon the web. I need to kick the habit that my mind is breathing in. Break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it innocent, a feel of discontent. I'm finally facing it all, fearless. Burning the bridge that keeps us. I'm here and I'm feeling exaggerated, that's what you assume. The story's over now, I must conclude. I am conflicted, watching where I step still, hanging in the balance. Not the life I want to live, I want to take it all. Standing tall, fear outweighed the person you are. Oh, break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it innocent, a feel of discontent. I'm finally facing it all, fearless.
I live inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in the cradles, profanities. I see the world through ice covered in ink and bleach. Cross out the ones who heard my cries and watched me weep. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. Take my eyes open to force reality. Why can't you just let me eat my weight in glee? I live inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in their cradles, profanities. Some days I feel skinnier than all the other days. Sometimes I can't tell if my body belongs to me. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. Content, hold your breath and feel the tension. Devils hide behind redemption. Honesty is a one-way gate to hell. I wanna taste consumption. Breathe faster to waste oxygen. Hear the children sing aloud. It's music till the wick burns out. Be carefree lately, yeah. Just kicking up daisies. Got one too many quarters in my pockets. Count 'em like the 4-leaf clovers in my locket. Untied laces, yeah. Just tripping on daydreams. Got dirty little lullabies playing on repeat. Might as well just ride around the nursery and count sheep. Count sheep.
Find your way into this wonderland. Cross the maze, the dark, the innocent. Chase the fate, the thrill, the heaven sent. I got you wild, upside down. The labyrinth will guide you far away to a place where senses will decay. Your bones and mind will shadow play. I got you wild, upside down. Find your way into this wonderland. Cross the maze, the dark, the innocent. Chase the fate, the thrill, the heaven sent. I got you wild, upside down. The labyrinth will guide you far away to a place where senses will decay. Your bones and mind will shadow play. I got you wild, upside down.
You say I make you nervous, a tragedy, I'm a beautiful disaster, a reckoning, you wonder how I got this way. You think I'm someone to be saved, someone to clean up and tame. Oh, some things never change, never change. Oh, you think I would look pretty on your arm once you cover up my bruises and battle scars, but it always ends the same. Can't bear the things I've had to face. Got you crying on your knees in pain. Oh, some things never change, never change. Oh, you'll break your back to make me feel again. Suffocate to make me breathe again. Lose your mind from endless pain. Some things never change, never change. Oh, redemption ever came. I stopped asking for forgiveness, cause you should know only fools tread where the angels fear to go, but you keep trying to get too close. Save myself by turning into stone. So save your judgment cause you just don't know. But some things never change, never change. Oh, they say I should feel guilty and change my ways, leaving crumpled bodies in my wake. Swear I didn't mean to make them break. Swear I didn't mean to make them break. But they're so delicate and so mundane, and they keep coming like a moth to flame. Oh, some things never change, never change. You'll break your back to make me feel again. Suffocate to make me breathe again. Lose your mind from endless pain. Some things never change, never change. Oh, redemption never came.
pretty lies. Look me in the face, tell me that you love me, even if it's fake.
Messing with my head again. You had your heart set on me, but these feels, they come and go, and they come so easily. Tell me what it is about you that I can't forget, but you're breaking down my walls again, just to set me free. Why do I, baby, why do I love the way you are, we always leave me? Why do I, baby, why do I love the touch but never love the feeling? Why do I, baby, why do I love the way you are, we always leave me? Why do I, baby, why do I love the touch but never love the feeling?
inside you, and the blackened eyes make my way into your mind, just to know what you knew. Restless every time we start locking as a lost control. Oh, it's paradise with honesty, but I'm in the dead of the night. Let the darkness take control. Let the darkness take control. Darkness take control. May the darkness take control. Take me in the smoke, breathe me in and let me go. Sink to your heart to find you. Open up your eyes till you're blinded by the lies, so you can see what you do. Restless every time we start locking as a lost control. Oh, it's paradise with honesty, but I'm in the dead of the night. Teardrops on the floor. The pain is over. Feel the darkness take control. Empty hearts and neon lights, they're playing with my mind. Gotta get out of here tonight. Oh, I wanna run off and fly, and I'll tell myself it's fine to be alone, just to find somewhere that finally feels like home. Oh, oh, oh. I hate all this overthinking. Oh, 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 oh. The more I swim, the more I'm sinking. Take me to a world of silver, no more heartbreaks, tears, painkillers. Take me somewhere unfamiliar, bring me back to where we started out. Get me out of now, to where we started out. Get me out of now, to where we started out. La 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 la, oh, oh. Get me out of broken hearts and starting fights, turning truth to lies. Gotta get up, stop wasting time. Yeah, I wanna run off and fly, and I'll tell myself it's fine to be alone.
Radiant team back. Radiant team back. Dire team pick. Radiant team pick.
Beastmaster.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
Lion.
Dire team pick.
Dine.
10 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5
Radiant
seconds remaining. Ban. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Dire team pick.
Abyssal Underlord.
Radiant team pick.
Sky Wrath Mage.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Lone Druid.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Templar Assassin. Choose your hero. Prepare for battle.
Look at that. Look at that. I shall honor your name.
Thirty seconds to battle. The battle begins.
Denied.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Denied.
Keep your hands off.
Sports to actually get them going. So both teams going to try and stick to farming for now. You see CML getting a little bit aggressive here on some Marvel, but they're going to mean too much. And just saw in that mid lane as well, Mac was dropping fairly low on the Beastmaster, but He's going to be all right.
He's got the runes up. He can just grab a bounty, top up, even though it's still just down to 2 charges again. Still a lot to play around with mid, but you are giving Sanctity space out on the mid to kind of get his farm back going as well. So you're giving a lot more space towards the TA. The flash farm for the TA can skyrocket if you let it get some levels up.
Ace.
And again,
Nice stun out on Shanks. He thought about going back for the courier, but realized he couldn't really afford to. We'll just salve up and walk away. I do like the fact that Ace is trying to pull that large camp before he can get the pull off, but it looks like Shanks was dedicated enough to make sure that pull did occur. They will still get the small camp pull on the side of LILGUN anyway, so it does even out. It does allow 123 to get involved now and try to be a little bit more aggressive as Sam H, he's going to have his mana drained, but not too big of a deal. And meanwhile, mid lane, again dropping extremely low on the Beastmaster, but will barely be able to get out.
yeah, it's just such a tough lane for the Beastmaster to hold. You get hits up a couple of times here by the TA. You get a lot of minus armor going. You don't hold that lane too well. Sure, you can try to build up stacks if you're Wild Axis. Against the Refraction, the added damage will still stack up, but it takes way too much spam early on for the Beastmaster to kind of sustain that playstyle. So just a bit more of an edge here for Sanctity early on, and the side lanes are still trying to get aggressive. We are hitting some level spikes here. Sam H is now level 5. He did opt for maxing Retaliate, so he wants to hold the lane steady instead of looking for opportunities with his Skyrat Mage. That does mean, again, it's a more passive lane. The supports just poke each other, but the cores are still finding that farm they'd want on both sides.
They are. Now he's going to take a fair bit of damage out from Shanks. Going to be just fine. Neither team really finding that first spot opportunity quite yet, but we really haven't seen many rotations occurring either. I suppose this to be quite expected when you've got a Beastmaster TA mid. You're not really going to expect too many rotations early on. Both sides really just want to farm up and get those levels up as Hishki going to run into Mac. Mac will just roar him immediately on the Tiny. Can he find himself out of this? It looks like he can. Mac, he went back for the bounty, but still can get the axes on target, and CML is going to be the one to get the first blood gold on the Abaddon. Very nice stuff.
Really nice kill to get. Mac just kind of zoning out for the rune, for the bounty. He really wanted to get it, didn't want to give it to the Tiny, and CML seeing that opportunity to keep you down makes for a nice rotation. Of course, they might want to line up for Sanctity, but without Roar, the TA is a tougher target, and CML's only at level 4, so his potential tankiness up front and his damage isn't as great, but some early movement out from Smart Omega. And the one thing with these lanes is that for both sides, it's really hard to bully out some of these cores. Like Lone Druid, you can maybe drop down, he can just sit back with his bear, and that just allows 123 to kind of farm up safely. Same thing for Tino up against Marvel. The Underlord
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's courier has been killed. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Among the hidden ones.
Twice the fight.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's top tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
No.
Dire are scanning.
Unrequited.
You can get blood from a stone.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Revenge ever renewing.
Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's turret has been Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
It's mine.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Carry me home, doom soul.
A tribute to my house. Nature takes its course.
Radiant are scanning. Dire are scanning.
Take that.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Cannot die. Stop.
History is how you lasted so long. It's a trap!
My hands are tied.
Dire's turret has been killed.
Darkness.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's courier has been killed. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Invisibility.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
What can we hear?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen.
This is mine.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's middle barracks are under attack. Radiant's middle barracks has fallen. Radiant's middle barracks has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Monster kill.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Your life cycle thickens.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Create my house.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen. Dire are scanning.
Stopped!
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire victory.
smoke, breathe me in and let me go. Filling the lungs inside you, and the blackened eyes make my way into your mind. Just to know what you knew. Restless every time we start locking as a lost control. Oh, it's paradise with honesty, but I'm in the dead of the night. Let the darkness take control. Let the darkness take control. Darkness take control. May the darkness take control. Take me in smoke, breathe me in and let me go. Sink to your heart to find you. Open up your eyes till you're blinded by the lies, so you can see what you do. Restless every time we start locking as a lost control. Oh, it's paradise with honesty, but I'm in the dead of the night. Teardrops on the floor. The pain is over. Feel the darkness take control. Darkness take control. Empty hearts and neon lights, they're playing with my mind. Gotta get out of here tonight. Oh, I wanna run off and fly, and I'll tell myself it's fine to be alone, just to find somewhere that finally feels like home. I hate all this overthinking. The more I swim, the more I'm sinking. Take me to a world of silver, no more heartbreaks, tears, painkillers. Take me somewhere unfamiliar, bring me back to where we started out. Get me out of now, to where we started out. Get me out of now, to where we started out. La 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 la, oh. Get me out of broken hearts and starting fights, turning truth to lies. Gotta get up, stop wasting time. Yeah, I wanna run off and fly, and I'll tell myself it's fine to be alone, just to find somewhere that finally feels like home. I hate all this overthinking.
If we are one grain of sand in the middle of the ocean, can you try to understand how a touch can cause explosions? Rise up. We're too great to be landed. Rise up. We're too great to be standing.
They ain't never gonna stop us, fly at 'em like choppers, better took those risks, cold blood in my fists, we fire starters, one out of a million will reach those heights, always get a feeling that I won't deny that work, never could toss, look at my eyes, I'm on the rocks, rise. Rise, cut my size, trying to make sense of it all comprise. Yeah, highs, been in these skies. Never stuck down, feeling paralyzed, but I'm up now. We all too late to fall. Yeah, anyone coming up, I'll lift them all. Never look down when there's risk involved. I got guts, got a lot, I gotta risk it all. Ain't got no feelings, we just floating. Yeah, I'm that grain of sand that made it out the ocean. A couple milli now, I'm causing a commotion. I've been coasting, hear my name around the world.
Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Radiant team pick. Dire team pick.
Tiny.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick. Radiant team ban.
Dusker. Huskar.
Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
Death Prophet.
10 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
The Undying waits.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
Sky Wrath Mage.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban.
Omni Knight.
Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Mareska has arrived.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Choose your hero. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Prepare for battle.
Between LILGUN and Omega Esports, and it is MLP time once again. John, welcome back, sir. We have 2 new drafts in front of us. How are you feeling about these ones?
Tsunami put it best. Tino gets the IO once more. It's something he's been playing for basically the past year now. It's a very strong comfort pick for him on the core. There are a couple of wild factors here for Omega. Mac on the Dazzle without the Necronomicon, which really was one of the mid-game things we've seen from for Dazzle. The itemization's got to be slightly different. You do see the Midas being queued up for Mac. And that's one way to just kind of build up, have a lower cooldown on Midas once you have the bad Juju up, and continue to scale. And for LILGUN's part, you know, the Husker is out along with the Omni Knight. Looks you've gotten on Omni Knight. Heavenly Grace is going to be a lot of bonus strength to toss onto the Husker or the Tiny. And Sanctity is playing the core Tiny as well, so we'll see if that overcomes the IO in this case. But it should make for a good back and forth. Like, this is a lot more aggressive for LILGUN. They have less downtime with their draft. They have a lot more options to access these fights early on. And that does fix an issue from Game 1. Game 1, we saw 2 of her farming, and the investment just didn't pay off. But this time around, LILGUN should have some more power on hand to force some issues up against Omega.
Yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of talk as well about this this core IO and how you can really nerf it down so it's not quite as effective. And the only idea that comes to mind, John, is we just delete the hero. I think that'll work perfect. Get rid of it.
It's just way too potent. I don't know if you'd want to delete the hero. I think there are other heroes you'd want to delete on top of that. I mean, you know, you delete IO, but then Techies is still a hero, right? And it's not picked in Southeast Asia, but we did see in other regions where the Techies is kind of famous. So I think Techies deserves to be deleted more as a Techies, but the IO is really strong, yeah.
I never said IO was going to be the only hero deleted to the list. But I thought, Ice Frog, if you are listening, please. Emails on Twitter, let me know. I'll give you the list over and we'll get it sorted. Apart from that, John, laning stage looking pretty strong for Omega, right? Like, you've got this mid Dazzle. It doesn't really struggle up against the Tiny. Looks like it's going to be a fairly easy matchup for the Dazzle with that Poison Touch. Got plenty of sustain there. Sanctity, you're kind of just stuck trying to secure CS, but as you saw, Mac did 2 games with his healing wave and kind of make it so he can actually deny these range creeps very effectively.
Gotta watch after that if you're saying, like, he's a melee hero against the Dazzle. The Poison Touch, as you mentioned, is strong, but really the Shadow Wave is what ruins Sanctity. Once he runs out of the free grab charges early on, he's gonna have to gap close, walk right into the creep wave, and Mac spam the Shadow Wave and make hard to trade for Sanctity. Sanctity, you know, there's talks about the skill build. He might not want to fully invest in the Avalanche toss here. He might just want to go for that right-click build with a tree grab. So if he does go that route, it could be a bit hard to sustain this lane against the Dazzle.
Fair enough. We're having a look down at the bot lane. You saw Shanks and Sam H up against X13 and Ace 12. Not so much of a challenging lane for 1-2-3 yet, but there is definitely a lot of kill potential here with this core task. Be very wary of that, as even mid lane you just saw the Avalanche coming out, or Mac chasing down Sanctity on the Tiny, but the Mac is securing all the runes. Sanctity is just struggling a little bit as the bot rune now, but the damage output a little bit scary already from this core Dazzle.
I mean, you're going to be able to sustain yourself with all these runes, as you see, but Sanctity's already forced to TP back just to get control of his wave, find his last hit, and Mac is already in a really happy spot. But have their water runes up, but Mac is under no pressure to pop his. So, really smooth lane for the Dazzle, and he's going to have to find a way to recover that lane. He did opt to level up the Avalanche, so it's not a direct build into the core right-click Tiny, but he might just want to play more of that space-making Blink-in Avalanche toss combo, but that will take the potency of his late-game scaling now.
So, what's that last thing we haven't really talked about at all yet is the top lane, where you'll see Tino and CML. Never mind that for a second. He's taking way too much damage again. He's going to back off and let the Poison Touch wear off, but you see how frustrating it is for the Tiny in this lane matchup, and we can have a look at that top lane where you do see Marvel with its start up against CML and Tino, and it's basically a similar story last game where Tino, he's having a good old time. not really struggling as bot lane. Speaking of struggles, there is going to be a first blood. Shanks and X12, or rather X23 goes down. Shanks able to secure the kill, and now top lane Marvel can't really farm very safely on the Omni against Stu on the top lane. It's very rough.
It's not easy. Marvel can kind of hold his own. He's got the soul ring up, so he can try to just spam out the heals, force out the wave. But the dual lane of IO plus Death Prophet, it's just nearly unkillable. It's almost like the Abaddon in that sense. You don't have the direct way of saving your IO here, but it's very hard to punish CML for going beyond the creep wave, for just getting these spirit siphons off. Very hard to out-term, and even the bot lane, right? We saw her Husk fall. The durability puzzle is not that great early on. You've got the option to get healed by Ace with Soul Rip, but again, the Undying does have mana issues. He does have 2 mangoes on hand. It's much easier for Shanks to just spam his spells, sit back, and be happy with the trades here.
Sanctity, he can't catch a break. Every time he comes close, he cops the poison touch. It's just not a fun lane for this Tiny. It's rather disgusting. Mac, he's going to have a very quick Midas build here, as Sanctity will at least have Ishji just TPing in to give him a full bottle up now, but that early Midas pick up on the Dazzle should pay some dividends here for Omega. Once again, Sanctity, he comes close, he'll take the crit aggro, but he's going to take so much damage in the process, and that poison touch is torn off. Have to continue taking damage.
The thing is that Max got a level advantage, so he already has a bad juju to play with. Lower cooldowns, minus armor on hand.
Ace, he's in big trouble. He's trying to set him up, but he is going to go. So 1, 2, 3. He's going to chase down Sam H. Trying to get a tree going, but it seems that the Tusk might be just fine as 1, 2, 3 goes down, and they get Sam H in the end, but he didn't even get XP for that. He even got Shanks on the Skywrath with the fire, but they did kill off the Husker, and again, 1, 2, 3, he got no XP out of it, so it's not really that amazing for this possible Husker.
It doesn't feel great for the Husker to have this kind of lane. You're off to a slower start, your farm is building up, but you're not trading well in the aggression. You really want to win out these trades with dying on hand, and this means that your level spikes is kind of slowing down here. You want to hit level 4 at a good point to start leveling up your other skills. For the side of Smart Omega, sure, Sam H is having a slower time. He's still level 4. He's been a lot greedier with getting that EXP up on the side, and I think that's just paying off. It allows us to get that burst damage down, and the saving capability of the Undying is just not quite there yet.
Not. How do you feel about the Undying changes anyway? In fact, hold that thought, because top lane, they're going to go in right now, but the Avalanche toss is there from Sanctity. He does kill on CML. Now Tino just needs to TP out, but he's seen the Avalanche being used up. At least he can TP out of there, and at least the Sanctity, he does manage to secure a kill for himself with this Tiny, which is naturally going to be quite important considering how bad of a lane he has had.
Yeah, I mean, take anything you can get here for tank. Really good use of that power rune. Just managing to at least find a simple pick-off and kind of even out the kill board, 3-3, less than 1k lead. You're not stopping Mac from hitting this timing with a Midas, though. So, yeah, you kill off the pos 5, but you're not really doing anything to put a dent on the cores farm right now, and you just worry about the Dazzle getting too much value from a sub 10-minute Midas. That's just going to be really hard to play against. In terms of net worth, it's just constant for Mac to build up on.
Well, here we go. Speaking of Mac, he comes right in onto that Undying with the tag team. Sam H and Ace. Completely melts as Sam H. He's looking for 1, 2, 3. He caught him going into that tree line. 1, 2, 3 is going to try and TP away in time. Sam H. He can't get the snowball. Very close call, and even top lane. So a bit of a chase here onto Marvel. Marvel, the Heavenly Great, survived a bit longer, but Tino wants to continue this chase down. The end will decide better of it. Nil bot and see a rotation in from Sanctity. He's going to try and go in onto Mac. Mac doesn't have Shallow Grave up yet, so he is going to die. Even finding a secondary in the form of Shanks. Did cost them a lot of rotations, but maybe they'll even find Sam. The snowball is probably not going to save any. Kind of messes up the charts there. Blocks himself in. And, well, with those rotations out for LILGUN, it's very worthwhile.
They managed to get some punishment on Omega. They find 2 cores for the really big win there for LILGUN. They can look to apply pressure in that bot tier, not the most important tower. Action's gonna be really good at giving Sam H less space to play with on the Tusk, and that should open up a little bit more map space here for LILGUN, give them some access to the jungle. They've already got the deep ward, and that should allow more rotation potential once they commit fully. For now, gonna hold out. Ooh.
Yeah, Marvel dropping very quick. Tino able to take the kill for himself. Well, Sanctity, he's got rotate, but can't really even kill off Shanks at the moment, which is rather depressing. Often that mid lane. Suppose with this core Tiny, you've just got more farming to do.
Radiant's top tower is under
Open up the blink, but be a bit of time while that's happening bot lane. It might run in for that kill attempt there with Sam H, but not really the case. We see a right now, but he does have help. Meanwhile, mid lane, Shanks does indeed end up going down. Sanctity able to find another one.
Yeah. And he's got the burst damage on hand. Level 2 max level avalanche 2 toss. It's got up, so there's a lot more damage, and you can see now a little bit more invading that triangle.
They're gonna try it. Mac, he'll be targeted here. He gets the healing wave off, but it's not gonna matter. Again, he doesn't have the shallow grave yet. Can't really survive once he gets ganked like that. But for LILGUN, again, great news for them. Just finding these important kills. If you look at the farm of 1, 2, 3 now, he's right at the top of the net worth board, and it is comfortable. He's going to be very powerful very soon.
I mean, he's already at that. He's got the armor up. Like, it's very hard to burst down 1, 2, 3 with all the regen on hand. You've got really high leveled Undying now. He's got his level 6 and max level Tombstone. So if you do go into these prolonged fights, it's not good news for Smart to force that issue. Although they are smoked up here. That's great.
Gonna lead to any. Damn, she's having a look at Roshan, just fists up. Meanwhile, top lane, Marvel. Careful. Back into the lane though. Sanctity being jumped with the Mystic Flare out, and he's a core Tiny. Still melts to that Mystic Flare damage as everybody else does. Omega towards that T1 now. They have the Exorcist, so they can abuse it, and that they will. Try and fuck this one out. Bedlam there from Hishki. Silence out as well. The Husk are going to jump right in on Shanks, but they have Shallow Grave this time. And 1, 2, 3, he gets disarmed, but it's not in time. He will fly onto Sam H, though. They will at least find a 2-for-1 trade. Not going to feel too amazing losing that Husk like that. But I suppose they do defend that T1.
Yeah, they're on to the objective. What really hurts here for LILGUN is the fact that they're forced to throw their pause one Husker in front, which again is fair. Husker is a very mid early game oriented hero, but look at how much space Tino gets. Like, he's basically free farming top lane. He switches to bot, maybe looking to push in that bot tier 1 now, and you just haven't done enough to stop the IO. So even if you're getting this Husker finding some support kills, having your time around to soak, the question still stands, is that enough to stand against a free farm IO? And it just doesn't feel like they've done enough to stop Tino from just playing the game he wants to play.
Gonna try and farm up on this Husker and just trying to keep up on 1, 2, 3. The armlet toggles, you can easily just take the ancient stacks by yourself. Can do this thing with Roshan as well, and we'll see when 1, 2, 3 wants to commit for that Roshan. But while he was doing that, the bot tier 1 tower does drop, able to pick it up, and Omega, it feels like a similar story to last game where they had a bit of a slower start. As time goes on, they're getting everything they want, and you start to wonder what the answer is going to be from LILGUN. Because Husker, it has its limits, especially in terms of time. Like, in the late game, it doesn't feel that great.
No, I mean, it's got some scaling options, but still isn't amazing. Then you have to worry about scaling late, not just against the IO, but that really hits stride once you hit level 18. Max level bad juju, 50% CDR on, say, Guardian Greaves, and lower cooldown Shallow Grave. Then the Shard can come out with a Hex on Poison Touch. It's a lot of control to contend with, a lot of durability coming out from Smart Omega as well. And they are sort of allowed to slow down the game while also finding objectives. Like, Mac is still finding farm, just right behind the Husker, and LILGUN, again, they're playing passively, but their lineup doesn't really want to do that. So they need to find some opportunity be aggressive. Perhaps with his blink done on Sanctity flying out, they can look to set up on some angles, get smoke out, invade the jungle for a bit. They don't have the best aggressive wards here from LILGUN though, so it could be a bit blind if they want to roam into the other side of the river.
Oh. Smoke up in the mid lane. LILGUN want to try and get aggressive now around that mid tier 1 tower, and of course if they can get a nice team fight going, they can try to secure the mid tier 1. Problem is they're not really moving around too much. They're trying to decide which way to go. They're not going to find anyone quite as yet, or maybe they are. CML. A nice start and run to the Roshan and sets. They avoid the mid tier 1. They'll go for the Roshan play, and one would argue it might be even more valuable. How going to be able to scout this south though? Can Omega fight this? Damage. He had jumped on immediately by Sanctity. They're going to try and distract them while the Roshan's still happening, but they have lost Marvel. Still the Roshan does go down. Now Sam H is a man on the run. Try and get himself out of there. Shards not going to be very nice, but Sanctity is going to blink forward anyway. Still chasing down this task. Sam H, this is a lot of space being bought, but perhaps not quite enough. He's still running away. Now the pet comes out, but Sam H is not really taking too much damage. He'll turn around with the snowball. Still on the run. Will avoid all the roots. Still running away as Sanctity will get him back in. Don't get rooted up, but it won't matter. They get the kill in the end. It just took a while, but they get it done.
That's so much aces-man. It's so hard to play against that, and it opened up some space. 123 was trying to chase down Tino in that downtime. If he had the rest of the team, they might have been able to get the punishment on the Aya. So because of that space, you miss an opportunity. They still line up for mid. This is big.
Shanks. Trouble. Avalanche toss. The shallow grave was there by Mac, but it is not going to help him out fairly easily there. So, well, this core Dazzle, it's got some catching up to do now. It's still ahead of the Tiny, but it feels like the side of Omega need a lot more to really be able to make this Dazzle worthwhile. But I suppose time goes on, the later this game goes on, the more Omega are going to be hit with this draft. Speaking of, Tino, he's got the Ags up now on Bio. Just needs to be careful because they are kind of surrounding him. It's going to be just fine, at least for now.
They're playing this really smart for smart Omega, right? Like they are kind of split pushing, CML just solo pushing that bot. And they did cut the wave, but there's still enough for CML to maximize his air resistance. So they might find a good trade, although they're in mid.
They are trying to push in the mid tier 2 tower, but you see that bot lane being forced in as well there by Tino. Shanks. He gets dived on hit by 1, 2, 3, and that should be a very dead Skywrath mage as he couldn't really turn around and do anything. Trying for that mid tier 2 tower, but now in the backline there is a snowball out, but still the shadow is there. Sam H unable to block him out either. Hishki can just keep going with the curse crown and they will find another. Sam H to drop off past
top tower is under attack.
LILGUN, right back into mid tier 2.
That's a really smart play from Sam H. He cuts off the TP coming back from Hishki, so he can't come in to maybe deny off that spot tier 2. Be even tier 2 for tier 2. Better for LILGUN as the mid tier 2 does cut off access into the jungle a bit better and gives you better control on the triangle as well. And they can look towards the high ground. They've still got the Aegis for a bit longer, about 2 minutes on that, on the Husker. They can try to maximize that while they're strong. They need to get as much as possible at this point in the game.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3. He's just standing his ground. Tier 3 they go, and well, Omega, they're the ones who need to have an answer here. 2, 3. He gets a bit of chip damage, and that's going to be enough for him. He doesn't want to risk too much, it seems. Well, as that, of course, you do see the creep skipping now by Tino. A nice little thing the IO can with his dominated creep, but he realizes he's being chased down as we speak. Back off. He'll be just fine.
I think Smart and Omega are still fairly happy about this. Their high ground's protected. They're still waiting for Age to expire before looking to re-Age, although Ace...
Yeah, he's in a bit of danger here. Snowball gonna fly out. Make sure he can't TP away. They will at least find the support undying. They're gonna try for a bit more with the Rod of Atos out. They do lock down Marvel. Marvel, it's a little bit too tanky for them at the moment. Or maybe not for Tino. Tino does come in from the side. Last shot there with the spirit damage flying out. Marvel is starting to drop low, but a nice avalanche into the Terrorize. Make sure that can't continue this chase. And instead, Omega, they're going to go back for that mid-tier 1. And while it is going to be fairly late, managed to take.
And you're still happy about the pace here for Smart Omega. You're in the lead by less than 1k. Most of the gold on LILGUN is still just riding on 1, 2, 3. They haven't been able to redistribute that towards Sanctity, towards Marvel. The other core taking the backseat here. MH is as well on the Tusk in comparison to all the other cores, but you don't really mind on the Tusk. Like, he doesn't need too much gold to be active. He's a couple levels to kind of play around. You might want to prioritize the Blink now. They are trying to line up for the 2 top here on the side of LILGUN, but bot tier 2 is going to be pressured, and they do have Exorcism up on Smart Omega.
It's only level 1 Exorcism, but it still does do a fair bit of damage onto those cells, and he's going to end up popping it. Of course, LILGUN are forced to rotate and defend his tower. Sanctity is going to rush right in, looking for a toss target. Quite a bad one. Of course, that's what Omega just wanted, is to force them back and not allow them to go on high ground again in the Dire side of the map. You know, back off. Smoke out from LILGUN is not really meaning too much yet. But Tino, he is under vision right now, so this could be a great time to initiate, but they don't find him. He'll be able to back down to the south. And with that, it looks like it's a bit of a reset for both teams. Because kind of get back to what they were doing. I suppose for LILGUN, it's trying to push that high ground again, but the problem is this bot lane is always being forced in by Sam H and Shanks. I don't think they can really commit for that mid-tier 3 tower yet.
Nah, I mean, they also lost the Aegis at Spire, so Smart Omega can actually to make a turn on Husker if they want to, and they're still lining up for bot. Like, it's just a consistent push. Their creep wave is cut off, but it's fresh creep wave coming in, and they had to pop the Fortify for the tier 3.
I love the fact that Tino just equally kind of relocates in. He was not going to take Sam H back. Leave him there and keep applying pressure, but Sanctity now is going to come in and clean him up. They'll get rid of this pesky Tusk, and they might even find Shanks. Trying for the TP play, but the damage output is way too high on Sanctity, and it's right into the mid lane. Again, they go. At high ground, the tier 3 tower once again being chipped away here by LILGUN. Omega, they're going to be around to defend, but it's not going to be quite as easy as it would have been with your whole 5. So they are doing a good job of it. 1, 2, 3, forced to back off. Now the rest of the heroes are going to respawn from Omega. So once again for LILGUN, they get a bit of chip damage, but they are going to back off, arm up a bit more, and maybe come back a little bit later on.
They're starting to get some good farm distribution here for LILGUN. Sanctity's getting a little bit more. He already has his Echo Saber, going for the upgrade down the line, so saving up for that. Smart Omega, I don't think they mind this time too much, right? They're still waiting for level spikes on their Dazzle, still trying to hit level 18 for that full output of utility and damage. And you're also saving up for the Ag Shard here on Max. The stall out is not too bad. Net worth gap is starting to go towards LILGUN's way, but it's not substantial enough to kind of get big advantage yet. So you do have to watch out. There is a smoke here from Smart Omega, but they're the ones lacking vision now, so they're the ones going in a bit blind across the river.
Teams once again kind of just unable to find each other. The bot tier 1 tower does drop in the meantime. Looks like they're going to try and just trade towers on the side lane. And Omega just not really feeling too confident. Going to have a quick pause out. He's apparently having some ping issues there. But that's fine, John. We can have a nice casual conversation while we're waiting.
Yeah. It's good. No, there are ping issues, of course, coming out from Mongolia. I checked stats for it, but it's not as bad as I expected. I believe I'm seeing around 90. So it's not too bad, all things considered, but of course the lines sometimes act up, as you would know.
John, that's not what the people want to hear. They want to know what you had for Merienda today. What was Merienda? Everyone
I
knows that's
haven't
what they
had
want.
any. I think all I have on hand is maybe some coffee, maybe some banana chips. I don't know if you've had those. Have you had banana chips before? They're like
Yes, I've
fried
had
up bananas
chips,
fried
John.
up with sugar. Yeah, they're pretty good. Yeah, probably just that. Simple. You know, it's a nice. You know, it's the middle of summer right now in Southeast Asia, but it's a nice cool day. Having like a hot cup of coffee while watching some Dota in the afternoon. I would love some. I know ensaymada sounds good, but I can't really go out to buy some of those nice fluffy pastries. Like, unfortunately.
Very upset. Luckily for us, John, if this pause does go on too long, we have Black who can jump on and start beatboxing for us, but looks like it's not gonna happen. We do get the unpause, so the viewers will have to wait for that little treat. Mega falls back down to the top tier 2 and the bottom tier 2 being taken down by LILGUN. Very easy stuff for teams, but it does seem like Omega, they're going to be more than happy to try and commit for the high ground and once again just try and force back LILGUN, and that's exactly what they're doing. Force back the rotations. Sanctum is going to be in with the Avalanche and the back. CML, he's alive. Backing off because they're trying to find a bit more. CML, is you really going to get himself out of this? They'll turn around to the Walrus and the Shards down to block the way. LILGUN still trying to make their way over, but it looks like Omega are going to be just fine. Or maybe not. The initiation is in from Sanctity right up to Sam H. They'll get the Shallow Grave off time. Sam H, he should be at least one dead. Or maybe not yet. Sam H still alive, still being healed up, is still burning. But no, he's fine. He is absolutely fine. Sam H is going to be saved, and LILGUN, a little bit overly confident with the fire spear damage, will miss out on all the kills.
He, you know, is just going to get worse as this game goes on. That's still a level 2 bad juju as well, so it's not even the full CDR just yet, not full cooldown reduction just yet, and when you have that sustain, it's just hard to play into it.
They found the dying. Nice kill there. Ace. This one, he's going to start moving in, but CML seemed happy to just try and man-fight, and now they've got max shards up. So here come your hexes with the poison touch. One going to try and he'll step right in onto the dazzle. This could be harder than anticipated unless Sanctity gets the initiation like that. It kills off CML. You know, he relocates down. Sam H now is going to be chased down by 1, 2, 3 with the fire spears. He will die this time around as they're going to go for a bit more now. Shanks is very squishy. Sanctity will be able to finish him off. LILGUN proving to be very strong again in these team fights. Are going to be able to move right back into the Roshan pit.
That's going to be really big. Free ag card coming out in the second Roche. You're going to have a lot of potential for that, maybe giving it out to Sanctity or 1-2-3 here. Really big boost for both sides. You'd probably maybe hope for it on Sanctity instead, just to have that uptime with the tree grab. We'll see what the call out is. No response here from Smart Omega. They lost all their heroes, the big ones that count, and that just means they have to put into 8 cheese and that shard upgrade going for free. Let's go to 1-2-3.
Very nice stuff. 3 going to be very happy about that. Going for the Aghanim Scepter next, it looks like. Forcing targets to attack Husker, increase pass rate. So Husker turns into Axe when he gets Aghanim Scepter. Pretty good.
Very nice. It's a
rather,
good piece of
more like
control.
LC. I guess, like leading commander tool, almost.
Sort of. Sure. It's really nice though, right? Like, you get that control right when you jump in. It's going to be hard for Smart Omega to kind of break off that initiation, and with the inner fire upgrade, lowering healing is big against IO and Dazzle. A lot of these engagements for Smart Omega has been riding off the back of all this regen they get with Shadow Wave coming through, with the lower cooldown Greaves. Now you're not going to get as much value there, so there's more opportunities for LILGUN to just keep applying that pressure, keep jumping down, shoving themselves down the throats of Smart Omega, and Omega's just not going to have as much healing on hand to ride through those damage spikes from LILGUN.
Not happy face. Again, Esports appearance here. Gotta tell you, John, I really missed this season. On season 1, of course, we had the pleasure of casting North America, but there's just something different about Southeast Asia.
Yeah.
Just you never know what to expect from these guys. That's the thing. right? Like with these drafts, I know we're into a new patch and we're expecting new drafts anyway, but it's always a bit of fun to see the free experimentation from these teams.
Oh, definitely. There's just a very different playstyle, and I think we mentioned it when we were casting NA. Like this patch specifically feels like it's kind of forcing the Southeast Asian playstyle or even South American playstyle to all the other regions.
I mean, it is.
It's just team fights, constant fights up till, you know, there's early ruins. Supports might want to throw their bodies out, or they just want to contest their lanes, just want to keep throwing themselves out. There's not too much downtime to farm. That was an issue for LILGUN in Game 1, but you can see what happens when they're allowed to fight. As long as they play to the pace of the patch, it's working out just fine so far.
That it is. We also had the cheeky comeback of Anna while we're in the break between the season 1 and 2. Very good to see the man back. Obviously, people saying, you know, not playing, or rather just playing in Oz is a weakness. I disagree. He's been training very, very hard. Arguably the hardest server, maybe apart from SCA.
Yeah, it's interesting because every time I hear your tales from the Oz server, I just wonder what the heck even goes on there.
I mean, you were watching me today, John. It's terrible. Bot lane, big smoke up, and they're going to run right into the Skywrath. Shanks being caught out and probably has very little chance of survival as he just gets bursted down by Sanctity. And now they even found Sam H on that offlane task. He's going to try and shards block his way out of this with the TP. Can he really make it out? It looks like he can. No way to really cancel it as the Yules was on cooldown by Hishki, and the Avalanche was not available either with the toss from Sanctity. Still, it's going to be fine. You got the pause for Skywrath. You're still controlling the map if you are LILGUN. It's all about just being patient. Keep chipping away at that high ground when it is saved. Of course, for the other side of things, Omega, they're just waiting on Tino. Tino is about to hit that level 20 mark, and that spirit damage can get a little bit obnoxious.
Certainly can be. You've also managed to hit the level spike here on Max, so max level bad juju in play. Let's see the cooldown. Guardian Greaves 20-second cooldown. Shadow Wave down to 4 seconds. Shallow Grave down to 9 seconds. Always nice having off that really up. You have to be careful about that spike, but high ground should be easy now. Like they can just chip through the tier 3 and maybe look for more.
Well, the tier 3 tower finally going to go down here for LILGUN as they start to move in onto those melee barracks. X out from Mac, not really going to last very long. Conceal, they're just trying to chip away at 1, 2, 3, but he's got so much sustain, so much heal out from Marvel. They need to commit, and Sanctity, he's going to be the one to do it right onto CML, but the Shallow Grave is going to save the day for now. Thing is, 1, 2, 3 has already got in the melee barracks, and they're going to move into the backside and try and team fight now as Tino. He sneaks up from behind. Sam H is in trouble. Guardian Angel is out protecting everybody. The Shallow Grave is there in time onto the task, but is it going to be good enough? Not quite. They'll lose CML and they'll lose Sam H. And Omega, they are just lacking an answer. Tino, he's going to be chased down here with the Cursed Crown. Going to try and buy out as much time as he can, but Hishki is going to try and control him up, and he gets the root on the tether. That'll be a dead Tino. Continues to try and fight back. They toss him up in the air, and Marvel gives him a little bit of a cheeky tip.
It's really starting to build up for LILGUN now. 7k lead, 25-11. Smart Omega running into damage issues with all the sustain on hand from LILGUN, and they just don't have their own sustain. Once 1, 2, 3 is up there with the inner fire, you just really can't keep yourself alive long enough. Even if you are alive, there's just nothing coming out from your heroes to burst them down. So Smart Omega has to look for a new approach. But 1, 2, 3 just stands forward with a status resist. There's nothing that stops him from just getting those hits off.
There is not. 1, 2, 3 just having a very happy day as we'll go right on to CML now, and CML forced to back off, but Hishki is moving in. He'll get the Yules off at the Mac into the double avalanche of Sanctity. It's not going to be quite enough to kill them off. Still, now moving in, Omega. They know they need to team fight somehow. But where's your damage output for 1, 2, 3? He'll dive in by himself with the life break on to CML, and CML, he is just burning alive. The fire spears are a bit too much, but Tino is going to heal him up along with Mac. Back on a 1-2-3 they go, but again the sustain is there for the Husker. And Sanctity just casually kills off Sam H in the meantime. How do you kill this Husker, John? He's just not dying.
Yeah, they can't. They have to focus on the backline somehow. They just don't have the best gap closures now. All they really have is Sam H, and with him out of the picture, does have buyback, but they just can't find the angles here.
Sanctity right back in onto CML, gets another kill into another. They'll go on to Shanks. They're trying to help him out. Tino, he even joined in, but the damage output from 1-2-3 just proving to be a little bit too high as Shanks does die. And they are yet to find the answer. They try to move in onto Ace. Snowball is there. Sam H, who at least he'll get one, but the damage out from 1-2-3 just taking Sam H down onto the DP. That'll be CML gone, and the Guardian Angel is there in time. They'll at least get his G. But can they kill 1-2-3? He's running. Buyback is there from the Dark Willow. They're still going to try as the life break is back the way of Tino now. He wants to man fight this IO. There's your the Shallow Grave out immediately from Mac to make sure Tino survives. Sanctity, he's right back in with the Tiny, trying to find a target. He will not die as Mac now being jumped again by the Husker. Do they have the damage to kill him? They do. They actually get him down. They'll even find Marvel on the Omni. This game, although it took them a very long time, is clearly not over. And eventually, it seems they can kill 1-2-3.
Takes a lot, and the right things happen there for Smart Omega. They managed to kill off the Undying first, then sort of split up the team of LILGUN. They managed to and just break up the 5-man clump up, which is where LILGUN's really strong. Like, they've got 2 sources of healing, they've got a lot of control. They need to clean up the supports first in this case, maybe even shooting for that Omni Knight as soon as possible, if they can kind of burst him down. And as long as they can do that, they've got some angles to go into. LILGUN, you know, they lose some heroes, they overstay their welcome, but they are still 2 Raxus up. They are 31-15 now with a 9k lead. Smart Omega is still on the back foot. Still need to figure out how to constantly reach that back line. There is an Octarine up on Mako, so even lower cooldowns. 3-second Shadow Wave, 6.8-second Shallow Grave, 6.8-second Poison Touch, 15-second Guardian Grieve. So it is, you are finding some itemization coming out here. It feels like we need to see a little bit more come out. And we need to see Sam H really find the right targets in the back. So much riding on this Tusk to just find the angle, get the lockdown on one, and clean up the 4v5 afterwards.
You know what Omega really need, John? They need a Spell Prism for their Dazzle. And
oh, yes.
I'm sure they'll find one. You know, if IceFrog wants to bless Omega, I'm sure they'll get a Spell Prism later on to just amplify the cooldowns of Mac. One little fact, by the way, Mac with the Spider Legs currently has 1.5 seconds worth of downtime on those Spider Legs. Very fast boy.
That's ridiculous. It's a speedy Dazzle.
It's no Wild Axes though, John. You know, no 0-second cooldown.
True. That would really be balanced. Imagine a 0-second cooldown Poison Touch for the Hex. Thank God that doesn't happen. Thank goodness. Oh.
Go. Giant Jungle is occupied right now. LILGUN, they're going to move in with the Cursed Crown out onto CML on the life break just from a mile away. The Shallow Grave's going to save for now. Sam H, he jumped in with the Snowball, trying to go onto the Omni Knight. They want to burst him down first, but they've lost Sam H and they've lost Shanks. Onto Tino they go. In fact, never mind Tino, they want Mac. That'll be your Dazzle gone. DML, he just can't. He can't live through it. They try to get Marvel in the backlines to at least get rid of some of the sustain on this Husker and get rid of the Heavenly Grace, but even Marvel proving to be a little bit too tanky on that Omni Knight. Now they'll go for the final lane of Barracks, and with no buyback on your Dazzle, how do you defend this? Toss back into the IO. Tino gonna get life broken immediately by X123, and that's it, they call it GG. LILGUN, they make the cheese work. And Omega, they're going to have to try and make Game 3 work. They really didn't seem to stand a chance in this Game 2.
Yeah, I mean, there was some good back and forth there. At the end, we saw the permanent Shallow Grave coming through from Mac, but the moment you jump that Dazzle, you just take that out of the window. And Omega Esports, they try to experiment. Mac Dazzle doesn't quite pay off in the way they'd want to. Sam H really had a slow game.
Yeah. Unknown Brain. Marvin Devine. I'm saying bye to all the lies and all the times you cried, saying that I wasn't right, yet I was right by your side. You manipulator, playing games, your friends commentators, and I don't know what you say about our private conversations, but it's got them hating. Thanks to all the rumors you be claiming. It's cool, I'm done with you, so they can throw you a celebration. You gon' hate it when you see me with somebody living better. I'm trying to tell you that me just doing me gon' have you jealous.
I know that I gotta stay away from all your games, yeah. I know that I found somebody else to love me one day. You'll realize the grass ain't greener on the other side, no. You did me dirty for the last time, so now I gotta say goodbye.
Yeah, my life is lovely now, I'm focused on me. You said you were about to die, I guess the car is on E. But see, I ain't even tripping, cause I just chose to believe that somebody gon' come around and give me just what I need. I don't wanna see you frowning, see you looking down and out. Coming to me crying, saying you miss having me around. Gave you chances and you blew it, you so easily influenced. All the times you told me beat it, now you gotta face the music, I'm saying.
I know that I gotta stay away from all your games, yeah. I know that I found somebody else to love me one day. You'll realize the grass ain't greener on the other side, no. You did me dirty for the last time, so now I gotta say goodbye. So now I gotta say
Just like the street lights lit this town, like a fire in a blaze, gotta burn it down. Can't be afraid to leave this out. We got this far, don't know how. I see danger in your eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise. You know that we're gonna light it up tonight. We're gonna light it up tonight. We're gonna light it up just like the sunrise. We're gonna light it up. Just like a spark that's breaking out. Can't make a stop, can't turn back now. We know that there's no room for doubt. No, we can't turn back now. I see danger in your eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise. You know that we're gonna light it up tonight. We're gonna light
I felt is paid for, all is said and done. Oh, I am restricted, fixed upon the web. I need to kick the habit that my mind is breathing in. Break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it innocent, a feel of discontent. I'm finally facing it all, fearless. Burning the bridge that keeps us. I'm here and I'm feeling exaggerated, that's what you assume. The story's over now, I must conclude. I am conflicted, watching where I step still, hanging in the balance. Not the life I want to live, I want to take it all. Standing tall, fear I've weighed the person you are. Oh, break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it innocent, a feel of discontent. I'm finally facing it all, fearless.
Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick. Radiant team pick.
Puck!
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Dire team pick.
Lion.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban.
Grimstroke.
Radiant team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Radiant team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Abyssal Underlord. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Earth Spirit. Dire team pick.
Templar Assassin.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban.
Dragon Knight.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick. Ten Radiant seconds remaining. Pick.
Alchemist.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
The sack.
You may now select your heroes. Prepare for battle.
Have a little humility. In strength is victory.
Nice to see you. So I'm here once again with John X5. John, welcome back, sir. How you doing?
Doing great, Mike. And we've got a pretty great time here. Game 3 coming out. LILGUN managing to force that second game. A really different set of drafts coming through here. The puck sliding through for Smart Omega. Going for the last pick, Alec as well. LILGUN going back to the support combo of Tiny, Lion, and as you heard from the panel, Tiny on the support. Probably not the best spot for it right now. I think the bigger issue is when you have a Lion 5, you've got two supports fighting for blink time, right? Like Lion needs a blink and maybe an Aether Lens just to have that max potential out, and you don't get enough space on the 5 Lion when you've got a 4 Tiny. So we're gonna have to see what LILGUN does to relieve that pressure, and if they can start hunting down this Alec. Like Tino Alec is also one of his comfort heroes way back when TS Pro Series 4 or 5. Tino would love the Alec and the Aya, so it's another comfort pick for him. If he manages to get that farm up, the hero could still bounce back and still have a lot of farm to play with.
As you know very well, John, this could be a very depressing game for me, as we do see the Earth Spirit in this game, and what Earth Spirit did to deserve nerfs, but he got a lot of nerfs, John. Made me very, very sad. You keep telling me we can play core Earth Spirit now with the damage bonus at level 10, but I continue to tell you it's garbage. I'm yet to see it.
Hey, you place it mid, okay? So
yeah, I mean, but that's your part. That's our idol, John. Of course he plays at mid.
That's fair. Still, we'll see how much Shanks can get out here. Already kind of sneaking around the jungle, hooking back. Bot, you see our mid matchup just for a bit. We've got Mac on that puck. Sanctity on the TA should be fairly even. You can kind of try to zone out the puck, but the puck has the orb to toss out, has good mobility to secure those initial runes as well if they want to really scuffle over it. And as mentioned, Sanctity, you do want on mid every single time, but will stall out the timing for your initial itemization into the Desolator, so, and even the Wraith Fan. So you're going to have to watch yourself there. If you do commit, you have to get the max value on a TA.
Taking a bit of damage right now, Sanctity. Matt trying to be extremely aggressive. In fact, it might be a first blood, Sanctity.
Oh.
Uh-oh. Not a great start for the TA. Already going down and back at level 1. You're going to have an XP advantage on Matt, which is going to feel pretty bad for Sanctity.
Yeah, that's not good science. I mean, the puck is a hard hero to lane against, but not something to immediately take over on level 1, so Sanctity's going to have to watch that spacing and try not to bleed out anymore. Like, if Mac's just allowed to overtake this lane with that EXP advantage, it'd be hard to recover against the puck.
It is. Should have a look at the other lanes as well. Bot lane, as you see, a bit of an initiation there onto the Earth Spirit. Meanwhile, lane Marvel is also getting extremely low, and well, there are going to be kills happening across the map. Marvel does die. Well, bot lane, nothing really packed out there. It was just a bit of harassment out onto Shanks. Speaking of Shanks, he's trying to go into Ace 12 now, but with the DK off lane, you don't have really that much synergy, I feel like, until you have a few levels up on the DK. Sure, you can set up the rolling boulder with the Dragon Tail, but it's like for now they are just going to sit back and relax.
It's a difficult lane for Smart Omega to be aggressive in. Like, it's 2 melee heroes up against 2 ranged. Your setup for the Earth Spirit is pretty much a melee stun as well. So it's not like you can gap close onto 1, 2, 3 and just force him out of a bad spot. And that should mean our Leshrac rides smoothly here. You're already seeing 1, 2, 3 on top of the last hits. You can hit him with the fire, the breed fire here, but the damage reduction doesn't do anything against Lesh. Like, you play with Splitter, Edict, and you still have a great time finding creeps.
Another Earth Spike out, and they have caught Shanks. He's going to try and kick away 1, 2, 3, and he will be fine as Sam H now. He's going to go right back onto Ace 12, but the breathe fire is not going to prove to be enough damage. We'll be able to salve up back in onto Shanks, but they missed the Earth Spike. Should be just fine to get himself out, and now we can look at the top lane, which is the one lane we haven't really talked about. We've got Tino and CML there up against Marvel. Marvel will have his position for Tiny, played by Hishi for a large camp pull, but Marvel playing with fire here onto CML. There's going to be a follow-up stun to the Inkswell. he shouldn't really... Maybe he will. Stroke of Fate doesn't connect, which allows Marvel to get himself out. This looks to be another pretty difficult lane, at least for LILGUN at this top side, where Tino can get a bit aggressive with CML, and with the Inkswell and follow-up stun from Tino, it can be a substantial amount of damage.
They're not really doing enough to stop Tino from finding farm as well. Like, without the threat of kills, Tino just goes in, drops his acid spray, clears out camp, clears out the wave. You are durable here as the Underlord, but the minus armor from acid spray just makes it very unfavorable to trade. And if Hishki, as a melee support, stays in that acid spray as well, and he has no armor, so you're just not trading favorably at all.
Certainly not. Spot lane, Earth Spike, not quite out in time onto Shanks. It's fine. Still, X123 having a pretty decent time with the Leshrac so far, farming up nicely, and we've seen this pretty much every game throughout this series. Both position ones just more than happy to farm as CML. Gee, nice toss away. Tino now is going to be kind of just forced to stun himself. Luckily for him, he's an alchemist and he can still farm with acid spray while he's stunned up. So no problems there for Tino.
Tino's just having such a great time. 32-6, really efficient for the jungle camps and the pulls as well. They do have good damage
Avalanche
here.
toss. CML should drop. Salve up is going to be enough to survive. And now the turnaround with the Inkswell and the Unstable Concoction. They'll be the ones to kill off Hishji. Fortunately for the Tiny, he gets nothing as they roll in for more now. Marvel spot a danger, but they don't seem to have the damage output. Without those stuns, Marvel will be safe, be able to stick in the lane and just survive.
It's still tough, right? Like, you're not dying, but
they roll in again. Marvel still gonna be just fine. They don't really have the damage output. That's what I mean, John. The Earth Spirit just not that strong. Didn't really need a nerf as bot lane. Onto the DK they go. Sam H. Diabolic DD gonna be there, but it is not gonna be enough. Sam H gonna be okay to back himself out. Looks like he is left to solo this off lane though, so does have to be very careful on that DK.
He's at level 5 now though, and 123 did go for Edict build, so the damage he does is kind of reduced, although.
Marvel, up lane again. They're gonna try this time around, and this time he should be dead. And they do get him. However, down at the bot lane, Ace 12 actually also drops. Looks like Mac in a nice little rotation there on the puck and does at least get himself a support pickup.
I mean, they're just finding everything right now in Omega's end.
Uh-oh.
5-0 and
they hadn't used coil. They found the Leshrac. X123, he's gonna go down. There's one thing we always say about Leshracs, John, but they can't really afford to die too many times. Otherwise, they just kind of turn into a creep.
Yeah, it's still a really good start for the Lesh, but their aggression in that lane just doesn't pan out. You don't want to jump to Dragon Knight with this kind of build. Like, Edict is still great, but level 3 Dragon Blood just mitigates a lot of that damage output because it's physical. So Sam H just gets to live through a ton of that, and now he's got Falcon Blade up in this lane. He's going to be able to pressure that tier 1 bot as well, and there's not much you can do now for LILGUN. Like, they're walking back into lane. You saw some space down mid for Sanctity to shove into tier 1, but even that damage wasn't significant, and Tino just comes in. You can start going to the jungle now. They've got some room here for the Grimstroke to soak some EXP and some farm up. And there's no punishment yet coming out from LILGUN for this kind of early play from Omega.
No, there is not. They're going to try now onto Tino. Blanche toss is there. It's not really going to do much, though. He's just fine. Continue farming that jungle. They will at least take the stacks away from him, which is going to help, of course, just amplifying the TA's farm a little bit. But overall, Tino, of course, going to hold on to that net worth lead. As bot lane, they are going to try and go onto Sam H. They get the follow-up stun with the Split Earth, and now the Pulse Nova and Diabolic Edict is all going onto Sam H. He is a tanky DK, but perhaps not tanky enough, as he should eventually die and does finally go down. But now the turnaround, Tino is there with the Unstable Concoction and the Inkswell. It will all land on Ace 12. One X123 kind of saves the day there with the Split Earth and be able to escape just fine.
Still timely movement out from Tino. He can start farming down the bot lane. They can look to shove that to bot tier 1. It's fairly low now. That does give some space out on Marvel up top to just sort of free farm on the Underlord, but it's definitely not too bad here for the side of Omega. Like, you can just go back into the triangle instead, where they are protected with a nice Obs ward. There's no deep wards here from LILGUN yet, so the Alchemist can just go back to this farming game and build up into that Battle Fury.
G. Coming again to here at Shanks, looking for a toss back, but the kick away is there. Still, he got the avalanche into the toss now, into X123. He's just gonna melt. So will that tier 1 mid tower. No problems here for LILGUN. With that mid tier 1 opened up, that's one of the better ways to just counter out the Alchemist. Start overtaking the jungle that he wants to farm in. Tino, he's gonna have to farm a bit faster. LILGUN do start to invade.
It's shrinking a bit, that map. There's more options here for LILGUN to be aggressive. They do have the supports to back up that aggression. There is a smoke out here from Smart Omega, though. They've got Dream Coil ready to go on Mac. They're going to try to look for a pick-off to compensate for losing.
They are down towards the bot side, where they have started. MH did already throw out the Dragon Tail, and now might just go for the dive on the tier 1 tower. He's kind of forcing History to come back in, and that's not going to work out for the Tinies. He has been caught out by the Dream Coil and kicked away right back into Mac. Nice little pickup. Of course, while that was happening, top tier 1 was being focused down by LILGUN. It will be a direct kind of trade between those tier 1 towers.
You're still happy for LILGUN here. You're up 2 towers. You've got really good control in that jungle. Look at all the wards here from LILGUN, just keeping track of the top jungle, ensuring that Tino's stuck on just the triangle to farm up, and that can slow down the pace of the Elk. You're getting some good progress here on Sanctity as well. A Blink Dagger almost up on TA. That will help speed up your farm in the jungle if you want to do that, and can really help you set up for some kills if you find a good Avalanche Toss target as well. So you are lining up here on LILGUN. You've got the Finger ready to go on Ace. They'll probably look for a smoke play relatively soon to get that spell on cooldown.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Bit of a lull period here, but it is a 2-7 for Omega. Still just a 1k net worth lead, so Tino definitely not getting out of control yet. Is slowly but surely getting that Battle Fury up now. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, looks like they are going to get started onto Ace 12. They have got the Lion controlled up with Sam H, and they'll even roll in. CML will be the one to take the kill there on the Grimstroke. A nice little support pickup on that Lion, and it kind of goes back to what you said earlier, John. You were mentioning the fact that both the Tiny and the support Lion are both going to be trying to farm up that Blink ASAP. But just judging by the way that they've been dying, it's going to be a while till they have those Blinks up. In fact, going to roll in again onto X123 now, and that's a much bigger target. With all the stuns out, they get the kill very easily. Back in onto the Tiny History. He really has no way out. He's trying to wait out the duration, and they'll go back in onto Shanks, but he will die onto the TA. Sanctity and Ace 12 with the Finger. At least kill off Shanks on the Earth Spirit, but the Magnetizer is still going into the Breathe Fire. Sam H, he'll get the kill. Back in onto the Lion, they'll find another. They just keep going. Marvel, he's trying to fight back on the Underlord, but it's just no good. He just can't do anything for his team. X123, he might just find CML here, but he might also be surrounded again. CML's gonna run his way out. X123, he does at least get the kill, but it's not worth his life. It's just nowhere near worth it, and naturally Sam H gives him the tip, says thank you very much for that free kill.
Just way too much to deal with. They might catch out Shanks.
I mean, they may. He's going to try and roll. He did not go for the kick forward. Marvel will get kicked away now, and Sanctity, he doesn't have the damage. You got to Blink Dagger first on this TA, and it doesn't really amp your damage at all.
Really doesn't. And for LILGUN right now, at least under Chorus, especially on Sanctity, he just has to sit back, farm up. They've given a lot of space out here for Smart Omega. Look at Tino. 8.9k, 9k gold, now 4k above the TA. All this time they've been forcing fights. Tino's just free farming. And this is the one target you do not want to allow free farm. Even if they lost their top and mid tier ones, LILGUN has not been able to use that to bully out the Alk, and that's just bad news. You're just letting this guy free farm. He's got the Battle Fury up and it just gets worse from there.
X1, 2, 3, getting kicked right out of there, and Mac will take another kill. Hischi just trying to hide in the tree line, misses the avalanche, but will at least get Shanks. But he's not quite out of the fire yet, as Hischi turned right back around for a second, but Mac is a committed man and does ensure he gets the kill on towards the left side. They'll try to Sam H, but he's just so tanky. This DK is not going to die anytime soon. Ace, he's sticking around. I'm not sure about that. He'll cop the Dragon Tail stun, and Mac will come in, clean up. They'll roll in, and they'll get another kill. Sam H will take it as Shanks. He's going to die to the tier 2 tower. But you've got to be happy if you're a Mega.
Really pleased. Like, you're getting so much farm. You're winning out these trades for Protect 1 in your playstyle as well. And Tino, he's already got the Sanch up, going straight to BKB. He's going to be joining these fights relatively soon. Sanctity, with the blink, he just can't burst anyone down. He's still saving up for the Desolator. He's still looking for the first Mithril Hammer. And it's just way too much time to wait for. Look at the positioning of Smart Omega. They're just in that bot jungle, constantly forcing fights. They're looking for more.
Mac going on there onto Hischi. They do spawn him out eventually with the stroke of Aiden. Well, for the Tiny, there's nowhere to really go. Trying to pretend he's a tree, but it doesn't really pan out in his favor. Onto the bot lane now, Omega, looking very confident. Back, Sanctity, he's gonna find Shanks on the ES. They get the constant stuns out, and they will kill off the Earth Spirit. It's like Omega, they've TP'd up top to try and make sure this tier 2 top tower remains alive. LILGUN, they're gonna just try and wrap around and look for some kind of target. They might just run into Mac, but Mac has spotted them out, and now Sam H goes right in onto the Underlord. Mac is still trying to chase down the Lion. CML, he's just standing there taking all the damage from this TA. He will die, but they do jump in. They might just get the TA in time. No. Dark Rift was there. Everyone does get out freely on LILGUN. So all things being said and done, not too bad. But it was a lot of time committed. Just kill off CML. And that tier 2 top tower does still stand.
I mean, they expend the finger as well. At this point, you'll take what you can get in terms of kills, but it's still not the ideal situation. Smart Omega might have found a kill if Mac's initial Dream Coil landed. He did miss that 1-on-1-2 tree, so they miss out on an opportunity on the Lush. But right now, you're still very happy. 1-2-3's farm has just been on the backseat. It's all flowing out towards Sanctity. He's got some good stacks to clear out. The Desolator just one Mithril Hammer away, about 1,000 gold. So not too much time left to wait. And you do have at least a couple of the blinks lining up here. I believe our Tiny Blink is flying in, and that's a sign for them to smoke up. Lion Blink just about 700 to 800 gold off. So you are starting to hit some spikes here for LILGUN.
That they are. Off they go, LILGUN. Where are they heading to? They're going to try for the Roshan, perhaps. It's a little bit early for that, but I guess you could try and sneak it. They're going to go into the jungle instead now. Meanwhile, mid lane, Sam H thought about jumping in onto Marvel, but doesn't quite find the initiation. They'll smoke up themselves now. Omega, where are we headed? Are they going to try for the Roshan? No. Right into the dire jungle they go. Now tier 2 tower again, which is being forced in, but they do get the glyph off. They want to target first. They want to go straight onto the TA, but they found X123 instead. But that's still a great target on the left rack into the double silence of Shanks. Is it going to be enough? Mac is dropping low. It will be a 1-for-1. They lost both mid laners, but now Tino, he can get to work right onto Marvel. And Marvel, he's really not that tanky right now, as Shanks will even find another on the tail end. They found the Tiny, and that'll be Hischi gone. A 3-for-1 trade. They do at least kill off Mac on the puck, but it's just not going to feel worthwhile. And they're looking for more. Sam H, he's not done. On to Ace 12, the Lion. Ace. He's going to get spotted. Sam H gets the stun off in time, and of course Shanks can just kind of perma-stun him now. That'll be enough, Sam H. He'll pick up another.
It's a really great start. You're starting to see some really good itemization here from Smart Omega as well. The Halberd being queued up by Sam H, and also being finished up by Tino. That means your TA, the investment you have on that hero, with these two Halberds up, it's not going to do much anymore in the middle of these fights if you're not careful.
Saw History trying to go for an avalanche toss onto Tino, and I think Tino may have thought he was on a trampoline there for a second. It did nothing. Having a great old time, Tino. I mean, LILGUN, with this draft, we know how strong it can be, but it doesn't look great right now. And you're 11k net worth behind. It is very hard to make this kind of draft work. Yeah. Now Omega, I mean, they're moving into the mid lane. They want more pickoffs. They want that mid tier 2 tower, but nobody's showing quite yet.
I mean, they've got complete control here on the side of Smart Omega. 8-21, a 10k lead. Even with an Alk, you see the farm distribution. It's not like they've shafted Mac and Sam H. Both of them are still keeping from farm quite well. Sanctity is the one that's really hurt here. There's just not enough map room to really get up. Like, he needs that BKB in order to really stand up front.
Foils out. They found the big one, Sanctity. He was just showing for a second. They are going to punish him immediately. Great patience there from Omega. Of course, the tips out from Sam H. Mac, no, he's done a great job. That he is, John. A lot of impact here from this mid puck. And it looks like they're ready for that Roshan pit.
I mean, they can melt it really fast. They've got the damage for it. The options for team fighting for LILGUN in there are not amazing. They could maybe try to go for an avalanche toss play with a pit. It looks like they are starting to clump up for that. They know the Roches get there faster.
A lot faster. They're going to try and wrap around the long way, but it's hard to know how you initiate without your TA being up. They're going to try Marvel. He's going to walk his way in, but this could be a really bad idea because he's going to run right into the arms of Tino, and Tino will just get right to work because they even found the Tiny. See you later, sir. Back into the Roche pit they go. For Omega, it was just a bit of a distraction.
Yeah, and it's just really good spacing out from Shanks to break the smoke. It leads into a massive kill, and they could get chasing Sanctity.
They found other Sanctity. He doesn't want to die immediately, but he has no choice. It's a tough game for LILGUN. They're trying to find any space they can to keep up, but the map's just being controlled. I don't even know what they can do at this point to try and come back in this game.
They need to wait for BKB on the TA, maybe wait out the blink on your Lion. Ace is relatively close. He's been trying to inch his way towards that blink, and you really need that in that support Lion just to be able to get control on the heroes you want. So a little bit more patience from LILGUN. There's not much room to farm. They could maybe try to play around with a Leshrac instead. Like 1-2-3 is fairly strong. We'll need a BKB of his own to truly just stand in front and deal the damage out, but right now, the way they're coming in for LILGUN, it's just kind of way too scattered. Like, you walk in with Marvel, it's not ideal. You really just need those two supports to work in conjunction. Rip off the backline, or maybe take control of Mac on Puck before he can control you up with his Flame Coil and all his spells and silence.
Do a smoke up here. X123, he has his smoke broken, he's Tino, and he runs the other way. That is definitely not the target you want to go on right now. Not while he has his team around him, and there's going to be a counter smoke immediately now by Omega. Afraid Sanctity might kind of go into an awkward position if he's not too careful, but no, he looks like he's fine. He does avoid Omega. Omega instead are going to go right to that mid-tier 2 tower instead. Also a pretty good option, considering they are going to get it for free.
It's a relatively quick take. LILGUN, they're just kind of playing in that top jungle, finding what farm they can get. They're not really in a good position to defend that. They're probably just going to have to give out some outer towers when the challenge comes out and just keep farming. BKB, Sanctity still 2 parts away. Ace is only about 50 gold away from his blink, so maybe you get more opportunities with a line blink up. Until then, you're just kind of stuck playing this farm game. AC now up on Tino. He's gotten control of that triangle with the rest of his team, and he's just really hard to deal with. Now, the one bright side here for LILGUN is there's no Abyssal Blink. So even if you go for that build here on the Alp, he's not going to jump you straight away. but just even having the Blink Dagger is usually more than enough.
Oh, bot lane, not like this. X123. He's doing the hard job of pushing out the side lane, but it's him his own life. Still mid lane, they might try to initiate now. Even though X123 is gone, the only problem is they are still there, Omega. As a team, they're going to try and focus down CML. He is still alive, still running away. They just can't kill him. He'll turn around now and swap, but the tree toss will be enough, but at what cost? His ship still being chased down on the Tiny. Dark Rift is there. Can he get him out? He can. They do at least get CML. That's going to be it, though. They got the support Grimstroke, but that's really all they can afford to get.
It's just counting your blessings at this point, LILGUN. They're just forced into really awkward situations. They are smoked up. They want to find an angle, and they'll find it. They still have finger up at the very least, but it's all one.
Look on to Shanks, a much easier target. Just aim down the Earth Spirit, and that's exactly what they do. It does feel like it's one of those games right now for LILGUN where they just kind of have to accept any kill they can get and find make him feel a little bit safer across the map. Just gonna use this free time now to just keep farming up and just try and catch up, as CML is gonna run in with the Inkswell and die again. All right now, Omega, no need to give freebies away to LILGUN. I know they're ahead, but they're not necessarily that far ahead.
Well, yeah, 20k up, I think you're still fairly happy for Omega. Your supports are the ones dying, and LILGUN isn't in a position to follow up from killing supports. Like, they've got some good vision here on the dark jungle. They maybe look to be aggressive, but they're not really in position to follow up. So you're just going to be sitting back and just farming up in that downtime. SmartMega is going to enjoy that greatly. The Swift Blink is being saved up here by Tino. He's just about 600 gold off, and that item is still fairly balanced. They only removed one aspect of it with the move speed, but beyond that, it's still ridiculous. So, hey, you know, it's going to be perfectly balanced once he has that up, if he isn't already.
I do like myself some perfect balance, John.
Are scanning.
You know, be a little bit cautious here up at this top lane. He's thinking about going to farm that wave, but he knows they're waiting. Now the roll in, Shanks. Blanche going to cancel that off, and Marvel get the Uber started right out of there. Mega won't be able to capitalize off that positioning from LILGUN. Pose LILGUN, they're just kind of trying to drag out the time and just buy a bit more time for Sanctity on that TA, and of course X123. Is it going to pay off? Is what I wonder.
The BKBs are lining up. Sanctity almost has his, so does 123. So you're going to have spell immunity, but the Ags for Mac isn't too far off. It's just about, I don't know, 1.8k gold here, 1.6k gold until his Ags is up. So even with those BKBs, you're going to have the Dream Coil piercing through. Never pleasant for any hero that just insta-buys the BKB, and the timing's just not perfect. And that's something SmartMega can abuse. But still, if the puck's not in the picture and you have the BKBs, there are opportunities for Sanctity and 123 to kind of try and burst down the Alpha. Really hard with the AC up on Tino. Just has so much armor that even the Desolator T8 might not feel like it does much. But this is probably your best opportunity while the Ags isn't done on Mac. There's only a very small window until that item's up and running on the puck.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower
Mega
is under attack.
start moving into the top tier 2 tower there. Tino get started. No contest either. LILGUN just gonna let it go down, but I think Omega might just keep going. Feels like there's nothing to really be afraid about here for them, as Sam H jumps right in onto Marvel. Now the roll connecting as well from Shanks with the Inkswell. They just lock him down forever. He's trying. He is trying to get himself out, but he just can't. Onto X123 with the BKB. He is also trying to fight back, but Tino, he is just such a monster. He runs right into them, and that's Ace 12 gone. He'll buy it back on the Lion. But now the BKBs have worn off. How do you deal with this Alchemist? Well, it looks like Tina's going to have his Chemical Rage wearing off anyway, so he's going to back off for a bit. BKBs don't really feel like they made much of a difference, that team fight for LILGUN.
and not quite the impact you're looking for. You're still holding onto Sanctity's BKB. Hasn't used that first charge just yet, so still has the full 9-second duration now. But it's still dicey, right? Like the Ags here for Mac is pretty much done. Just 200 gold away. Once he clears out this creep plus, yeah, just this creep wave, he's already got the Ags ready to go if he wants to buy it out, and he will. So you've got that BKB piercing stun now. BKB piercing control, and if the BKBs felt useless last time, they're really not going to feel that great now. It's just too much on the side of Smart Omega, and just back into the high ground.
We go. Tino will get started. Inkswell there immediately onto Tino in case he wants to initiate, but won't. Instead, the backlines, they will go straight in onto the Tiny, who was trying to get something done, but it's not really going to work out. He'll buy it back onto X123 and Sanctity, and they are just melting right now. They'll try to BKB and run away. In fact, they'll turn around now and maybe go for a fight, but the Uber out, they have left the building. Sam H, he's very low in terms of HP, but they need someone to hit him.
It's not enough.
It is not enough. They went out a bit too early with the Dark Rift. And now Tino, well, he's run out of Chemical Rage, so maybe he dies, and he does. It eventually does work out for them. CML on the run, tries to put the TP play, and is not going to make it. Sanctity able to get the kill. I thought that Dark Rift may have been slightly earlier there from Marvel, but in the end, it works out. They will hold high ground. You're playing this game without any super creeps.
They did have to buy back, and that buyback in Sanctity is big. If they lose the next fight, they're not going to have very good options for the defense. They are setting up for Roche. That could be big. There's no Alk for 40 seconds. So second Roche of the game. You've got the Ag Shard inside there, and Aegis and Cheese, of course. It gives more options for LILGUN to try to find opportunities here, but they are scanned out. It still drops too quick.
That it does.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Easy Roshan there for LILGUN. Back to triangle now. Inside LILGUN just going to hang out, get more farm up.
You do have the shard given here to 123, so the Split Earth can kind of combo a lot nicer with Pit of Malice. You can basically just chain stun on the side of LILGUN as long as Omega does pop BKBs, and well, they only really have the BKB running on Tino right now. No BKB on Sam H, no BKB on Mac. So there's a lot of potential to get some good chain control here and rip off the squishier targets of Omega before focusing down Tino. Could be the way to play it, as they are smoked up here.
Try. Courage is up. Tino, how fast can you react with that blink? Ace gonna see himself. No, he blinks the wrong way. He blinks right into the fingers out. Maybe they can get it done in time. Tino, he could not heal fast enough. And now Shanks, he's going to be the one in danger. He will just roll away, but that attack is following him down, and it's not going to be enough. Now a 4-man coil to lock them in. Maybe they can get something done with this, but no, it does wear off. Back in onto Sam H. He's a tanky DK. He's going to try and fight back. Back onto the Tiny. Mac, he's going to be able to escape. I can't say the same for his She, or maybe I can. He is backing off. Sam H, meanwhile, dying to the Pulse Nova, trying to survive. They keep going in onto the DK. They will finally take him down. Now it's on the CML. Tries to TP out, but they had the vision with the TA trap, and they will get another. My goodness, the turnaround here from LILGUN. And you know what, John? They're not really looking too bad. Omega, maybe just getting a little bit overly confident in this game number 3, is starting to make a few positioning mistakes, and it is costing them.
Yeah, it's just being too far forward here with Tino. It's always a bit of a risk. They've got to respect the control and damage coming through from LILGUN. It still is great. Tino, you know, if he doesn't get the BKB off in time, he's just stuck. So you have to be ready to back him up. They don't have the best saving supports here. The Dispel on the Grimstroke is delayed, of course, until the Inkswell pops, so it's not quick enough to bail out your Alk, and that does mean Tino's going to have to watch his positioning a bit better. LILGUN, they need to do that maybe one more time. I mean, a 19k, 18k gap sounds big, but you've kind of closed the gap with a puck, and that's really the one here that's kind of overtaking. If you can just ensure all your other cores are farmed more than puck and just behind the Alk, then the farm advantage of the Alchemist starts to feel less and less as the game goes on, because you know you have this massive lead now, but that's only equal to what, 1 or 2 items at that point, and that's not impossible for LILGUN to play against. You've got a lot of room to grow here on Sanctity. He is saving up for his MKB. Should be done in just about 600 gold. Once you have that, well, you're going to be able to rip through the Alk a lot easier, rip through the DK a lot easier as well. And even 1-2-3, opting for the Octarine, it's going to be so hard to kill off this Leshrac as long as he gets his spells off with a BKB. The heal he's going to get from his damage is just a lot, especially if Omega keeps clumping up as 5, which they tend to really do, and it just gives so many opportunities for LILGUN to play without AoE control, to play with the Earth split spam that the shards on 1-2-3 does give them on the Leshrac as well.
Top lane. Oh, X123 has been called up. He'll pop the BKB, but there's an Aghanim Scepter Dream Coil, so he stuns himself up through it. They are trying to Dark Rift in, but it's too late. In fact, they are still going to commit for this. Sanctity, he's here with his Underlord. I'm not sure about this one. Marvel, he's taking a lot of damage. The ball's there by X123, so they're going to try and fight this one out. They will at least get Shanks, but Ace is down on the line, and now you can just get to work if you're Tino. He finds 2 immediately. X123 with this buyback, he can't help out. The BKB TP away from Sanctity is going to be enough to at least get him out after the Aegis line. That Dark Rift, you know, it was just a little bit off, and you're going to see it right here. The Aghanim Scepter Dream Coil break, obviously stunning him through the BKB, and I thought they may just cancel the Rift off, but they decided to keep going.
And they force the issue, and they get punished for it hard. LILGUN overstepping their bounds. They don't have Aegis anymore. It was going to expire in about 20 seconds anyway, so not the biggest loss. But they're going to have to hold high ground up like this with lower BKBs. And they've also just got to be careful now, as the racks are open on top lane at the very least.
Omega not going to have the dragon form right now, as they just used it. Sam H still more than happy to just frontline for the team. Slowly but surely, they'll get through that melee barracks. There it goes. Now Dreamcore to the right side. They've killed off Ace. Lion just gone immediately, thanks to Mac on the puck. Meanwhile, Sam H is still just hitting towers, but a nice toss back. Might be able to set up, but it'll be KB immediately. Just run right out as Tino's going to jump right back in with the Inkswell onto the Leshrac. He's going to be all right for now. X123 is going to try and fight this one out. The Dark Rift, it was cancelled off, but it was too late anyway. He could not save the Tiny. Now Sam H, he's right back in onto the Leshrac. X123, he's in trouble, but Sam H, he's the one to go down first. The Yule saving the life of the Leshrac in onto Underlord. Marvel has no choice but to dive. 4 heroes down without buyback. And I suppose now they could just go high ground again.
They can just rip through the next set of racks. There's no other heroes for at least 20 seconds, and even then your other cores are like 60 seconds, 80 seconds away, so a minute off. That's enough time to just melt these objectives. It's going to be a hard one to hold up against. Maybe once you have your Tiny Lion, Sanctity can look for the angles. Like with the MKB, he does hit hard. Just doesn't feel like it's hard enough.
Shanks may have rolled into his death, or maybe not. They get the Dragon Tail stun off in time, and now Sanctity in big danger. They'll try to help him, but there's no helping the TA. No buyback on Sanctity either, as he did have to buy back earlier on. And I believe that'll be GG here for Omega, unless History can make a miracle happen on this Tiny, but doesn't look like that's going to happen. He's going to try and wrap around, but the Ancient is halfway gone. They'll now buy back Sanctity. He has it available again. They'll burst down CML, but Sanctity, he's been jumped again with the Dream Call and the Dragon Tail. Tino just hitting the Ancient. He does not care about heroes anymore. He will just finish off the game, and that'll be Omega Esports taking this series 2-1. And with that, John, we are going to be able to head straight back to the panel to see what they thought about this game number 3.
I got your world upside down. The labyrinth will guide you far away to a place where senses will decay. Your ghost and mind will shadow play. I got your world upside down.
You say I make you nervous, a tragedy, I'm a beautiful disaster, a reckoning, you wonder how I got this way. You think I'm someone to be saved, someone to clean up and tame. Oh, some things never change, never change. Oh. You think I would look pretty on your arm once you cover up my bruises and battle scars, but it always ends the same. Can't bear the things I've had to face, got you crying on your knees in pain. Oh, some things never change, never change. Oh, you'll break your back to make me feel again. I stopped asking for forgiveness, cause you should know only fools tread where the angels fear to go, but you keep trying to get too close. Save myself by turning into stone, so save your judgment cause you just don't know. But some things never change, never change. Oh, they say I should feel guilty and change my ways, leaving crumpled bodies in my wake. Swear I didn't mean to make them break, swear I didn't mean to make them break. But they're so delicate and so mundane, and they keep coming like a moth to a flame. Oh, some things never change, never change. You'll break your back to make me feel again. Suffocate to make me breathe again. Lose your mind from endless pain. Some things never change, never change. Oh, redemption never came.
the face. Tell me that you love me, even if it's fake.
Messing with my head again. You had your heart set on me, but these feels they come and go, and they come so easily. Tell me what it is about you that I can't forget, but you're breaking down my walls again just to set me free. Why do I, baby? Why do I love the way you always leave me? Why do I, baby? Why do I love the touch but never love the feeling? Why do I, baby? Why do I love the way you always leave me? Why do I, baby? Why do I love the touch but never love the feeling?
to your heart to find you. Open up your eyes till you're blinded by the lies, so you can see what you do. Restless every time we start locking as a lost control. Oh, it's paradise with honesty, but I'm in the dead of the night. Teardrops on the floor. The pain is over. Feel the
TNC Predators turn to ban. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. TNC Predators turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. TNC Predators turn to pick. Radiant team pick.
Beastmaster.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team TNC.
Warlord.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. TNC Predators turn.
Razor.
Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. TNC Predators turn. Radiant ban. Team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. TNC Predators turn to ban. Radiant team ban. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. TNC Predators turn.
Lion.
Radiant team pick.
Dusk.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. TNC Predators turn.
Void incarnate.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. TNC Predators turn.
Bloodseeker.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. TNC Predators turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. TNC Predators turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
Vengeful spirits.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. You may now select your heroes.
I sense a connection between us.
Of course, this is the first game between Execration and TNC Predator. And John, if I'm not incorrect in saying so, I believe it's our first Rumbulan of the season.
Oh yes, that it is our first Rumbulan between these two Filipino teams. You can all check that here as well. Looks like Armel is jealous of how ready Execration is. If you look at the profile pics, they're all set to the Execration logos. They've synchronized.
Wow.
They've synchronized. They're getting that team spirit up, and it's not quite as synchronized here for TNC. Of course, TNC, as mentioned, they've had a bit of a roster shakeup. They've got Bok and Boomy, in my opinion, the best parts of a droid. So they managed to steal out the best parts of a droid, which turned into Smart Omega for a while, and well, it's a full Filipino stack again. They went through the APAC Predator League Asian finals, and they won that one out. So they're looking good with this new lineup. Of course, Execration, they did have an last time. We'll see if they can pull that off again, but both sides are in high spirits. I saw some lobby chat coming through. Tim's was saying that they look up Nico, Kuya Nico, for some reason. There you go. And Tim's asked me to help him with English for whatever reason. So
wow.
There is. I don't know why. I believe the guy does speak well enough English. I've watched a couple of their behind-the-scenes streams, of course. So, oh, Boomy. Okay, so right now, Nico just said Boomy banned out all Nico's heroes, and Boomy's like, yeah, you're feeling it. Yeah, and it's like we didn't actually ban your heroes. Don't get full of yourself.
Everyone very, very happy. Of course, the tips are starting to fly out. Always fun when you're casting a Rambulan, of course. It's always a... Go on, John. What is it? What are they saying now?
Gabby's threatening now. Gabby's telling them if you guys win, Boomy has a video to show.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
He's got some dirt. So there's some threats here.
Being a little bit sneaky there. Take your phone out and start recording around the boys, John. That's a no-no. Boomy doesn't respect the street code. Kind of recording him, and obviously TNC now have a massive advantage, depending on what the video is. Hopefully, we never have to find out.
Yeah, definitely, but should be a fun one. You know, it's right around evening, so it should be around dinner time. I'm not sure if the players have had it. It's a bit early. At the same time, you've got a best of 3 lined up. You might not have the most time in between games, and we're still having some ping issues here, fortunately.
This is
so
classic.
we're still waiting.
This is classic Rambulan, John. You gotta have a pause. You gotta talk about both teams. You gotta let the trash talk out first. Maybe a bit of Merienda as well. Merienda always very important before you get into your Rambulan, and not to be mistaken, of course, by Rambutan, John, which apparently is a delicious fruit. The chat keeps reminding us every time we use the word Rambulan. But
I know why.
I've never had it.
It's a great fruit.
Never had Rambutan. Never had one.
If you drop down here to Davao, you're gonna have a lot. It's really good. It's a nice sweet fruit. I don't know. I describe it like lychee. If you've had lychee, it's somewhat like that.
I have had lychee,
but
I'm not that. I'm not that uncultured.
It's kind
Thank you very much.
There you go. There you go. Yeah, really nice, delicious fruit. It's kind of weird as well because it's like it's a fuzzy fruit. You know, it's one of those kind of fuzzy-looking fruits. It's a bit weird, but it's really good. So
is it
yeah.
is it similar
Make
to
sure
like
you
a
don't eat
dragon
the seed.
fruit?
No, not that kind. It's like it really looks like it's hairs. It's just hairy. Not quite fine hairs, but strands coming out. It's a weird one.
Nothing wrong with being hairy, John.
I'm sorry, Mike. I didn't know it got
You don't
to
need
you.
to personally attack me. You. We are still waiting a little bit longer as the Pikachu is probably still there. Pretty funny actually. I'm from Australia and I'm getting stable ping to SCA. It may be a ping, but it is very stable at 100. So Australian internet, just a casual flex there, John. Just wanted to remind you that we actually have good internet now. Somewhat, not the best, but it's okay.
You know how it is with Philippine lines. Sometimes they get congested. Sometimes the routing's a bit awkward. Yeah, we experience that in our Discord, right? Sometimes the Hong Kong line just doesn't do so well, and you can see Boomy being very generous here, offering their own pause time if it runs over. Don't go. You can use our pause, Big Brother Nico. It's fine.
Boomy. Maybe Agent Boomy, name we use after this game, depending on what happens. And Nico, there you go. There's a bit of love out from Nico. Always very good to see. What's Po, John? Thank you, Po. What is Po?
It's like it's one of those things that doesn't translate in Filipino. So we have like ways of being respectful to each other. Like kuya, it's like a polite way of talking to someone who's older or slightly older than you.
Right.
It's like an atis female form. Po is usually when you're talking to someone older, you put po at the end to tie up the politeness. So it's just one of those things that hangs over there. Yeah.
Wow. Giving time and well mannered. Amazing. Sounds like a real keeper. Boomy.
Yeah. Boomy is a fantastic player, of course. We've seen Boomy and Bach. This is the dynamic duo out of Adroit, right? Like the Cebuana boys, as they were. All based off Cebu before the Adroit stack. And having them on TNC is actually pretty big. Like, Boomy and Bach are some of the best players in the country, I'd argue. And they've never had their own time in the international spotlight, at least not as much. TNC's probably their best shot at it. In as much as I would have loved Adroit as a whole to go on, this is probably, on paper stronger. So it is what it is. You move on, you get stronger teams. We'll just have to see if they can carry that performance from the Predator League. Again, TNC Predator, APAC Predator League. They won it out, making their sponsors proud. Yeah, perfect sense, perfect balance.
Absolutely. It's like this new patch, which is definitely perfectly balanced that we've seen. I'm sure we will see again as this Beastmaster has been picked up again. Melf this time, but I can almost guarantee what build he's going to be going for after he picks up that bottle soul ring. I have a funny feeling we might see the Aghanim Scepter come back out after the Beastmaster. Not 100% sure yet. See.
It should line up nicely. No scuffle over these bounty runes though, so both sides not opting to try and flex their level 1. It's going to go for an even trade. Do you see the lanes break out? Of course, Yoa is already sort of blocking out his mid. It's going to be the Void Spirit up against the Beast or Mill. An interesting one, and not something you've seen before this patch. Obviously, I mean, Void Spirit still hold a stamp lane really nicely, but you can kind of just play around with Axis. Like, that's the thing with Beastmaster. You can just sit back, toss Wild Axis from a million miles away, and you still find farms. So we'll have to see what Yoa can do, even out the lane. But Armel, this shouldn't be too far out of his element here.
No, it definitely shouldn't be. And I mean, you see those axes, they're just so effective at being able to secure CS, even at level 1. Especially that range creep, right? Just being able to throw those axes from a mile away, ensuring you do connect on the range creep and just make sure you secure a very important bit of XP and gold. Yoa is still not going to have too tough of a time as well. Well, BDZ, he might have a little bit of a tough time as he's being chased down by a creep wave right now. He is, of course, going for the pull away, and Boomy was unable to just follow him down. So he won't get punished too hard, and BDZ, he'll take this wave himself. So just trying to hit that level 2 mark to help him be a little bit more impactful soft lane.
Once you've got maybe the man drain up, you can sort of start to punish the melee support of Boomy. Like, he's not going to be able to really gap close and apply as much harassment. Of course, you are getting some space here for Gabby still, just behind the tier 1, getting his own farm up. So you're not slowing down the Razor, but at the least you're getting that EXP gain, which is really important for this dual lane. Still gives us a chance to look at that bot lane, the last lane that we haven't really taken a peek at. We've got Tim's there on the pause for bench, laning up with Bach on the Bloodseeker. There's some potency here once you get some levels up. Stun into Bloodrite, obvious one, but even just a minus armor coming through with the Blightstone on Tim's can make it really hard for the side of Execration to jump up. I mean, Paulus right now is still finding some steady farm. RR is there to protect him, but you don't really want to force the issue too much up against that much minus armor in Tim's.
Certainly not. Palos, so far having a decent enough time. Tim's going to try and get in for a bit of harassment. Of course, Palos is fine. Now, all across the map, pretty quiet thus far. No first bloods occurring quite yet. We'll see again, Boomy trying to chase down BDZ, and have I cursed them? I think I may have. As BDZ, he's going to try and run, but the first blood does come out. Gabby does manage to pick it up on the core Razor. It's going to be a great start for TNC.
The aggression you can get from Razor on any lane. You have a nice support partner here in the Tusk. You get the tag team off, you trap them with shards. Get a couple of seconds off of the static link, and you pretty much have yourself a kill. You have to watch that spacing for Execration. It takes a while for your Brewmaster to really apply that own pressure on that lane. Even Lion, you do have Hex up, but without something like, say, Mana Drain, you're always going to have that spam ability for Boomy to just keep going in and keep forcing an issue up against Execration.
Casual farming again. Bok at Tim's going to spot out the Abaddon there for a second, and Bloodrite actually ends up connecting. Just on the edge, so RR not going to be too happy about that, but turn himself back into the lane as they are going to start to slowly trying to pressure Palos, but Palos, he'll turn right back around onto Tim's. Bloodrite is there, but Tim's is in massive danger. It looks like he might just go down to the curse and the slow from RR. Bok will remain just fine on the Bloodseeker. Meanwhile, top lane, however, they are going on to Nico now. In fact, never mind Nico, they'll go after BDZ. Both heroes quite low. The off lane of Execration, but both will survive, and looks like BDZ will be nice enough to give the salve away to Nico.
They're just keeping themselves up. Overall, with these side lanes going the way they are, I think you're pretty happy for Execration. Paulus is, you know, it's still a pretty tough lane against Bloodseeker Venge. There's still a lot you can do there, but for the most part, you're still finding farm, and Razor with farm is not as scary.
Snowball going to follow him down. Gabby has the plasma field, and that'll be another kill onto the line. In fact, a static link immediately out onto Nico to make sure he cannot capitalize on the low HP pool of Boomy. It's a very clean kind of execution there from TNC.
You're just getting the punishment now. The moment you overstep, you've got so much damage to play with in that lane. Even Bot, you're still keeping that pressure in RR. Yeah, Bok is not farming, trying to zone out the support, trying to make it uncomfy for Palos, finding some openings to maybe apply pressure on the troll. Doesn't lead to much as the first set of boundaries are about to set to spawn in a minute, and Tims is just trying to be efficient on the map, getting some stacks. A good block out from RR, so that you're not getting as much, but still could be punished.
Could be RR. He's trapped in by the shards of Boomy, and now they just run in with the tag team. Nice easy kill there for Boomy and Tims. It's about the Tusk. Even after the nerfs, still a very strong kind of roaming pos 4. He is a pos 5 in this game, but it won't really matter as they go in for the mid lane now. The Raw being committed. And again, another very clean rotation and execution by TNC. You find the mid lane of Yoet. They're not going to feel very good at all for the Void Spirit.
It's not shaping up well for EXECRATION. 1-4, 1k lead for TNC isn't massive, but the momentum's there. Your timings in the Void Spirit, you're about to hit 6, which is great, but Armel's just about to hit level 7 now, saving up for the Ags. No pressure mid. That's one thing with the supports you have, like Abaddon line can rotate, but it just doesn't feel like you're getting enough here on BDZ to make those rotations effective. Still stuck at level 3. Even Boomy's at level 4 now, just being a bit greedier on that Tusk, so you don't have as much presence forward for EXECRATION with these supports kind of behind like this.
Certainly. K-Net worth lead here for TNC as the game does continue. Whilst your Troll is still having a really nice time. Palos 36 and 15 in terms of CS. You did mention this earlier, but Bok not really emphasizing trying to slow down Palos too much because there's not much you can do up against the Troll. Now we'll just kind of trade farm with him. Zarmel is going to have RR running into him on the Abaddon. You've got BDZ there as well, and they do get in range for the Hex into the Earth Spike, but where's your damage output? Are they really going to be able to get it done? The Astral Spirit doesn't really land, and Armel can be okay, or maybe not. Yoet. That Astral Step, magic damage on top of the Beastmaster, so he will be able to escape. Meanwhile, top lane, Nico, chased down here by Gabby. He forced the TP right out of there. Fine.
Tower is under attack.
Still, that is going to allow Gabby to just continue free farming himself on this Razor. All in all, though, still a very close game between these.
Not too far apart. I think the one thing that they're getting done here on TNC is because they have a Razor, they probably don't care too much about Palos' form. Yeah, he still has a steady ride towards the Battle Fury, but as long in this early timing, Gabby's just going to be able to take complete control. So as long as Gabby's also farming well, you don't really mind a free farm full like this.
Trying going onto Bok. A nice Hex setup there from BDZ. Bok gets the blood right off in time, but he should just be dead unless Armel gets in for the Raw, but they have lost Bok. Can they find a really nice trade onto the Troll? Palos, he's going to pop the Battle Trance and just try and fight back onto Boomy, but there's your Snowball out, and Palos really should have no way out unless the Astral Spirit does land, and does, and Armel, he still manages to get the kill onto Palos, but now Armel's the one that's quite low and might just drop on the Beastmaster. He's bottling up in the tree line with the Wild Axes to be thrown out. They'll kill off RR. Yoet, he can't land the Astral Step. He will miss, and Yoet, he's gonna tie to Boomy. Oh, and Armel, they just can't kill him. He just runs right out of there. Still top of the net worth board on this Beastmaster, and that has gotta hurt EXECRATION.
Toss so many bodies forward to try and find that counter kill, but Armel just gets the punishment off. They trade a couple of heroes, it's still not bad, and they are going to try to make a move onto Gabby now, at the very least.
Give it a crack. With the Primal Split, perhaps they can get it done. Palos is there to help out, but there's your static link now from Gabby. They can continue the chase though with Nico, and Gabby has no help coming in. EXECRATION, realizing they can make that top rotation, do make it work, and that was a very valuable kickoff to get.
It's a good kill. They've left Gabby alone to free farm too much. Gives them some room here to get a push onto that top tier one as well. And TNC is not quite in a position to counter push on the bot lane. So looks like it's going to be the objective here for EXECRATION up top. Helps open up the map a bit more, helps them stall out for Palace's Battle Fury timing. Just helps them apply some pressure. TNC, they're still rotating here as top though. Gabby actually does show up for the defense here.
He's going to try with the standing clink out on Palos.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Palos going to be okay for now. Boomy find a way to start another team fight. Does get a great chance out onto Nico with the blood right and the rup shot. Nico is forced to die. They'll go for even more now. Diving in further, seeing who they can find, but it like TNC won't get anyone else. Really nice shots there from Boomy, however, locking down that Brewmaster.
That's the one thing with Boomy. He loves these heroes that change the layout of the map, like the Shaker, the Clockwork are among his best heroes. The Tusk as well gets that job done very nicely, and Boomy's been so active on the map. He just leaves top, he holds that lane fine, he's been so active, and you might punish him, but...
No, he snowballs right out. Very nice play there from Boomy. Right to the creep wave, and EXECRATION, they aren't really able to find much so far, as we are going to have another disconnection here, as they are still experiencing...
Dead.
TNC, I mean, they're 4K ahead at 10.5 minutes in, and with this draft, they're eventually going to be able to take off with this Beastmaster Ags, which, by the way, is about 2.5K gold off. In fact, never mind, it's 1.5K gold off for Armel. Then we have axes flying around.
It's just a lot to deal with. Like, we've seen that spike for Beastmaster just be ridiculous across the first series. Now we see it again. And Armel, I mean, he's been contested a couple of times. He hasn't died. Right? We've seen the committal from EXECRATION to try and dive Armel, but TNC is also on top. They want to protect the Beastmaster, want to hit that item spike, and they have done a fairly good job in keeping him safe. The side of EXECRATION, they're really just banking on a couple of things. They want Yoa to be up and running soon, and they want their troll to be able to free farm into the Battle Fury. Still online, in good pace. There's a smoke out here from EXECRATION as well. Yoa's got level 8, so there's much more damage on hand for the Void Spirit. He could look to burst Gabby once more, but he's out.
Gabby, nice TP. It's gonna just make it. Know about it as well, and Yoa second off from that Astral Spirit connecting. The bot lane, Palos gonna be targeted. The static link out from Gabby. Now the Roar being thrown out. Armel just locking him down. Palos was not able to get the battle trance, and look at the shards block there from Boomy, just blocking the pathing with the rupture out now onto Yoe. They are still chasing down Gabby on the Razor, but they might fall in the process as Boomy, he does finally die, but now they'll turn right back around. Yoe is the one to go down the Void Spirit, back in onto the Brewmaster. They'll kill off Nico, and well, there's one more left. They'll chase down Ara. Poor old Ara. Should still be safe, I think. Unless they're just going to dive tier 2 towers, and yeah, apparently they are. Bok, he's been left alone to do this by himself. Going to be able to just let RR survive a little bit longer. But TNC, they got so much out of that bot lane, and they're even going to get the tier 1 tower now.
The same story. Every single time TNC commits, they've got the numbers, they've got the control, they've got the damage. Really good spacing out from Boomy, cutting off that path in the tree line, making it hard for them to follow up. Like, it
was just
like
a
they might have been
perfect
able to
shot.
find a kill. Yeah, just
you see it on the
much.
replay now. Look at that shards block with the primal split. He had to walk the long way around, and it's just buying time, right? Buying time to reposition. And as I say that, there is a kill on the map right now as Yoe does kill off Bok. It really was a great team fight for TNC.
They're just finding everything. Armel, Ags flying out now. Boots of Travel next with a Blink. They've been playing really well with the Primal Roar, and the fact that Primal Roar is like a 90-second cooldown as well. It's so low, it's so easy to commit it. Constantly look for fights every minute and a half. It scales down in cooldown as well, so the Beastmaster just gives you so much. And I think this is definitely going to be something I'd for maybe a bit of a shadow nerf down the line, or one of those mini patch nerfs. It's just so strong. Like right now, EXECRATION for their part, think about their team fight timing. Finger is on 160-second cooldown. Split is on a 140-second cooldown. Your fastest spell on cooldown is probably the Step on your Void Spirit, and you need more follow-up on top of that. So it just doesn't line up. TNC just they can keep running you down, and they don't really need to wait for much.
You're telling me Fink cooldown 160 and step a bit longer, a bit long as well, but how much is the Wild Axe's cooldown?
0.
Balanced. Really?
Beautiful. Oh, and you have the Fairy's Trinket as well, Mike. Look at that.
Oh,
5% mana cost off.
Oh, good. I'd make the Spell Prism joke, but he has no cooldown, so there's nothing to reduce.
Or could use a reduction, I guess.
I guess so, yeah. Why not make that 0-second cooldown as well? Just screw it. Just make that the shards. Who cares? Why? Who needs a Necro?
Don't give a frog an. Don't give him any ideas, Mike.
I just
Imagine a lower
sometimes I wonder.
Cooldown or
He's just like, yeah, we're gonna remove Necro Book. It's too strong with the Beastmaster. But you know what? There's this other idea I have. This Hackenham Scepter, but it's not gonna be good anyway. It's just 0-second cooldown axes. Turns out it's pretty darn good. Bit too good in my opinion. But we'll see. I mean, the game still has a long time to go. We are 5 to 13, 5k net worth lead for TNC Predator. You know what I am really intrigued by, John? The one thing I always get excited about with TNC is how they're going to show us how broken Morphling is. Right? We've seen the Morph Spirit Breaker, we've seen the Morph ES, we've seen the Morph
Beastmaster.
Both ES, by the way, the Morph Beastmaster. What's broken now? What a TNC? They're probably in the lab right now trying to figure it out. Trying to figure out what else they could break with Morphling.
Morph Beastmaster. I think D2 Bowie tweeted it out. Like he showed a video. Just all the axes stacking up. There it is. That's what we need to see from
Beastmaster Morph. If you're listening right now, we'd love to see that for Game 2, by the way. See, I personally haven't seen the Morph Beastmaster yet, so I'd love to see it. I mean, why not? It sounds pretty strong, I'd say. You know, 4 axes flying constantly. Good.
Good God. That damage outfit's just ridiculous if you get Morph. Let's see if TNC picks it up. They've been a bit gun-shy on the Morphling if I was looking for past games as well. They've kind of dipped away from that, but you never know. Still in the belt there. Always an option. TNC. They love those combinations. They're the teams that really showed up with Morphling or Chip in the major before lockdown. There's one team that will pull it out. It's definitely TNC.
Absolutely. How much longer pause goes on as it easy? Where did you say?
Yoa might be Bisaya, I think. I'm not 100% sure, but overall, probably scattered. Maybe roughly around the same Manila area, I'm assuming. The only real geographically specific one was Adroit. Like, they were definitely just locked into Cebu, right? Like, those were the Cebuana boys. Their headquarters were in Cebu. I think the last time, what was it, BTS Pro Series 3 or 2? They were kind of locked out of Cebu because of the lockdowns, so they were stuck in Manila. And I believe they left Bok behind. Like, they all traveled back, and Bok was the one stuck in Manila. If I recall that right, that's why they had some stand-ins, because he had some issues traveling. But yeah. For the most part, I think mainly Luzon area. Not 100% sure, but I will assume. Let's see. Scam, like, in terms of the Filipino players, Scam is from Mindanao. He's from my island. He's from Zamboanga. That's it. Like, everyone else is from Cebu and, like, Manila-ish. So, yeah. Kind of concentrated up there, but it is the most populated region as well, so kind of to be expected.
With that geography, John, get back into the game now.
Oh,
yes.
12 before we move on. Like, I believe, is it another player on Neon is from Davao as well. I think it's Play Hard. So there it is. He's from my city, but he's not in the city, of course. They play in Manila.
Fair enough. Thank you. But there might be a smoke up in the mid lane as they are grouping up. And yeah, there you go. They are going to pop a smoke. TNC obviously feeling very strong right now. You've got the hands up on Armel. He wants to get used straight away as they start moving into that Radiant triangle. They're going to run right into Palos, but Palos, he will back off the right. And instead, Mike Yoe, who cops all the harassment out as they just blow him up. Sky's mid-air. You know what they could do now, John, if they wanted to, is they could throw an arcane rune. Oh, you don't need the arcane. It's already a 0-second cooldown.
Mana reduction. Mana reduction. How much does it cost now? 42 mana. The answer to life itself. 42. And look at this Roche. It's not going to be up for too long, Mike. So take a look now. Even the mid tower is going to be gone. And Execration, they just have no angles to contest any of this.
Oh boy. I mean, this is just the peak of balance right there. You go. There's Aegis. Armel, he doesn't even want it. He doesn't even want it. Bit of it, Gabby. Gabby, he'll come to the last second and take it off his hands. And now if you're Execration, you've got to start asking yourself, how do you pull yourself back into this game? It does feel like with the drafts, everything was already answered by TNC, and for Execration, you're kind of just lacking any form of an answer right now. As you look back at Palos, in fact, never mind him for a second, because RR's in danger now. Or a time going to save for a bit the run of Atos and swap him back. Going to try for the TP play, but the snowball is going to be there from Boomy. But again, we look at Palos, John. He's still trying to find the Battle Fury and literally just bought it.
It's not the fastest, considering his lane was fairly okay as well. It's not the ideal situation. He's been forced into a couple of fights that doesn't really want to join. And even with this investment in the troll, like, you're still hard countered by Razor. So even if we get the itemization up on Palos, it feels like you're building up on something that's already countered.
Naked Battle Fury basically his boots there. He needs to be very careful. Got no kind of defense apart from the Battle Trance, and it's like TNC not going to find the opening. Back out. It's not like you have anything to initiate with, like the Blink Dagger yet on Armel. He's still going to be farming that up. But they still control the whole map apart from that Radiant Triangle. So as far as TNC goes, they can just keep farming the map. It's not really anything else they need to do here.
And they still hold on to the Aegis here on Gabby. Fresh one, still a lot of time left. They're looking to shove in the bot queue too. And Execration, I mean, they could try to invade this top jungle, and they could look to maybe shove out that top tier 2 as well. It's not amazing fast push unless Palos shows up. So you're still trading pretty unfavorably. And you can see TNC, they're smoked up. They know where to explore, know the movements up top. They can try to punish that push.
Now, Gabby's going to hang around down the bottom side, but TNC are through the mid-rib now.
Nice.
Definitely a really nice scan there from Execration to point out the smoke, but Nico may not be lucky anyways. He gets roared up, but he was underneath the Hawk. My God, the damage output as the pause does come out, Nico. Not a pub game, sir. Very cheeky, but they will pause again. Looks like Yoe is having some lag issues and Palos does disconnect. Bit unfortunate there for Execration. I think Nico was dead no matter what anyway, because he was underneath Hawk vision and they were in range to get the roar out. Definitely unfortunate timing here to lag for Execration.
Yeah, it's just one of those things. Connections not holding up well. It's been fairly rainy, at least in my part of the country as well. I'm not sure if it's rainy up north as well. That could be a factor. You know, every single time it rains, you got to ask yourself, oh, is my internet going to hold up? It's one of those things for the Philippine internet. Still, they are rotating onto Gabby in the meantime, right? So they're actually grouped up bot, and Gabby is alone, but he has Aegis. See if they have enough in the tank to kill him twice over as well.
Patience, as we do have 4 people disconnected. Indeed. They are going to reconnect soon enough, it seems. Hopefully the weather is really the cause, but well, then again, if the weather's not the cause of this, I can only imagine who is. Won't talk about that company for a second though, John. We'll leave their name out of this. So it looks like Yoe is the only one left to reconnect before we can get started again. And this team fight obviously looks very bad for Execration, as you can almost guarantee that this Abaddon is going to die. Apart from that, nobody else is really around from Execration. They've all really backed off. See, they are chasing down Gabby down to the bot side. It looks like we have used up all their pause time for Execration. I believe, I don't know if TNC was joking, but I believe they can use TNC's pause time if TNC allows it.
Yeah, I think perhaps Boomy just needs to speak up again. The reconnects are coming in though, so they're just going to wait a little bit more. Bit of a gentlemanship here, just patience coming out, and hopefully that fixes the issues. You know, it's never nice playing with lag, and they do unpause in the end.
Armel says no, no, we'll pause. Thank you very much, gentleman. Armel.
BDZ asking for that pause time, and Boomy gives the go ahead.
Excellent.
He's like, yeah, just use it up. And Gabby's thinking. Gabby's like,
Gabby's always the cheeky one. He's always got something to say. Doesn't say yes, doesn't say no. Just kind of gives you a little bit. Just lets you decide what he wants.
Yeah. Nico is saying Boomy is very friendly. Kuya Boomy is very nice. And what was that? I believe Gabby's asking for 1K per minute of pause.
Yeah, I mean,
he's asking for some.
Well, Boomy can afford that. Clearly, the pause is happening because Boomy's got a phone call he has to take right now, and I mean, we'll figure out what it was later. As RR going to be chased down by Armel. They did take down Gabby on the bot side as well, but he had an Aegis up. They are going to pop the battle trance though immediately, and they do get Gabby. So all things being said and done, not too bad for Execration.
I'd say that's a positive. You get the big kill. They sacrificed their off lane, sure. They've sacrificed their Abaddon, not too bad of a loss. They managed to get the farm up on BDZ where he has his Blink now. So you've got the line with Blink, you've got a lot to play with. He can follow up for Yoa or set up for Yoa. He can look to play aggressive. They don't have to worry about Aegis anymore. And the side of TNC, maybe have to reconsider just how far apart they get there. Gabby didn't even manage to clean up that bot tier 2. It's at 106 HP. Should take a little bit of a prod fall, but that objective still stands for Execration, which means they get to hold onto that bot jungle for a bit longer.
Gonna juke out the snowball from Boomy. Farming for him. Mel found himself a very nice invis rune to bottle up, so see some initiations from him later on. How do you find the standing right now of Execration? Like, they are 6k behind, but I suppose maybe you can rely on your troll later on to kind of take over the game. Naturally, Palos is still not at the top of the net worth board, but he's hanging around there. He's top 3 right now. Do you have confidence that he's going to be able to pull out the late game troll?
It's just so hard against a Razor. You're going to need a Lotus Orb at the least to counteract the effect of Static Link, and that's going to have to come out from somewhere. Maybe the build-up's there for Nico, but Nico's rushing the Ags right now. Once you have the Ags on the Brewmaster, the split is going to be really potent. Having that on fairly low uptime is going to be really nice to play with. TNC's going to have to watch that as it gives Execration more opportunities to fight. So it's less on Palos, more on everyone else. And you just need this Ags up on Nico to buy that space out. And you need Yoa to finish up his own Ags with a silence as well to really get control here.
Bot lane, Nico be in danger. He's going to go for the primal split out and lag again. Nico, he's complaining about it. He's going to disconnect immediately. I believe it's up to TNC to pause the game, unless they could just, you know, say we're cool with it. Creation, though, definitely suffering here with their internet connection, and it's definitely very unfortunate to see. Nico, even with this primal split, it looks like he is probably going to die.
They're not that tanky. They've got enough damage to rip through. They already ripped through one Brewling. Next one's already at 145 HP. The last one's at full HP, but it wouldn't take too long. You really want to hit your talent spikes to live through with your Brewlings. Like, you need to hit level 20 there, and that's a long way off for Nico. Despite dodging out that initial control, we'll see if he does manage to run away here, but doesn't look very hopeful.
You have the go-ahead. Nico, he'll give it a crack. Just run, sir. Just run. Man, there's no chance in hell. Bye. He even gives the bye. Oh, poor Nico. At least he has a sense of humor in these difficult times for Execration. The tier 3 tower now is going to be taken down by TNC. Slowly but surely. Be enough. Back off for a bit and wait for another opportunity to get their way back in.
They pop the Invis here on Armel. He's got the Roar ready to go. There are some good wards in the triangle. It's not going to be the safest rotation spot, but it could just try to hunt down Paulus if you're worried about the space the Troll has. Like, Yasha's up now, so he's got some more stats, some nice move speed, buffing up his right click damage as well, and getting a little bit more armor is good. You still need a way to break off, or at least help stop the static link, and the Force Staff here on RR could help, although...
Mid lane, they're going to try and go in onto Boomy. Turn around for a Walrus Punch. Can he survive? Not quite. He's going to die, but TNC, they might keep trying to fight this one out as Bok. He ran right in. Now the Plasma Field is out from Gabby. He's looking for a static link target. There's your Roar out onto Nico. The Brewmaster in big trouble, but a great Earth Spike to turn back around, but Nico is still going to die. Gabby does manage to pick up the kill, and well, they aren't going to quite move into that tier 2 mid tower yet. Instead, they might just try to find another hero pick off, but looks like they aren't going to find one. To farming for TNC.
Build up that lead 6k up. You are still itemizing fairly fast here on Palos. SNY now up, so some status resist on hand to mitigate some of that control and some added durability for a Troll to stand in front. Still need something else. Like they need to save this Force Staff on RR for the Troll or for the Razor. Just ensure that you can Force Staff him away, break the link. That could be one way to get that done. Maybe you can spam Force Staffs here as well. Perhaps BDZ, he's queuing one up. So that looks like that's the game plan for Execration to ensure their Troll will have some impact. Just multiple Force Staffs and break the static link.
Smoke up here from Execration. They do commit it. Where are we headed though? I mean, it's very hard to evade the dire triangle like this. Boomins is in a great position to break the smoke, but they know he's there. He's under vision. They'll get him locked down with the Astral Spirit. But is it going to be enough? No, the swap is there in time to save the day. So Boomy, he'll save for another day as well. He's probably going to tie to Nico, but he'll get the snowball off, and now they can really start the team fight. Roar is there onto Palos. They got the static link damage already, so is not hitting that hard right now on the Troll, but he's going to be forced to battle Trance up and try to fight this one out as he does go onto Bok and gets the Bloodseeker onto another now, and they found Gabby as well. A great team fight so far for Execration, but here comes Armel with a double kill with the axes to fly out. Right. Nico, he'll throw him in the air. He'll just try to ignore the Beastmaster, but Boomy's on top along with Tims. Nico, he's going to try and man fight Tims.
Oh, Armel. He's chasing Yoe.
And Armel gets Yoe in the mid lane. Gabby gives the tip over.
Oh goodness.
These axes are so stupid. These wild, they're so stupid.
Oh, like cast range of 1,500, stack damage per. Not only are you amp your damage up as well, it's so dumb.
Bring
so
the Necro Creeps back, please. Bring the Necro book back.
No, Mike. This is the future now. This is the future, old man. And Execration are facing up against that future. 8k behind. The investment here on Palos. You can see he does some damage, but never feels enough, although they catch out Boomy.
It's a nice pick off there onto Boomy. If they can get it, Snowball is out. Finger, not going to be thrown yet, but there it is. It easy, playing no games, does secure the kill. It is a pos 5 task after all, so not too difficult, but it was actually about 100 gold away from his Blink Dagger on that task, so had he had that up, he may have been able to find his way out of that, but Execration not to be dissuaded. They smoke up again. Into the mid lane they go. Armel, he's jumped in, but he's been baited. He's been baited by Yoe, but a great swap out. Is it going to be enough, though? They just perma-stun him up. This Beastmaster dropping low, but here comes Gabby to help out. They can't kill him. Armel's going to be just fine. He'll get the axes out right onto Nico with a Rupture, forcing the Primal Split, and they will lose BDC first. They try to go back in onto Tims. Tims is dropping low, but so is Yoe. He's dropping very low, in fact. He does have an Astral Step charge. He'd be just fine to get away. Nico, gonna be all right. Or is he? That's a lot of TPs, Nico. He gets the tip. Boomy played with this man for long enough to know exactly what he's doing. Tip him immediately, even before he's dead.
Way too much movement coming out from TNC. Really good swaps coming out from Tims. They don't find big kills this time. Only find Nico, which, you know, it's nice. It's an off-lane Brewmaster. It doesn't feel like he's worth too much. anymore. Like, he's so far behind as a core. I mean, even Tim's is just nipping at his heels here in terms of net worth. So we're not getting as much there, but you're still slowing down the momentum of Execration. You're not able to find your big cores as well. And it allows them to maybe take more control over Roche. It's 20 seconds away. TNC will definitely be eyeing that one, and so will Execration. You don't want to give away a free Ag Shard. You can help it. They are just keeping position and trying to keep control on the triangle, but Boomy's already planting some really nice forward wards here.
Well, Yoe is going to run right into Bok, get assimilate, and Resonant Pulse, but Boomy, he's in with the Walrus Punch. It does land, and can he lock him down long enough? They've got the Rupture. He will step away from it, but he's going to be very careful about the amount of damage he does. Rupture, in goes up, to lock him down, secure the kill. They go in for more now. Ara going to be on. Pick up the Aegis, not quite Palos. He does manage to pick it up, and now they can definitely fight here. Execration. They go back onto the Vengeful Spirit. As they're filling out, Tim's still somehow alive, but will eventually die in another pause. But an immediate unpause. As RR resumes, pauses again. Another disconnection now from Palos. BDZ's lost the plot. I'm not sure if you can translate that, John. It's a complete mess right now in this game.
Oh, yeah.
But I love it, John. It's a classic Rambula. That's what we want to see.
It is. Sobra just means it's too much. It's too much lag right now. And I don't know if you spotted it. The cheese and the shard were grabbed by TNC. So Tim's lived for a little bit longer. He ate the cheese immediately. You've got the shard sitting right now on Bok, so they can hand it off if they want to. They do have the Aegis on Execration, and sure. But they've lost a lot of value in that road. Like, that shard is such a big bump up. Cheese as well would have been really nice to have in a secondary core. Palos is dropping low. He does have the battle trance ready to go, but he's static linked up. There are no force staffs available right now, so if he's not careful, he's just going to be stuck there with no damage.
Creation are going to try their best to reconnect in the allocated pause time of TNC. See TNC having no internet. Very, very nice. And Creation, they can reconnect in this game because they are slowly making a bit of a comeback, right? Like, it's not guaranteed, but Palos is top of the net worth board, and these last few team fights have sort of been leaning the waves of Execration.
Yeah, they've been very disciplined with their spacing out. They've been really disciplined with force staff use as well. They just want to drag Palos away from Gabby. And for the most part, in a couple of these fights, Gabby only saps away, what, 30 damage? Not much. There's a pretty long cooldown here as well in the static link, so it's not like you want to just have a little damage. You really need to maximize every single use of that spell. And it can get a bit tricky down the line. So you do have to watch that. Respect the fact that Execration have ways of approaching this game. And you have to respect that even Yoe, like, if he jumps in, catches Armel out, if you take out that Beastmaster early on, doesn't get to do damage. Like, he needs to be alive very long in these fights to stack up the wild access damage. And in a couple of these fights where Execration wins, they usually start that by taking out Armel first. And again, they've got the mobility on hand. Yoa can jump the back line. They've got the blink in the line. They isolate the Beastmaster from behind. And even with the BKB here, for Armel. Like, if he's surrounded by 4 or 5 heroes, he's still pretty much dead.
Palos is asking about the pause time that is left. I don't know how much pause time TNC want to give over, but it sounded like they were happy to give all of it. Find out very, very soon. They're just constantly reconnecting, but I guess they just can't find a stable kind of... I don't really know how to word it, but I guess it's just not very stable when they connect.
Yeah, maybe looking for a stable line to the server. It's just constant though. Like, there's something up. Maybe time to kill off the team router, get hard reset, turn it back on, check for spiders, as you would know, Mike.
Yeah,
How are spiders doing, Mike?
Spiders are very warm right now, John. We're hitting winter. They've got themselves, you know, they've set up their home on my modem. But it is a very effective kind of network, John. It's working very nicely for me. No disconnections so far.
Yeah.
My wife has been complaining
spiders.
non-stop about it, I must admit. But hold on,
The web.
It's
The web
it's
has the
their home
spiders.
now, John. I can't. I'm not going to interfere with the spiders in their house. Have it. Just have to maybe burn it after we're done with it. So we
Pretty
do have to
much.
go ahead.
All
See
right.
what happens in this team fight. I mean, it is a 2-0 so far. Armel's going to respawn, but they've caught Gabby in the Razor. Snowball is out. A great snowball save from Boomy. Right to the high ground. And I'll tell you what, if there's one person that's really stuck out today, it is Boomy. Playing a really nice task.
He's just been on point, and saving his team, setting up, and just every single time cutting off the right part of the map at the right time. And this is something the panel talked about at some point. Like, everything feels a little bit more narrow. So here's like Tusk, here's like Shaker, even Clockwork, all can block off really nicely. And these are all Boomy heroes. So in a way, these map changes are Boomy buffs almost, as he loves just blocking ways, blocking paths, and he's had a fantastic time so far. Execration, and they still hold on to the Aegis. They didn't lose too much there. They did drop the cheese and the shard, but not the biggest loss in the world. Wondering who they passed that on to. Really see it consumed by anyone just yet.
See.
Oh, it's on Armel. He gets the free Wild Hawk dives. He doesn't have to spend a 1-4 gold. There's more utility coming out for the Beast.
Well, they're going to jump in onto the Abaddon now. RR. Gonna forced off the way, it looked like. Through the borrowed time, he's going to be just fine. Armel, he's still trying to chase him down. Raw is going to connect, and they will secure the Abaddon kill. With that, they're looking toward that tier 2 mid tower again, as Gabby will get started. It shouldn't be too difficult of a task either. Gabby's just going to be perfectly fine to try and finish this off, but Palos start moving in slowly. Yoe is in. Astral Spirit does connect. Now the Battle Trance being popped, and another pause. I mean, the swap's nice. Boomy, he's a bit frustrated, it looks like. I'm sure everyone is. And, we should be good to go again. And we will. They know where Gabby is. He's stunned up for a little bit longer, but it looks like he's going to go back into the team fight now with the static link back onto Palos. And they'll get the Aegis. Primal split was there from Nico. Tornado going to be committed onto Boomy. He blinks right out of there. Boomy, he's fine. Nice shards block to boot, and he's just right. They can't capitalize on anything here, Execration.
It's a really big win for TNC, taking out the Aegis. You don't have that failsafe anymore for Palos. They forced out the use of Primal Split, but there's an Ags on Nico, so cooldown's not too bad. I mean, he can start to save up for charges at the least as well. So there's still some uptime here for Execration to play with. TNC, though, knowing that all these big spells are off, you smoke up.
Seeing what happens. Their cooldowns are just so low, they can just keep going back in, and Yoe, he's going to break the smoke, but it might be too late. He's trying to initiate, but to simulate back out, but now the swap is there. Onto BDZ, they want the Lion first. Get rid of all those disables, but he's He's just trying to run. BDZ is still safe, but now the shards block. Boomy once again making it very, very hard to escape as they will throw everything onto BDZ, but he's still not dead. He'll survive for a little bit longer. Eventually, though, Armel does get the kill. Boomy does go down, but does fight back. Gabby's still killing off Yoe. Onto Palos. Execration, they have 2 heroes down with that buyback. Might be about that time to try and go high ground. They even have a sea trip there, TNC.
They have so many tools on hand left. Palos has to be so cautious. There's only 1 Force Staff up because they've only got 1 support up. It's all on RR to ensure that Gabby doesn't gap close. But even then, standing so far back, you can just focus on objectives.
Oh, great swap in onto Palos, and that's your troll gone. He can buy it back, but I don't really know what he can do with it, as now even Nico's been caught out again by a great chance block there from Boomy. Might be able to run himself out anyway, or lose RR instead. And that'll be your mid-racks gone. Armel continues to try and snipe away with these axes. The tier 3 bot tower.
There's just nothing to be done here. Execration. Respawns are coming up for Yoe as well, so maybe as a group of 3 they can go in. They've got the split, but they're going to be bleeding out these 2 set of racks. The top lane still protected, tier 1 still stands, so it's not mega creeps. Things are looking bleak here for the Radiant side as TNC just keep that aggression going.
They're out of there now, TNC, just cleaning up the mid-racks before they do leave. Oh, never mind, they've smoked up, it's a fake. They're just faking their way out as they swap in Nico, and Nico was just not safe. Easy debate there from TNC. Now again, they can't really capitalize on anything because there is still that tier 1 and tier 2 tower at the top lane. But I guess an extra kill never hurts.
Yeah, freebie, you'll take it. Roche is still about 3 minutes away until we find out when the respawn is, so they can't transition into that directly, but they can start setting up on these outer towers. Tier 1 top, not going to hold for long. Tier 2 top, also not going to hold too long here. And TNC just widening gap. 17 to 34, 16k up at 15 minutes in. Execration, things are looking dicey. Palos is trying to save up for a Satanic now. He's got the Dasher on for control. They've got 2 Force Staffs, 1 each on each support. So there are some angles they can approach here, but they're going to have to give these outer objectives. There's no fight there.
Tier 3 top tower they go. Gabby still has that DD rune that he needs to activate and now does. Gonna make things that much easier here for TNC. Jump in Yoe. We'll try to start onto Gabby, but there was a roar out immediately onto Palos. Just so hard to fight into this as now Yoe's been caught out. He will astral step and just TP away, but no, he will knock it out. Armel will secure the kill, and now they just dive. BDZ trying to run. He's going to be just fine. They try to go in again here. Palos trying to fight Armel. Armel will just continue to throw axes at them. Now they'll turn right back around with the static link in. Earth Spike is there with the battle trance. Well, now there's the battle trance out onto Gabby, but they roar him up with the snowball initiation as well. And Palos, he can't really do anything. He will just die, and they will just continue swapping more and more heroes in. It'll be a very easy game 1 victory here for TNC Predator.
Yeah, there was some fight coming out from Execration. You know, for a while there, as long as they isolated Armel, it felt like they could clean up the rest of the heroes. And they were building the right way into supports. 4 staffs on hand to try to break the static link. Just didn't pan out, and a couple of those fights just fell apart for Execration's end.
Well, let's head back to our very handsome panel and see what they had to think about.
said and done. Oh, I am restricted, fixed upon the web. I need to kick the habit that my mind is breathing in. Break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it innocent, a feel of discontent. I'm finally facing it all, fearless. Burning the bridge that keeps us. I'm here and I'm feeling exaggerated, that's what you assume. The story's over now, I must conclude. I am conflicted, watching where I step still, hanging in the balance. Not the life I want to live, I want to take it all. Standing tall, fear I've weighed the person you are. Oh, break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it innocent, a feel of discontent. I'm finally facing it all, fearless.
I live inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in the cradles, profanities. I see the world through ice covered in ink and bleach. Cross out the ones who heard my cries and watched me weep. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. Take my eyes open to force reality. Why can't you just let me eat my weight in glee? I live inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in their cradles, profanities. Some days I feel skinnier than all the other days. Sometimes I can't tell if my body belongs to me. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. confession of honesty is the one-way gate to hell. I wanna taste consumption, eat faster to waste oxygen. Hear the children sing aloud. It's music till the wick burns out. Be carefree lately, yeah. Just kicking up daisies. Got one too many quarters in my pockets. Count 'em like the 4-leaf clovers in my locket. Untied laces, yeah. Just tripping on daydreams. Got dirty little lullabies playing on repeat. Might as well just ride around the nursery and count sheep. Count sheep.
Find your way into this wonderland. Cross the maze, the dark, the innocent. Chase the fate, the thrill, the heaven sent. I got you wild, upside down. The labyrinth will guide you far away to the place where senses will decay. Your ghost and mind will shadow play. I got you wild, upside down. Find your way into this wonderland. Cross the maze, the dark, the innocent. Chase the fate, the thrill, the heaven sent. I got you wild, upside down. The labyrinth will guide you far away to the place where senses will decay. Your ghosts and minds will shadow play. I got you wild, upside down.
You say I make you nervous, a tragedy, I'm a beautiful disaster, a reckoning, you wonder how I got this way. You think I'm someone to be saved, someone to clean up and tame. Oh, some things never change, never change. You think I would look pretty on your arm once you cover up my bruises and battle scars, but it always ends the same. Can't bear the things I've had to face, got you crying on your knees in pain. Oh, some things never change, never change. You'll break your back to make me feel again. Suffocate stopped asking for forgiveness. Cause you should know only fools tread with the angels. Fear to go, but you keep trying to get too close. Save myself by turning into stone. So save your judgment cause you just don't know. But some things never change, never change. Oh, they say I should feel guilty and change my ways, leaving crumpled bodies in my wake. Swear I didn't mean to make them break. Swear I didn't mean to make them break. But they're so delicate and so mundane, and they keep coming like a moth to a flame. Oh, some things never change, never change. You break your back to make me feel again. Suffocate to make me breathe again. Lose your mind from endless pain. Some things never change, never change. Oh, redemption never came.
in the face. Tell me that you love me, even if it's fake.
Messing with my head again. You had your heart set on me, but these feels, they come and go, and they come so easily. Tell me what it is about you that I can't forget, but you're breaking down my walls again, just to set me free. Why do I, baby, why do I love the way you are, we always leave me? Why do I, baby, why do I love the touch but never love the feeling? Why do I, baby, why do I love the way you are, we always leave me? Why do I, baby, why do I love the touch but never love the feeling? Staying up when I go out, you gotta know I'm all yours. But when I say what's that about, you start slurring your words. Tell me why you have to seem so distant when I'm holding you. Your fingertips are drifting away, and I fucking love how it hurts. Why do I, baby, why do I love the way you are, we always leave me? Why do I, baby, why do I love the touch but never love the feeling? Why do I, baby, why do I love the way you are, we always leave me? Why do I, baby, why do I love the touch but never love the feeling? Why do I, baby, why do I do I, baby, why do I do I, baby, why do I love the touch but never love the feeling?
Yeah.
Take me in slow, breathe me in and let me go. Feeling the lumps inside you, and the blackened eyes make my way into your mind. Just to know what you knew. Restless every time we start locking eyes. Lost control.
5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban.
TNC
Dire
Predators
team
turn
ban.
to ban. TNC Predators turn to ban.
Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining.
TNC Predators turn. TNC Predators turn.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Queen of Pain.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban.
Mars!
10 seconds remaining.
Mars!
TNC Predators turn to ban. Dire team ban. TNC Predators turn to ban. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. TNC Predators turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. TNC Predators turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick. Mirana. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. TNC Predators turn. Yeehaw! Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Legion Commander. Ten seconds remaining.
5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban.
Invoker.
10 seconds remaining. TNC Predators turn to Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. TNC Predators turn to ban. Dire team pick. TNC Predators turn.
I speak for the trees.
Luna, choose your hero.
Creation it is. You don't next by John. We have an anime draft now for TNC. Got the Mirana, they've got the Luna. How are you feeling about this one?
I'm feeling great. You know, you've got two heroes here. Always nice to see. The anime kicking in. No Dragonite, no Davion on hand. So we'll forgive it. But you've got the Invoker on Execration as well. So there it is. Just lots of anime heroes. Now, it should be interesting to see what Execration does with that. Yeah.
Only they added Quap to the anime. The one hero that was missing. I think God said it already at this Singapore major, but couldn't agree with him more. Queen of Pain to the anime. Me a very, very happy man.
I mean, maybe with book 2, we'll see. Yeah, you can see Execration kind of clumping up, and of course, hopefully the internet issues have been sorted. Now, I can provide some context, as I have read up a bit. So, Execration normally plays out of the studio called LILGUN, Wombo X Combo, big casting studio in Philippines, they play in that area, and apparently there's some power issues right now. There are some pretty strong rains in Manila, apparently, so they've had to move out, and that might be the source of their issues, playing somewhere else. Hopefully it's been sorted. We have given a lot of leeway here, but not a good sign when the pauses fly in again. But it's also Southeast Asia, it's also Rambulan, so kind of to be expected as well.
Now we do have a quick go ahead as Yoe will get the boss. Vib. See what they can get done here. Execration. What is it, John?
Armel, it's like Armel called out to Yoe, and it's like boss. Then Yoe's like, then Armel's like, later. I know what they're planning. Maybe they're planning to play CS again, because every single time we hear TNC alt chat, it's always about CS, not about Dota. They alt chat about CS every single time.
What's wrong with that, John? Tim's being chased down by some treants here. Palos, just fine. Try and fight, as they do have some very strong early game here on Execration with the Tusk. Be a pretty even trade, it looks like, as do see Nico with Umi for a bit. Umi being able to back off there, back to his Luna. It's fine, but I did say it was going to be an even bounty rune trade, but I believe it was actually a 3-to-1. They only managed to get one for TNC.
It's a really good start there for Execration. Of course, we've got to point this out as well. And Tsunami didn't get triggered by this on hand because they had to switch over, but Boomy on the support IO. So
yeah.
It's the support IO here. I'm sure Tsunami must be having some emotions there in the green room. We'll see if it holds up. Gabby, of course, in that lane down bot up against BDC, and Nico on the Mars and on the Snapfire. A bit of a shame, as you know, Execration used to have a player called Rupido. He loved the Mars. You don't get to call it out, but I want to say it one last time. Still, Nico should hold this lane steady, but it's hard to harass out an IO +1. Gabby should still be able to get some decent enough farm, and it's really more on BDZ to try and cut off that IO and try to apply some harassment on the source of regen if they want to get some aggression here in this lane.
Say Tsunami's going to get upset about the support IO, John. He might be a little bit more upset at you mispronouncing his name again. You've gone over this before, sir. Taught you the pronunciation of that word?
I don't English well, Mike.
No, you do, John. You're doing a great job. Don't you worry. RR and Bok going to try and get onto the LC, or rather RR and Palos. Bok pretty tanky on the Legion Commander, should be just fine. Gonna hang around on the Mirana, just being a little bit cheeky with the arrows, as bot lane is where the first blood does occur. Nico able to pick up Boomy on the IO, and it's like you said, John, it's a support IO. Almost to be expected at this point.
Just isolate him, burst him down. Gabby can't really do much to stop that movement, and he's got the aura up, he's got the Lucent Beam. Doesn't do anything to stop a jump. Gotta watch that aggression there.
Bok top lane. Execration, already finding 2 kills across the map. RR just finding Bok out of position and does get the tag team on.
Yeah, and it really goes into how Execration's drafted. They've got a lineup that can be really aggressive early on. They've got great damage on hand with these lanes, like Palos with the Blightstone, of course, can just unleash a ton of damage onto Bok. And Bok, early levels for the LC, not necessarily the best. He doesn't have a point and press the attack to try and sustain. All he can really do is try to shove the wave out with the overwhelming odds, and Tims can just sit back and try to arrow. Now, it is paying off for the Mirana. You're getting some good EXP here for Tims, and we know he loves to try and rush out his own levels more than anything else. But that is going to come at a slower start for Bok, so we're going to have to weigh the pros and cons of just prioritizing Mirana in that point.
I never asked you, John, but what was your opinion on these new water routes? You a big fan of these things? You think it kind of evens out the mid lane a bit more?
Yeah, it's like meh. I mean, usually I'm on pause 5. Kind of make it a habit to rotate just so that my mid doesn't cry about RNG. Now I can relax a bit until the 6-minute mark. Sometimes they cry for me to fight, but for the most part, it's all right. I think mid laners enjoy it, or actually, I have no idea how they feel, because it kind of evens out, so you don't get a major spike. If you're losing, you're happy. If you were winning before with power rune trades, you're not. But I think it's just a bit of a boon for some heroes that love to spam the bottle. Like in this case, Armel has the bottle up. As an invoker, you don't want to pick it up. So Yo is always going to be lacking just a bit more of that regen, and Armel gets more presence early on because of how these water runes and bounty runes work.
Very, very true. To say the new invoker shard feels kind of ridiculous for bot lane. BDZ going to be chased down, but they've also got Gabby there on the Luna. Try and fight back now against the Mars, but Nico going to prove to be a little bit too tanky for now. Gabby will just go back and salve himself up. They do at least keep BDZ quite low, as it's like Gabby pop a spear there for a second, but just fine. And all across the map, Palos dropping pretty low on the Nature's Prophet. Had to TP back to the fountain.
Just seeing each lane just kind of poking and prodding. There's some opportunities for each side to kind of push out. I mean, even Bok, right? That's a Nature's Prophet up against a Legion Commander. Overwhelming odds gives you so much value once the treants are up. You will have to watch that spacing, and for the most part, in TNC haven't found an opening to get a clean kill, but I think their lanes are going out well. Box up ahead in terms of last hits. Armelas as well.
A lot of heals coming in just at that last second, barely keeping Gabby alive, and now BDZ is going to be chased down. Do they have enough? No, they don't. The stick charges keep BDZ alive, and Gabby, he'll also be alive here, but Sumi might have to really stick around his Luna and make sure that Gabby does remain healthy.
That's a lot of aggression coming through. Just at least getting the space out for the snap bar going home does open up more avenues for Gabby to farm up. Going for an interesting build as well, going for the Moonblades maxed out first rather than the beam, so your Eclipse is probably not going to hit as hard. You're not getting too much from your Lunar Blessing here as well, but it will help Gabby clear out camps. I think TNC is going to have to look into. Start stacking up for the Luna down the line, enable that flash farm for the hero.
So, Flame Palos RR still having a pretty decent time, but it looks like Bok has found his own footing now on the LC. Sitting at 32-7. I know you were talking about this before we even got into the game, but Legion Commander, a bit of a Bok special. When I say that, Bok, he's going to be in a spot of danger, but not too much. He's going to be all right. Walk himself out of there. Meanwhile, mid lane, however, I can't say the same for Armel. He's managed to blink away, and he even gets a regen rune. Of course he does.
It's always good, and you can see Armel just controlling the lane quite nicely. Yo is stuck at 22-6. Armel's up 36-9, and again, he's got this bottle advantage. His Invoker is just not a natural bottle carrier, so you miss out on a lot.
Gonna have to man fight this one as Armel. He's rotated very, very early on the flop to try and go after Palos on the Prophet, but the arrow gonna land just in the nick of time. Tim's, something we used to talk about all the time, John, the Tim's Mirana, always a real treat to watch, and just always at the right place at the right time.
You gotta respect that arrow. It's just not safe to try and TP out if creep wave isn't blocking you. So they managed to find that pause 1 kill. TNC's first kill on the board. Very big target to take out. You're still finding everything in the lanes. Like Gabby, despite having that slower start in his lane, is overtaking in terms of last hits as well. And it's just gonna really escalate as, again, you go for the Glaives build. Just so easy to your camps.
Arena is down. They're going to try and get this Luna. Gabby, spot of danger, still surviving thanks to Boomy. With all the hills flying out, and now it's right back onto Nico. Arrow not going to quite land, but it won't matter as the body blocks are there from Boomy, just holding Nico back. Just can't get back to his tier 1 tower. They might be able to get Boomy, and they do. Mid-tether, at least kill the support IO, but you saved Gabby, you got the Mars. You can't be too upset about that if you're TNC.
A huge boon for TNC. Just building up that lead once more, slowly building up, and they're keeping that aggression up. 2-3, 1k lead up for TNC. The side of Execration, they need a lot of stuff to come out. Yoe already has his Urn, already has fresh charges on it as well. You might want to play around with combinations that the Invoker can give you, and they already rotate mid for that.
Yoe trying to get started. A nice spear set up there from Nico into the snowball, and Boomy but not save the day. He's going to try and go after the DD. In fact, he'll deny it off and just try to escape now. Yoe wants to chase him down. I don't really think they can hold him down, but the shards are going to be on target. Really nicely placed into the spear, and that'll be a secondary kill now for Execration. See, that's some big losses in that mid lane.
And they've got to respect that power here. Like, just having that cold snap plus Urn combination on hand to set up, it's so devastating.
Tornado EMP now onto Gabby, being body blocked as well. Into the spear again, and Execration feeling very hot, but Armel, he's going to try and turn this one around with a big Sonic Wave out. BDZ just channeling the kisses. He can't really get that close, though, and they'll give a dual win away over to Bok, who wants to go down and chase now. An arrow from Tim's as well will not really connect on the Mirana, but they are still chasing down Nico, and they will be able to pick up the Mars into Bok. He is going to die to the tag team damage, but they're still trying to chase down Yoe. They want that big Invoker, but here comes the Prophet now to help out. Maybe this is going to be enough as Armel is dropping extremely low, and they find another. RR, great shards out, and TNC, they tried to punish, but they went a bit too far, and they get punished themselves.
Just great turnaround from Execration. You love to see the Nature's Prophet here, Palos, just being active on the map. They're playing around with their level 6 spikes. The Arena Kisses combinations just pretty hard for TNC to fight into. They don't have the best cancels for the kisses. I mean, they've got arrow, but once it's expended, there's a lot of leeway there for BDZ to just channel his spell off in the back line. They do manage to get at least a dual win here for Bach, but they're trading away a lot for that. And Execration still keep that aggression up. They're smoked up.
Absolutely. The Radiant Triangle they want to go. Smoke won't be broken. They barely miss out on Gabby, but they're running to Boomy instead, and the Moonlight Shadow was just popped, but unfortunately for them, it's not going to save the day for TNC. They will still lose Boomy. The Execration already 4-9. Net worth lead still slightly the way of TNC, but it's looking much better already from Execration.
They're just in good form, keeping aggression up. They're just constantly forcing fights. They still have Arena up. Gotten enough space that Yoa is starting to build up now on the Invoker, despite not having as much last hits. It's keeping up pace there with Armel, and this constant pressure is not something TNC can fight into well. Like, they just want to sit back and farm here for Gabby. They just kind of want to get some EXP up and going on their own supports as well. And until you see some items up for Gabby to be ready to fight, he's just not going to be able to contribute much. Compare that to Palos. He just TPs in, he's working towards the Orchid. Even without that Orchid, he's just ready to go, pump some damage out. And they're always just going to be up in terms of numbers and damage. Because, well, TNC, they just need to farm up with Gabby.
They do. Way to go. All about just holding on to those towers for TNC, not allowing Execration to control this map. Speaking of towers, though, that tier 1 bottom tower going to be under siege, and Gabby has been caught out again. Yoe is there with Palos. They don't have the damage output this time, and in fact, Bok is looking to turn right back around onto Yoe with the relocate from Boomy, but a great arena in, an even better Sonic Wave, but it's not going to be enough from Armel. He's trapped up in the shards again. He'll blink out now, but it's still a massive win for Execration, because they might even find Tim's here. Back off. Still no team fights really working in the favor of TNC.
It's a slow start for TNC. 4-11. Execration again. They just have the numbers every time. Palos just keeps in, no problem. Play around with the arena timing, around with the kisses as well. And there's just no easy way to cancel that off. Now, they did manage to save Gabby here on TNC's end. So he just gets back to farming, gets back to building up. There's some good stacks here in the triangle. And they actually do manage to save their bot tier 1. So TNC's looking at the bigger picture. They're still happy about maybe sacrificing your heroes. Sure, losing Bach is not ideal, but you're buying space out.
They are. Armel on the bot side looks like he might be being chased down, but Moonlight Shadow is going to come in, and Scabby is just going to happily keep free farming this ancient stack. Very nice stuff. Going for the Dragonlance build up now, so not trying to do anything cheeky with the Eclipse, which he hasn't leveled up yet. Or if we do end up seeing anything like an Aghanim Scepter from him, but no, he wants to go the SMY build up. Still Nico. Show himself for a second on the Mars, but he was invis. See Gabby. You'll need some help for this, but you can TP Palos in, and there's your arena out. They're going to focus down Boomy first. Get rid of the IO, and now it's on to Gabby, who is very far forward. He's going to try and run out of this, but there is no way in hell. They land the Tornado. They'll find Gabby. They might even find the Mirana Tims, who does get caught by the shards. Execration. They're looking really good this game number 2.
They just know how to play against this lineup. They're punishing TNC for the fact that they do not want to fight at all. You skip Eclipse. Luna does nothing in these fights. She stands there, throws some right clicks that don't really hurt yet, and she just melts. Execration, Orchid's up and running on Palos, so his presence is even more devastating in the middle of these fights. And they have such low cooldowns on their spells. Arena's not that long, and Kisses are not that long too.
More Bok top lane, gonna be caught out, and you kind of question why Bok even hung around there. You're kind of saying as well, TNC, they don't want to fight, especially with Gabby right now, and hanging around while that tier 1 tower is dropping was never really going to work out in his favor. See, they've got to find the space. They still have that mid tier 1 active and alive, but it looks like Execration will slowly but surely start setting up to take that tier 1 mid tower out.
mean, they've got everything they could possibly want right now. They've got so much power. They've got the blink up here on Nico. He can blink in, set up for the arena. Arena's off cooldown. Kisses are off cooldown. They can just keep forcing fights, whereas TNC, I mean, they kind of can, right? If Armel shows up with a good scream, there's a possibility of that. He's got the Yules now as well to protect himself or to set up. The issue is no one can follow up on Armel. Like, they need a blink up on Bach to ensure they get duel, at least the lockdown one hero on top of the burst damage of Armel. But without someone to gap close with Armel, Quap alone at this point, not enough. Especially with all the control Execration has to counteract Queen of Pain. Like, you've got Snowball saves, you've got just even the Cold Snap can be troublesome, and even the Orchid is going to cause issues if you commit. So TNC, they just don't have the answers on hand yet. Try to get movement out, but they're kind of blind in the map as well.
They're blind, and well, Yoa is going to run right into Tim's and the Marana. Realize they were smoked up for a second. Lane off. To be careful as the arena is going to be dropped immediately by Nico. Great setup there. Really have much vision, but he had just enough to know where the LC was. That'll be your mid tier 1 probably dropping now. They really can't defend it.
Just stick back and farm.
Nico, nice spear, a lot of patience, but no follow-up.
Execration, I don't think they mind too much. They know where Armel is. That means they can pressure the rest of the map, knowing that there's no Quap to burst them down. Armel does manage to TP out in the end, but losing the mid tier 1 is big. Like, their entire map is just opened up for Execration control. They've already got really forward wards here to watch that bot jungle, and they jump in.
Alos. Yep, Boomy. He's gonna try and TP out of there. The Orchid will not be enough. My goodness. Very close stuff there for Boomy. You can just see how afraid TNC should be feeling across the map. Nowhere safe right now, especially if you are hitting creeps. And speaking of, Tim's, he decided to hit some creeps now, but Nico, in the tree line. Shadow actually to be popped now from Tim's. To March, it seems like they just want to get on the map and just start pushing out some waves, but Bok immediately trying to be punished for that. Yoet doesn't really connect the tornado.
Radiant structures are fortified.
You can see they're doing the right thing, but they've got to do this for quite a bit longer, it seems.
Gabby's still keeping up in farm, just about 100 gold behind Palos right now, so you're in kind of a decent spot, although Luna wants an ice before taking these fights. Execration, understanding they've got, you know, a lot on hand, just shove in the bot tier 2, and it's a Nature's Prophet. It melts towers quick, even without, you know, anything like the Necronomicon coming through. NP by himself is enough.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Easy for Execration is 4-16 now. 1k net worth lead for this Dire side. It's actually quite surprising that it's only a 1k lead considering how many kills they've got on here, Execration, but how the other crumbles in this game number 2. Suppose now if you are Execration, you can start looking towards that Roshan. Well, actually top lane, never mind that Roshan, because Palos, he has found a big target. Amel gonna try and find his way out of this one, but there is no chance. Nico with the perfectly timed spear will make sure the Quap does die, and well, again, if they really want to, they could go for a Roshan, but it looks like they're not interested. They're probably just enjoying killing off TNC a bit too much. More than happy to just keep this momentum going.
That they are. They just take control of the map, keep running down, prevent any source of farm coming in for TNC. The reason why Execration's not in as much of a lead is mainly because of how the farm is working out. Like, Armel's been happy enough to try and split push. You're seeing Yoa and Nico take the back seat and just building up from creeps, and that is sort of hurting them. Like, they always at 7k, Armel's still 900 gold ahead despite dying multiple times here. The TNC still have some approaches to take. The big thing they really need, the big spike, is really Bok with Blink. Bok just needs to find some space to get his Blink gold up, but that entire jungle's just occupied by Gabby. Every single camp is just marked as Gabby's territory. Leaves very little space for the Legion Commander to try and progress here.
Yeah, I mean, I was so happy to see that TNC did draft the Legion Commander, but for now, without a Blink up, you can't really do much. They're going to try and fight this top side. Moonlight Shadow being popped, they might be able to run straight in onto Palos, and Bok is going to try for it with the jewel out. Tornado immediate. However, Palos is dropping low and does die. A great start for team fight for TNC, but now the Chaos Meteor to roll right through the arena. Eclipse out from Gabby. He has leveled it up now, and they do get another one trait thus far as they find even more. RR trying to run away, but does pop an arrow to the back side. And there you go, TNC showing some signs of life. Back to farming even more now as Yoe see Armel be able to just solo the Quap any longer. That'll be enough, TNC. They're going to send up to the top tier one.
Oh,
Nico.
Gabby.
He is there. Might be a little bit early as the relocate is coming in from Boomy to heal back up Gabby. And in fact, they've already lost... looks like they're about to lose Nico unless the Sonic Wave goes right between the two heroes. But it won't matter. They got the jewel to lock down Yoe. Gabby does die, however. Nico, he came back in and cleaned up the Luna. Cookie, not going to be there in time. So you got Yoe, but you lost that position 1 carry Luna. Had the Sonic Wave landed, Nico would have guaranteed been dead. Very unfortunate for TNC.
Execration are holding on. They're not too rattled about losing that last fight. They know they've still got really good timings to play with. They just immediately smoke up. Still got Arena. They do not have kisses, but so far Nico's just been on point with his control and damage anyway, so it doesn't feel like the kisses are necessary.
Armel, be off the mark there. Nico, we're not very happy with himself about that spear. The blink in anyway.
Really favorable for TNC. If Execration doesn't find fights, you can just see Gabby gets so much space in jungle, they build so many stacks up, even Armel gets some recovery farm here. And once you do have this Manta up on Gabby, it's just more ways to avoid the control of Execration, which is all they really need. Like, having the Manta means you can dodge out the Bolt Snap, you can dodge out the Orchid, you can maybe try to avoid the EMP combos as well for Gabby, so he can just stand in the front, keep dealing that damage he wants to throw out. And, you know, when you have something like the Quicksilver Amulet as well, right, like it gives you that passive move speed bonus when your spells are in cooldown. Eclipse is such a long cooldown. Like, you're always going to have a little bit of that stack in the Quicksilver every single time you use that spell. So there's a lot of value there for Gabby. Execration, they don't want to play this slow game. Like, they're kind of farming up in Palos. He's got his own BKB on the Nature's Prophet, but you have a really early spike you have to play with. Like, you do not want to force a late game fight up against Luna. She's still devastating towards the late game. Like, you get so much damage bouncing around with your glaives. You can maybe look towards the Satanic build-up down the line, disassembly play with a Mask of Madness. It can be ridiculous, especially with an Aya to help you. So Execration, they need to keep that momentum they've been showing us. Maybe play with the smokes, maybe look at Roche. Although that Roche isn't that safe, there's a really good board here from TNC to watch down the line.
Has been brought up by the IO, so again for a spin. Execration be ready to fight again. I mean, they've got every ulti up. There's your smoke out. Where are they headed though? There you go, there's a line being drawn out right through the river. Nobody going to be around that point that they made unless they're going for a Roshan, but they are not. The dire jungle they go. Again, nobody going to be around to be found out. See, they might have to just back off again as that Moonlight Shadow is going to wear off. Smoke should be wearing off rather soon as well. Or Spirit in the Roshan pit to boot. So they can't really, they can't go for the Roshan after either.
Yeah, and you can see Execration. They're the ones smoked up now, and they've got an inkling as to where TNC's at. And start to punish. All spells off cooldown. Fresh BKB under Nature's Prophet. It's a lot to show here for Execration in the next fight.
Counter smoke, Execration want to initiate. Who are they going to find? Armel, he's going to be alright for now. Instead, they do go in onto Bok on the Legion. Massive Sonic Wave there from Armel. But RR, he's going to remain alive with the snowball. But now the Eclipse comes in. Gabby trying to turn this one around onto Nico. They are dropping like flies here, TNC. Or maybe not Gabby. He'll turn right back around onto Execration. It looks like it's time for TNC to try and clean up, but Yoe, a big tornado out, does land on all three heroes. BDZ still going to drop as a snowball does roll through onto Armel. They'll get the Queen of Pain. Gabby, keep chasing down RR. Trying to get this death on the tusk. I believe by the numbers, it is still a pretty big win here for TNCs. They get an ultra kill out for Gabby. That was also a dieback on the tusk.
Pretty much 5 heroes dead there for Execration. A couple of mistakes from TNC. The duel from Bach ended up on the Mars, and Nico actually got the damage. So, probably not the best hero. The Mars still managed to get the arena off, but overall, you won a really big fight. 20 damage on the Mars is nice. You're not going to be too upset, although.
Yo, we're mid lane, gonna try onto Gabby. Gabby's actually falling quite fast. He doesn't have his BKB available right now, but the relocate, not gonna be it. Yoe does kill him off. Gabby, a little bit overly confident there, but again, his BKB was on cooldown, and now Boomy's gonna be in danger. Tries to get himself out. Moonlight Shadow definitely gonna help him out, but he's been speared up to a tree. He's gone.
Good punishment out from Execration. You can't really misstep like that as the Luna without your BKB, and now the Roche opens up for Execration. There was a good ward from TNC to watch. They could maybe look to sneak around, try to grab it. Armel's sort of in position, but without the rest of your heroes, this is just not a fight you want to force out. And after the ages here for Execration, first one of the game, going to have a second life on Palos, and that can make all the difference in the middle of these fights.
Arrow is going to scout out the Roshan HP, but it's way too late. So Palos happily taking it on the Prophet. Very menacing now on that MP. TNC, they're not quite out of it yet. I mean, they still have the net worth lead on their end of things somehow, but a few little mistakes being made here. Radiant side is costing them some easy lives. Very curious to see as well as to what Gabby's gonna. In fact, never mind. He's going straight into a hurricane pond. So there you go. Just feeling like he needs that extra line of defense.
I don't mind it. Like the Dragon Lance is kind of a dead slot. You might as well upgrade it. You get some mobility on hand. Force staff yourself out of the EMP combo. Force staff yourself out from the Ice Wall. That's what killed Gabby last time. Just all the control coming out from the Invoker combo. And just more protection. As this game drags on, again, TNC doesn't feel pressured in this game. They can just sit back. They're building up really nicely on Gabby. He is finding a lot of farm. He's got this Titan Sliver as well for his tier 3 items. So very nice pickup for the Luna. Execration, they do have some scaling here for Palos. NP, we've seen drag into late game in its own way. Still don't want to constantly try to pierce high ground against Luna. It's just, waves just do too much work in D-pushing. So in a war of attrition, the Luna should still be able to keep up and just keep growing bigger. And that gives more opportunities here for Armel to finish his farm. He's going for the Shivas next. So more durability on hand, some good damage and slow, and the slow is the big one. Kind of lacked decent control in TNC, just having an additional slow is going to be a big help.
Oh, Jewel is going to be there. They've caught out Yoe. That's a massive target. They can't blow him out in time, though. Or can they? They do get the kill. Gabby, the one to secure it, is now. He goes right in onto RR, and that'll be your task. Find a snowball out of there. Relocate away onto Gabby, as they will still get the kill. Relocate, I'm not sure what it was about. Perhaps they saw somebody there. Looks like they may have just seen Palos hanging around on the Prophet, trying to snipe somebody else across the map.
I think they were just returning home. They came from mid. A really good time as well, as there was a double damage rune for Gabby, so it still works out. Tier 2 tower mid, not going to stand for long here.
Definitely not with that DD. Look at the attack speed. Press the attack. My goodness. That's a lot of attack speed with the Solar Crest and press the attack.
Yeah.
I don't know where Gabby keeps all the glaives. And the overcharge.
The high ground.
Suddenly,
Luna. And
suddenly they're taking high ground.
Point.
Nice and easy stuff here. Gabby just casually taking mid-racks after a rather difficult game, but here comes Nico jumping in on Boomy. They do get the IO, but Gabby is still going after that mid-racks. He pops his BKB, still trying to go after this. Now TPing away, and they won't have the damage output to kill him. still, Execration, they defend Millie Barracks, so it's not all too bad.
Not bad at all, but they're starting to have issues. You're starting to see it. Well, like, they just don't have enough to contend with Luna, and once they give some ground away, Gabby just overtakes. Keeps getting the hits off. He finds an opportunity high ground. Your objectives melt, although they are looking for an opportunity, but can't really follow up. Too close to the base here for Execration, and they're just going to have to go for their own push. The creep wave is lagging behind just a bit. This should still melt to the Nature's Prophet.
I mean, he does have the shards and the Prophet to boot, so you've got the Greater Tree going. Two of them, in fact, in there. They're rather cute how big they are. Arrow does connect. They are going to back off.
They can't sustain that push, not against Luna. To maybe find a way to jump Gabby, we've seen them isolate Boomy, which is nice. You take the eye off the equation, simplifies it, but you need to ensure that you have enough in the tank after blowing up the IO that you can still follow up in the Luna. Like, they throw everything they have for one hero, just don't have enough to deal with everyone else. And Gabby is going for the full damage build here, buys out most parts of his Daedalus, lacking that Demon Edge next. He's going to hit like a truck. And you even have the BKB up now in box, so he's safer to start these duels up. Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt, John. Have you seen this Luna shot?
No, but I am keen to see it here. It
right,
seems ridiculous.
Yeah, it kind of is, right? Because you can crit on the bounces. So you lucid beam someone, and then suddenly it glaives bouncing between the teammate. And I believe the time I saw it, we weren't casting, but they bought a Divine Rapier. And people were just melting every time you loosen beam. And with the Daedalus, it's still going to be a lot of damage.
Yeah, you've got to watch out for that. But Gabby's such a massive issue right now. Execration, they had to play up to their momentum, and they just kind of give too much space out to Gabby. They still have opportunities here. They can get a good initiation going.
They've got the Snapfire Act as well, so they're going to initiate with that right in onto Tim's, but he's going to be able to leap out, and now the team fight does start, but Boomy is dead. Meanwhile, the Jewel is out onto Yoa, and here come the Glaives. Palos in danger. It's so much damage. He will just die instantly. Onto the next. Gabby will just keep going onto Yoa. That'll be another one. It looked like a decent start. BDC gets the tip there from Gabby. They kill off Boomy, but once the support IO is dead, it feels like the Luna just doesn't need it anymore.
Oh, it's the same issue in that last fight. Like, they throw everything they have to take care of the IO, and then they have nothing left for everyone else. It's just way too much to contend with. The BKBs are breaking the combos of creation up as well. They can't land the control they want on Yoa. The BKBs fly off in the start of the fight, and it always does. So they're stuck in a really awkward spot.
Go, Gabby. Go into the mid-racks now. EMP, gonna land. Spear is there. They want to blow this Luna up. He's still alive though. Boomy can't keep him alive long enough. Gabby, he's gone. Relocate was a bit late as they'll go on to arm no. Sonic Wave actually thrown out.
Oh, nice
arrow actually lands on Yoa as well from Tim's. They lose the big pos 1 Luna, but they get everyone else out of there.
Yeah, that is just good for TNC still, and they hold on to the high ground here for Execration, although. Oh.
Everything fine for now.
Forced to BKB back there. So he's down to his 6-second charge, but he's got his Chivas up. Mind too much, doesn't die. They need to just stall out for Gabby to be back, and for Execration, they need to force the issue. No buyback. Arena is going to be up in about 7 seconds. Kisses as well. They've got their combo on hand, and without the Luna, all their damage is on that one hero right now.
The tier 3 bottom tower. Execration. Great job of trying to come back in this game. Greater Treants, of course, making it a lot easier. I mean, just look at the damage output. Of course, you are still just waiting for Gabby. It's a nice initiation there with the spit out. Not nice enough. Follow-up was not there. That'll be it. They get the tier 3 tower, but they're not sticking around any longer. They don't really want to deal with this Luna. TNC, they immediately smoke up.
Want to make something happen now. They know they're really strong as long as Gabby's around. Boomy and Gabby can, of course, just relocate in to join these fights. No pressure for the Luna to even stick around. They can just focus on split pushing the bot wave and looking for that target.
Amel, a lot of blinks in. BKB popped as well, but RR, quick on the fingers, does get himself out. In a distinct panel of clicking pointers, John. We're arguing who is the better and faster clicker. Smoke up though, Execration. Well, lead to March. Already, oh, Yoe, he jumped right in now, but does pop his BKB. They've got Boomy on the IO. Snowball is there to counter out the duel, and now Bok is in danger, but a big sonic wave, Armel! He's right in there. They didn't even need to pop the Eclipse. They just blew up for the magic damage output of the Quap. Looks like it's back through the mid lane now.
This is a dangerous spot for Execration. No buyback on Yoa for quite a fair bit of time. And that's just going to open out the entire high ground push. Now, the bot lane still protected for Execration. But I think the tier 4s are a very viable target here for TNC if they just want to force the game done at this point.
Dire's middle barracks has fallen.
And there you go. That'll be one Rax down. Solar Crest gonna help the cause. Boomy will pop the overpower. Bok's not around with the press the attack yet, but he'll be here soon, don't you worry. This Lucent Beam thing will be so darn silly, seeing it bounce between buildings, and we have a pause coming out. There might be some connection issues again here.
The arrow.
Where's the arrow?
Line.
Oh, right.
Palace. Palace, run! No, no, Palace!
He gets cookied. He's all right. He's all right. TNC, they're only interested in the racks anyway.
Radiant's top
Not going to force the issue with tier 4s. Roche is up. Really well timed from TNC. That was a bit of a longer Roche respawn timer as well. Second Roche of the game, Aegis Cheese, and the free Ag Shard. Gonna go right in. TNC finds it. No wards here from Execration. They can maybe scout with Sunstrike, but Yo is still dead, so Execration can't really even contest this Roche at this point.
Who do you give the chance to?
It's a good question. Like, kind of like LCs here. You get spell immunity for a bit, lowered cooldown and press the attack. That sounds pretty potent, especially since all these spell immunity has been giving them all these openings here on the side of TNC. That could be one they could hand off to.
Yeah, you are correct. Yeah. It does go to Bok.
Really nice. Spell immunity on, press the attack, lower cooldown and press the attack. That's it's basically like a Minotaur Horn, right? It's almost just like a Minotaur Horn on a skill, so that sounds really balanced to me, Mike. Very fair.
I like it. Very
you even
balanced.
get, like, hit 25, get the AoE, press the attack.
Oh!
Free spell immunity for everyone.
Wait, so hold on a minute. That free BKB, if you get the 25 talent, it actually works on everybody within the AoE.
Should? Yeah, on paper.
Oh my goodness. That does sound a little bit too strong. Nevertheless, Moonlight Shadow is there. Palos needs to be very careful because the duel is going to be out from Bok immediately onto the Prophet. They'll drop the arena down. Where's your follow-up damage? The Snowball going to save the day for now, but now the Eclipse is flying in and the Sonic Wave out from Armel. They are just melting to the damage output, and TNC are taking no damage whatsoever. They'll buy back on RR, but they are going to lose another in the form of Palos. He'll commit his own buyback now. That may allow them to hold on a little bit longer. Then again, Gabby can just spam Lucent Beam Jump. Let the Glaives do the work.
They're down one man for the Ancient defense. They need more here.
Oh, Gabby, he's in with the Swift Blink right onto Yoe. Armel in off with the Blink. But it won't matter, the tier 4 tower is dropping very quickly, and now they are onto the Ancient. Gabby just really taking his time here before he starts hitting the Ancient, but he will eventually get there. Execration, how do you defend this? They're gonna try, but Gabby's already killed off RR. Sunstrike is off the mark now. Arena is down. They're just trying to block them from hitting the Ancient. But eventually they should be able to get there as Gabby, he blinks right in onto Yoa again, onto Palos. They just want to fight. The GG has been called. TNC, they will be able to clean this one up 2-0, and EXECRATION unable to take a win off this Radiant side.
So you come out in really good form. They make that Luna work.